Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil evening of storytelling. As we gather here tonight, let go of the day's worries and allow yourself to embrace this precious moment of relaxation. We're truly grateful you've chosen to spend your evening with us, and we appreciate you being here. So cozy up, snuggle into your blankets, and let our gentle narration carry you away into the world of dreams. Sweet dreams await. Story 1. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the canopy, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. Here, the boundary between the seen and unseen was thin as a dragonfly's wing. The air hummed with a quiet magic, the kind that rustled in fallen leaves and sparkled in dewdrops at dawn. Our story follows a small, determined hedgehog named Hazel. Her spines were the color of twilight, tipped with silver, and her eyes held the deep, patient understanding of the earth itself. Hazel lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the grandfather oak, its entrance curtained by fragrant woodruff and shy violets. Her world was one of intricate balance, the industrious ants aerating the soil, the patient earthworms turning the leaf litter, the watchful robins singing the sun up and down. Each creature, each plant, each breath of wind played its part in the forest's silent symphony. One late summer afternoon, Hazel felt a peculiar shift as she trundled along her familiar path beside the Laughing Brook. The usual melody of the water, a cheerful gurgle over smooth, sun-warmed stones, seemed muted. The air, usually thick with the scent of damp earth, wild mint, and ripening blackberries, carried a faint, dry chill, sharp and unexpected like the first breath of autumn, yet the leaves were still deep green. She paused near the moonpetal glade, where luminous white flowers bloomed only under the full moon's gaze. Tonight, however, they drooped listlessly, their pearly glow dimmed, and a strange, brittle frost clung to their petals despite the summer warmth. "Something stirs the slumbering roots," murmured a voice like dry leaves scraping together. Elder Hemlock, the ancient owl whose feathers held the patterns of bark, and whose eyes held galaxies of wisdom, watched from his perch high in the grandfather oak. "The frost that shouldn't be," it whispers of imbalance. Hazel's heart fluttered like a trapped moth. "But Elder Hemlock, it's still high summer. The frost that shouldn't be, isn't that just an old tale?" "The oldest tales hold the deepest truths," little root walker Hemlock replied, his voice a low rumble. "Long ago, before even my time, the seasons flowed like the Laughing Brook, constant, predictable. But the heart of the forest, the nexus stone deep within the crystal cave, resonates with the world's balance. If that balance is disturbed, the seasons falter. This unnatural frost is its sigh." Hazel remembered the stories whispered on still winter nights. The nexus stone, a crystal as large as a badger, pulsing with the pure essence of the seasons, hidden deep within a cavern guarded by shimmering quartz and singing stalactites. It was tended by the Silent Sisters, ancient stone spirits who moved slower than glaciers, but felt the forest's pulse as keenly as a spider feels its web. "The Silent Sisters wouldn't let harm come to the stone," protested Thistle, a quick-witted squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns who had scampered down to listen. "They've guarded it since the first seed sprouted." "Even the Silent Sisters cannot mend a tear they do not see," Hemlock said gravely. "The imbalance might be subtle, a knot in the tapestry far from the stone itself. We must seek the source." Hazel felt the weight of the forest settle on her small shoulders. The cozy scent of her burrow, the comforting rumble of the brook, the sweet taste of summer berries all felt threatened by this creeping, unnatural cold. "Where do we begin, Elder?" "Follow the frost," Hemlock advised. "Where it bites deepest, where the summer warmth flees fastest, there lies the knot." So began their quest. Hazel, with her nose close to the ground, sniffed the subtle tang of wrongness carried on the unusual chill. Thistle, leaping from branch to branch, scanned the canopy for signs of distressed leaves curling prematurely, blossoms wilting. They journeyed deeper than Hazel had ever ventured, beyond the familiar comfort of the Laughing Brook and Moonpetal Glade, into the heartwood where the trees grew taller, their shadows deeper, and the air held the scent of centuries. They passed the whispering willows, whose long fronds usually trailed in the water, humming soft secrets. Now their leaves were edged with silver frost, their whispers silenced. They crossed the Sunstone Bridge, a natural arch of warm, golden rock that always radiated gentle heat. Today, it felt merely lukewarm beneath Hazel's paws. The deeper they went, the more pervasive the unnatural chill became, coating moss in sparkling rime and silencing the chirping of crickets. Finally, near the edge of the murmuring marsh, where fireflies usually danced like fallen stars at dusk, Hazel stopped. The frost here was thick, silencing the marsh's gentle gurgles. But it wasn't the cold that made her gasp. Tangled amidst the reeds and cattails, glinting dully in the weak sunlight filtering through the dense canopy, was a large, unnatural shape. It was a discarded fishing net, woven from coarse, dark strands that smelled of salt and decay, torn and dragged far inland by some long-past storm. It ensnared reeds, weighed down delicate water lilies, and trapped glistening strands of emerald-green algae vital to the marsh's health. Worse, Hazel saw with a pang, a small, iridescent kingfisher was caught fast, its brilliant blue feathers dulled, its frantic struggles weakening. The knot. Hazel breathed, understanding flooding her. This foreign thing, this dead weight, was choking the life from this vital part of the marsh, disrupting the flow of water and energy. The marsh, connected to underground streams that fed the forest's roots and ultimately resonated with the Nexus Stone, was crying out. Its distress echoed through the web of life, causing the seasons to stutter. We must free him and remove this thing. Thistle chattered urgently, already gnawing at a thick strand near the trapped kingfisher. But the net was tough, waterlogged, and immense. It's too big for just us, Hazel realized, despair threatening to freeze her more than the unnatural frost. She thought of Elder Hemlock's words about the tapestry. They needed more threads. Thistle, she said, her voice steadying with resolve, run, find Brook the wise old otter, find Mossback the patient tortoise, find the badger clan and the wood mice. Tell them Hazel needs help at the murmuring marsh. Tell them the forest's heart grows cold. Thistle was gone in a blur of russet fur. Hazel turned to the trapped kingfisher. His dark eyes were wide with fear. Hold on, little flash of sky, Hazel whispered, her voice a low, soothing murmur against the marsh's unnatural silence. She began the painstaking work with her small teeth and surprisingly strong claws, gnawing and tugging at the coarse strands closest to the bird. The net resisted, its fibers slick and stubborn. The unnatural cold seeped into her paws, but she thought of the drooping moon petals, the muted brook, the sigh of the Nexus Stone, and pushed harder. Time stretched like shadows at dusk. Hazel's jaws ached, her paws grew numb, but she persevered, talking softly to the kingfisher all the while, weaving words of comfort like a warm blanket. Think of the sun on your wings, the cool plunge into clear water, the flash of a silver minnow. Slowly the bird's frantic struggles eased, replaced by a trembling stillness, a trust born of shared struggle. Just as Hazel felt she could gnaw no more, a ripple of movement disturbed the reeds. Brook the otter slid into the water with barely a splash, his sleek body cutting through the chill. Mossback the tortoise arrived at a deliberate pace, his wise eyes taking in the scene. Then came the rhythmic thump of badger paws and the rustle of countless wood mice, led by a tiny, bright-eyed matriarch named Pip. Thistle chattered excitedly from a branch overhead. No words were needed. Elder Hemlock's wisdom had been passed down through countless generations. The forest thrives when its threads work together. Brook, with his powerful jaws and otter's strength, began tearing at the thickest anchor points of the net where it snagged on submerged roots. The badgers, sturdy and determined, used their strong claws to haul great sections of the heavy net onto the muddy bank. Mossback, slow but immensely strong, anchored himself and provided leverage, his shell a steady bulwark against the pull. The wood mice, nimble and numerous, swarmed over the net on the bank, their tiny teeth working like hundreds of needles, severing countless smaller strands, making the badger's task easier. Thistle darted about, directing, encouraging, and using his sharp teeth on higher tangles. Hazel kept working near the kingfisher, her efforts now bolstered by the collective energy. Pip and a few other mice joined her, their tiny teeth making quick work of the finer threads binding the bird's wing. Finally, with a concerted gentle tug from Hazel and a powerful heave from Brook dislodging the last snag underwater, the kingfisher was free. He gave a weak, rasping cry, fluttered unsteadily, then landed on a frost-free reed, preening his ruffled feathers with trembling urgency. The work continued. Piece by piece, strand by strand, the unnatural net was dismantled, hauled away from the water's edge, and buried deep in a pit dug by the badgers, far from the marsh's lifeblood. As the last strand was covered with dark, rich earth, a collective sigh seemed to rise from the marsh itself. The unnatural frost clinging to the reeds began to melt, vanishing like mist under the morning sun. A genuine warmth, the deep, moist warmth of the living earth, began to seep back into the air. High above, unseen but deeply felt, the silent sisters within the crystal cave sensed the release of pressure, the easing of the knot. The nexus stone pulsed with a stronger, steadier light. Back at the moon-petal glade that evening, as the true, soft silver light of the rising full moon touched the petals, they lifted their faces, glowing with renewed luminescence, pure and bright. The Laughing Brook chuckled over its stones with its old, carefree melody. The scent of damp earth, mint, and ripening fruit hung rich and heavy in the warm air. The creatures gathered beneath the grandfather oak. The kingfisher, now a vibrant flash of blue and orange, darted overhead, catching a gleaming minnow in a splash of diamonds. Elder Hemlock looked down upon them, his eyes reflecting the moon's serene light. "You found the knot, little root walkers," he rumbled softly. "Not with might but with seeing, not alone but together. You remembered the oldest lesson, the strength of the forest lies not in one mighty trunk, but in the countless intertwined roots beneath the soil. This net was a tear brought from the world beyond our borders. Its removal wasn't just an act of cleaning, it was an act of healing, a reweaving of the tapestry." Hazel, nestled comfortably between Brook's warm fur and Mossback's solid shell, felt a profound peace settle over her, deeper than the coziest burrow. She watched the fireflies rise from the now healthy marsh, their tiny lanterns mirroring the stars beginning to prick the velvet sky. The gentle hum of the forest's night chorus crickets, frogs, the sigh of the wind in the oaks was the sweetest lullaby. "The seasons turn," Hemlock continued, his voice blending with the night sounds, "spring to summer, summer to autumn, autumn to winter, and winter back to spring. They are a dance, a rhythm older than memory. Sometimes a step falters, a note rings false, but the dance continues. It is our duty, our privilege, to listen to the music, to tend our part of the pattern, and to lend a paw when a thread snags. For in the harmony of all things, from the tiniest wood mouse to the oldest oak, from the deepest root to the highest star, lies the true magic. The magic of balance. The magic of home." As the moon climbed higher, bathing the whispering woods in silver, the creatures drifted off to their nests, burrows, and hollows. Hazel curled up in her root-bound home, the scent of woodruff and violets a gentle perfume. The unnatural chill was a memory, replaced by the deep, reassuring warmth of the earth and the comforting sounds of the forest breathing peacefully around her. The subtle life lesson learned through shared effort and quiet observation wasn't preached. It was felt in the restored warmth, seen in the glowing moon petals, heard in the brook's laughter. It was the quiet understanding that every creature, every action, mattered in the vast, ancient, and beautifully interconnected tapestry of the Whispering Woods. And with that comforting knowledge cradling her like a soft blanket, Hazel the hedgehog drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the forest itself, dreaming of sun-dappled paths and the eternal, gentle turn of the seasons. Story 2. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river Spark sang a constant, soothing song. In a small cottage by the mill stream lived a quiet boy named Finn. Finn wasn't much for loud games or boisterous adventures. He preferred the company of his grandfather's old things, especially a peculiar brass compass kept in a dusty velvet box. Its face didn't show north, south, east, or west. Instead, it bore strange, swirling symbols that seemed to shift when no one was looking directly at them. Grandfather had always called it the needle of what's needed, but Finn had never seen it do anything but sit silently. One crisp autumn evening, as the scent of wood smoke and baking apples filled the air, Finn was polishing the compass. A stray beam of sunset, orange and warm as marmalade, struck its brass surface. Suddenly, the glass face glowed with a soft, buttery light. The swirling symbols stopped shifting and settled into a clear, unfamiliar mark that looked like a stylized flower. The needle, usually limp, quivered and spun, not pointing towards the door or the window, but stubbornly towards the back wall of the cottage, where grandfather's old, patchwork quilt hung. Curiosity, warm and fizzy like ginger beer, bubbled inside Finn. He reached for the quilt. As his fingers brushed the worn, colorful fabric, the compass needle pulsed brighter. He lifted the quilt, and something small and hard fell from its folds, landing with a soft clink on the wooden floor. It was a key made of the same warm brass as the compass, etched with the same swirling symbols. The moment Finn touched it, the compass needle spun again, pointing unwaveringly towards the cottage door and beyond, into the gathering twilight. Something deep within Finn, a quiet yearning he hadn't named, stirred. The compass wasn't just pointing directions, it was pointing towards a feeling, a sense of something missing that suddenly felt very important. Tucking the compass and the key safely into his pocket, the quilt draped over his shoulders for warmth, Finn stepped outside. The world was painted in twilight blues and purples, the first stars pricking the sky like silver pins. The compass needle glowed steadily, pulling him away from the familiar path beside the river and towards the whispering woods, a place adults told children held only shadows and old stories. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient oaks and birches murmured secrets as the wind sighed through their branches, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Finn's lantern cast bobbing circles of light, making the shadows dance. He felt small, but the warm weight of the compass in his pocket and the quilt around his shoulders felt like a promise. That's when he heard a soft sniffle, followed by a frustrated little huff. Peering around a moss-covered boulder, Finn saw a small, round creature with fur the color of moss and large, luminous eyes like polished river stones. It was trying to push a large, smooth, milky white stone almost as big as itself towards a burrow entrance, but the stone kept rolling back. The creature looked up, startled, its eyes wide with apprehension. "Hello," Finn whispered, keeping his voice low to match the wood's hush. "Are you all right?" The creature blinked. "I am Thistle," it said in a voice like dry leaves rustling. "And I am not all right. This is my moonstone. It gathers the night's coolness to keep my burrow comfortable in the summer heat, but it rolled too far from my door, and now it won't budge. My strength is in stillness and seeing, not shoving." Finn knelt. "I'm Finn. Maybe I can help." He gently placed his hands on the cool, smooth stone. It was heavy, but together, Finn pushing and Thistle guiding with surprising wisdom about leverage points among the roots, they managed to nudge it back to the burrow entrance. As the moonstone settled into its spot with a soft sigh, it began to glow with a gentle, pearly light. "Thank you, Finn," Thistle chirped, its eyes crinkling with relief. "You have kindness in your hands. Where does your path lead under the stars?" Finn showed Thistle the compass, its needle still glowing, pointing deeper into the woods. It led me to this key, he explained, holding up the brass key, and now it leads. Onwards, I don't know to what. Thistle tilted its head, studying the compass. The whispering woods listens, and it remembers. Perhaps the needle seeks what the woods has hidden, or what someone needs to find. My eyes are good in the dark. I will walk with you if you wish. The night feels safer with a friend. Gratitude warmed Finn more than the quilt. With Thistle padding silently beside him, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the compass and Finn's lantern, the woods felt less daunting. They walked for some time, the air growing cooler, filled with the chirps of night insects and the distant hoot of an owl. The compass needle remained steady. Eventually the trees thinned, revealing a sight that stole Finn's breath. They stood at the edge of a deep, moonlit ravine. Spanning it was a bridge, or what remained of one. It was ancient, made of woven vines and silvery wood, but time and weather had taken their toll. A large section in the middle had completely collapsed, leaving a yawning gap over the dark chasm below, where the faint sound of rushing water echoed. The compass needle pointed directly across the ravine to the other side, where a faint, golden light flickered like a distant star. "Oh dear," Thistle murmured, its luminous eyes wide. The old vine bridge, it was said to lead to the glimmer glade, but it's been broken for longer than I remember. No one crosses here anymore. Finn's heart sank. The pull from the compass was stronger than ever, a gentle thrumming against his leg. He needed to cross. But how? The gap was too wide to jump, the vines too rotten to climb. He felt a pang of helplessness. "Wisdom often whispers before it shouts," Thistle said softly, sensing Finn's dismay. "What does your needle point towards? Not just the direction, but the feeling." Finn closed his eyes, focusing on the compass's gentle pulse in his pocket. It wasn't just pointing over there, it was pulling him towards a feeling of wholeness, a quiet hum of belonging, and a touch of sadness too, like something lost. He opened his eyes and looked not just at the broken bridge, but around. That's when he noticed them. Growing thickly on the near side of the ravine, almost hidden by ferns, were vines unlike any he'd seen. They were silvery green, supple, and covered in tiny star-shaped flowers that glowed with a soft, blue-white light. "Moon vines," Thistle gasped. "They only bloom under the full moon. They are strong, stronger than steel when woven fresh, and they remember the old ways." An idea sparked in Finn's mind, fragile but bright. "Thistle, you said your strength is in seeing. Can you see the strongest points, the best vines to weave?" Thistle puffed out its chest. "That I can do. The patterns of strength are clear to my eyes." "And I have hands," Finn said, feeling a surge of determination. "But we need something to weave with." He looked down at the quilt draped over his shoulders. Grandfather's quilt made of countless patches, each a different color and texture, stitched together with love and patience. It was strong, woven from many threads. Slowly, carefully, Finn began to unravel a long, sturdy thread from one of the thicker seams. It felt like a small sacrifice, but the quilt itself seemed to hum softly, as if approving. Working by the light of the lantern, the glowing moonvines and Thistle's precise directions, that one Finn, 3 fingers to the left, it has the heartwood strength. Finn carefully selected and cut long lengths of the supple vines. Thistle guided him on how to twist and braid them for maximum strength, their luminescent flowers providing light for the intricate work. Finn used the strong thread from his quilt to bind the braided vines securely at key points, creating a long, flexible, glowing rope. It was slow, patient work, his fingers learning the rhythm of the vines and the thread. The night deepened, the moon climbing high, bathing their efforts in silver light. Finally, they had a sturdy, glowing vine rope. Finn tied one end securely to the thick trunk of an ancient oak near the bridge's remaining stump. He took a deep breath, the compass warm and steadying in his pocket. He needed to get the other end across the gap. Throwing it seemed impossible. It was too heavy. The wind, Thistle whispered, its eyes fixed on the ravine. Listen, it sighs upwards just there, near that rocky outcrop. It might carry a lighter thread first. Finn understood. He unraveled a much longer, finer thread from the quilt. Tying one end to the heavy vine rope, he took the other end of the fine thread and, waiting for the sighing updraft Thistle indicated, threw it with all his might towards the other side. The silken thread, caught by the breeze, fluttered like a ghost and snagged on a jagged piece of the broken bridge framework on the far side. Heart-pounding, Finn gently, so gently, pulled on the fine thread. It drew the heavier vine rope across the chasm until it, too, caught securely on the far side framework. He pulled it taut, testing its strength. It held firm, a glowing, silvery blue line spanning the dark gap. Now, Finn said, his voice filled with awe at what they'd created, we walk carefully. Hand over hand, feet finding purchase on the remaining vine structure of the old bridge where possible, and carefully on their new rope bridge where it wasn't, Finn and Thistle made their way slowly, steadily, across the ravine. The compass hummed warmly, a constant reassurance. Reaching the other side felt like stepping into a dream. They stood in the glimmer glade. Soft, golden light emanated from thousands of tiny mushrooms carpeting the ground, illuminating ancient, gnarled trees draped in luminous moss. In the center of the glade stood a small, perfect pedestal of pure crystal. And upon the pedestal, glowing softly with the same golden light, was a small, exquisitely carved wooden locket in the shape of a closed flower bud. The compass needle pointed directly at it, pulsing gently. Finn approached, the quilt still around his shoulders. He felt no fear, only a profound sense of peace. As he drew near, the locket seemed to sense his presence. With a soft sigh, like petals opening at dawn, the locket bloomed. Inside, cushioned on velvet, lay a single perfect acorn, its shell gleaming like polished oak. But it was more than an acorn. As Finn looked at it, warm memories flooded him, not his own, but his grandfather's. Memories of planting the oak seedling that now stood tall by their cottage, of carving the compass when he was a young man, of stitching the quilt with Finn's grandmother. He saw the love poured into these objects, the quiet magic of care and intention. The acorn pulsed with that same warmth, that same enduring love and connection to the land and family. It was the heart seed of the valley, a symbol of rootedness and belonging. The compass in his pocket gave one final, warm pulse and fell still, its light fading, the symbols swirling gently once more. Its work was done. It had led Finn not just to a place, but to an understanding. The real magic wasn't in objects alone, but in the love woven into them, the connections they represented, and the wisdom to see what was truly needed, which was often patience, kindness, and the courage to ask for help. Finn carefully closed the locket. He didn't need to take it. Seeing it, feeling its resonance, was enough. The belonging he'd sought wasn't out here. It was back home, in the cottage, in the memories, in the love stitched into every patch of his quilt. He looked at Thistle, whose eyes shone with understanding. "Will you come back with me, Thistle?" Finn asked softly. Thistle nodded, a small smile on its face. "The woods are wide, but a friend's hearth is warm. Yes, Finn, I will walk you home." The journey back felt different, lighter. They retraced their steps, the moonvines glowing softly, the whispering woods now feeling like a protective friend rather than a mystery. When they reached Thistle's burrow, the moonstone pulsed peacefully. Thistle decided to stay near its home for now, but promised to visit Finn by the millstream soon. Finn arrived home as the first pale streaks of dawn painted the sky. He placed the brass compass and the key back in their velvet box, but now they felt different. Not just curiosities, but quiet reminders. He folded the quilt, its missing thread a badge of honor, a testament to the bridge they'd built. As he climbed into bed, utterly exhausted but filled with a deep, quiet joy, Finn knew he had changed. He had discovered that wonder wasn't just in far-off glades, but in the love woven into ordinary things, in the quiet wisdom of unexpected friends, and in the courage to follow a gentle nudge towards what the heart truly needed. The memory of the glimmer glade and the warm pulse of the heartseed filled him with a profound sense of peace. Outside, the river spark sang its soothing song, and the first birds began their dawn chorus, as Finn drifted into a sleep as deep in content as the roots of the ancient valley oak, wrapped in the soft magic of belonging. Story 3. The village of Willowbrook nestled in the valley like a contented cat curled in sunlight. Chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, gardens bloomed with luminous moonflowers, and the air always carried the faint scent of warm cinnamon and damp earth. Young Finn, with hair the color of autumn bracken and eyes bright with curiosity, loved his home dearly. But lately, strange little happenings had begun to ripple through the village's usual peace, like pebbles dropped into a still pond. It started subtly. Old Mrs. Gable woke to find her favorite pair of sky-blue knitting needles vanished from her basket beside the hearth, only for them to reappear neatly stacked on her windowsill the next morning, glistening with dew. Then young Benji's prized collection of smooth, river-polished stones disappeared from the pocket of his overalls hung by the door. They were found 2 days later, arranged in a perfect circle beneath the ancient oak in the village square, each stone sparkling as if freshly washed. The villagers murmured. Some blamed mischievous pixies, others whispered of restless house sprites. Finn, however, felt a prickle of excitement beneath the mild worry. These weren't mean tricks, they felt curious. Like someone was borrowing things, then returning them, often improved. He decided to keep his eyes wide open. The strangeness deepened with the arrival of the fog. Not a thick, blinding mist, but a soft, pearly haze that rolled into Willowbrook one twilight, settling particularly thickly around Finn's own cottage and the adjoining workshop of Hazel, the village's gentle, silver-haired baker. This fog wasn't cold or damp. It carried the comforting aroma of Hazel's cinnamon apple turnovers, warm bread, and something else, a faint, sweet scent like crushed clover. Most peculiar, Hazel mused the next morning, her kind face creased in thought as Finn helped her knead dough. My best wooden spoon, the one carved from heartwood, vanished last night, and this fog, it clings like a shy kitten. She peered out the window where the pearly mist softened the edges of her herb garden. It hums, Finn, can you hear it? A very low, soft hum. Finn strained his ears. Beneath the cheerful chirping of dawn sparrows, he detected it, a gentle, rhythmic vibration, almost like the purring of a contented cat, resonating from the fog itself. It does, like something sleeping peacefully. Hazel smiled, a twinkle in her wise eyes. Perhaps it is. The world holds more gentle mysteries than unkind ones, Finn. We just need to learn their language. She sprinkled flour onto the dough. Keep watching, lad, and listening, especially listening. Emboldened, Finn became Willowbrook's quiet observer. He noticed the fog seemed thickest near places where small, precious things had gone missing. He saw how dew collected on returned objects in unusual, intricate patterns. He listened to the fog's soft hum, realizing it changed pitch slightly, a lower thrum near the ground, a lighter, almost melodic sigh higher up. One crisp afternoon, seeking hazelnuts near the whispering willows by the brook, Finn found his clue. Nestled amongst the roots, half hidden by emerald moss, was a tiny, perfectly woven basket. It wasn't made of reeds or grass, but of impossibly fine, shimmering thread strands of moonlight and spider silk, Finn thought with wonder. Inside lay 3 things, one of Benji's polished stones, now with a tiny, intricate spiral etched onto its surface, a single, impossibly blue feather, and a minuscule crumb of Hazel's famous rye bread. Finn's heart thumped softly. This wasn't a thief, this was a collector. A borrower. and the basket felt sad somehow. Lonely. He remembered Hazel's words, learned their language. What did the borrower need? What was the fog trying to say? He took the basket to Hazel. She examined it with reverence, her fingers tracing the shimmering weave. "Ah," she breathed. "Moonweavers. I haven't seen sign of their kind since I was a girl. Shy as shadows, gentle as starlight. They weave with light and mist, collecting small treasures that catch their eye." She pointed to the feather and the crumb. Offerings. Acknowledgement. They borrow, but they always seek to give something beautiful back, like that etching on the stone. The fog, that's their loom. Their safe space. But why the humming, why the clinging fog? Finn asked. Hazel's expression softened with understanding. "The hum, that's contentment mostly, but the clinging, the thickness around here lately, perhaps one is lost, or lonely. The fog is their home and their cloak. If it feels thick and close, it might mean the weaver within feels exposed, unsure." A plan blossomed in Finn's mind, built on kindness and observation, not capture. That evening, as the pearly fog began to seep into the village square once more, thicker than ever around Hazel's bakery, Finn and Hazel acted. Hazel placed a small, smooth wooden plate on her back doorstep, the same wood as her missing spoon. On it she laid out a fresh, warm honey cake, broken into tiny, bite-sized pieces, and Finn carefully placed the little moon-woven basket beside it, with the blue feather and the etched stone still inside. Then they retreated inside, leaving the door slightly ajar, lantern light spilling warmly onto the step. They sat quietly by Hazel's hearth, listening. The fog's hum deepened, vibrating through the floorboards, then shifted into a lighter, questioning melody. Finn held his breath. A tiny, pearlescent shimmer moved at the edge of the lantern light. It darted towards the plate, then paused. Another shimmer joined it. Then another. 3 small, indistinct figures woven from the fog itself, their forms shifting like captured starlight, gathered around the offering. One, slightly smaller than the others, its light flickering like a hesitant candle, reached out with a wispy tendril and touched the little basket. A soft chime like tiny bells echoed in the quiet air. The small weaver picked up the basket, hugging it close. Its light steadied, glowing with a soft, warm silver. It looked towards the open door, where Finn and Hazel sat silently watching. Then the smallest weaver placed the basket back on the plate. It reached into the shimmering folds of its own form and pulled out Hazel's missing heartwood spoon. It was no longer plain wood. Intricate patterns of swirling fog and tiny, embedded dewdrops now adorned its handle, catching the lantern light like trapped stars. Gently, reverently, the weaver placed the spoon beside the honey cake. The 3 weavers shared the tiny cake pieces, their lights pulsing with soft, happy hues. The fog around the bakery began to thin, losing its dense, clinging quality, becoming lighter, more buoyant. The hum transformed into a clear, sweet, chiming melody that danced on the night air. As the weavers finished, they looked once more towards the doorway. The smallest one raised a wispy hand in a gesture that looked remarkably like a shy wave. Then, like smoke caught by a gentle breeze, the 3 figures dissolved back into the luminous mist, which began to slowly, gracefully lift and drift away towards the willow grove, carrying its beautiful chime with it. Finn and Hazel stepped outside. The air was clear, crisp, and smelled only of night blooms and damp grass. Hazel picked up her spoon, marveling at its transformation. "Not lost," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Admired, and returned with beauty added." The mysterious borrowings in Willowbrook ceased. The pearly fog still visited sometimes, rolling in on certain moonlit nights, but it was thin, luminous, and filled with that same sweet, chiming melody. It often lingered near Hazel's bakery, and sometimes Finn would find tiny, perfect gifts left on his windowsill, a leaf etched with a constellation, a flower petal preserved in crystal dew, a feather painted with moonlight. He always left something small in return, a shiny button, a smooth pebble, a crumb of spice cake. The villagers learned the story. They understood now. The strange occurrences hadn't been a problem to solve with traps or fear, but a shy hello, a request for connection from a gentle, hidden neighbor. Willowbrook embraced the quiet mystery. On foggy nights, you might find a child leaving a colorful bead on a tree stump, or a baker setting out a tiny pastry on a smooth stone. And if you listened very carefully, as the luminous mist curled around the chimneys and through the moonflower gardens, you could hear the soft, contented hum and the gentle, chiming melody of the moonweavers, weaving their starlight and friendship into the very heart of the cozy, magical village, a reminder that kindness and quiet observation can turn the strangest occurrences into the warmest comforts. Finn drifted to sleep those nights listening to the chime, a soft smile on his face, knowing the most beautiful mysteries are often just shy friends waiting to be seen. Story 4. The old cottage at the edge of Willow Creek held more dust than memories for young Finn. His grandfather, a quiet man with twinkling eyes, had passed the winter before, leaving Finn the little house and its clutter of seemingly ordinary things. Finn, feeling a little lost himself, spent his days sorting through boxes of chipped crockery, faded maps, and forgotten tools. One rainy Tuesday, tucked beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts in the musty attic, he found a small wooden box, no larger than his hand. It was unremarkable plain oak, worn smooth in places, with a simple brass clasp. Yet when his fingers brushed its surface, a faint, warm hum vibrated through the wood, settling deep in his bones. Curiosity, a brighter spark than the gloom outside, flared within him. He fumbled with the clasp. It opened easily, revealing not jewels or coins, but a simple, tarnished silver disc nestled in faded blue velvet. There were no markings, no keyhole. Just cool, smooth metal. Disappointed, Finn was about to close the lid when a stray shaft of watery afternoon light fell upon the disc. It shimmered, not reflecting the light, but seeming to drink it in. And then a sound. Faint at first, like the distant sighing of wind through reeds, then clearer, a single, pure, impossibly sweet note that hung in the dusty air of the attic. Finn gasped. The note wasn't just heard, it was felt. It vibrated in his chest, a gentle thrum that eased the knot of loneliness he'd carried since grandfather left. He tilted the disc. The note changed, deepening into a warm, resonant tone that smelled inexplicably of sun-warmed earth and baking bread. Each slight movement of his hand coaxed a new sound, a new sensation, a new whisper of scent or image in his mind. This wasn't just a music box, it was a feeling box, translating movement into pure, sensory emotion. That night, holding the disc under his blanket, Finn discovered its true magic. When he concentrated, pouring his own quiet feelings into it, his loneliness, his confusion about the future, his lingering sadness, the disc didn't just reflect them back. It transformed them. His loneliness became a soft, melancholic melody that somehow held the promise of connection. His confusion wove into a complex, intriguing harmony that felt like the start of an adventure, not a burden. The disc didn't erase his feelings, it helped him understand them, turning them into something beautiful and bearable. A strange restlessness took hold of Finn. He felt an inexplicable pull, a quiet urging deep within, amplified by the disc's gentle hum. It wasn't a voice, more like a feeling of direction. One misty dawn, disc tucked safely in his pocket, he followed it. It led him away from Willow Creek, through dew-kissed meadows buzzing with sleepy bees, and into the ancient, whispering forest known as the Whisperwood. The deeper he went, the stronger the pull became, a quiet thrumming against his leg. The forest wasn't dark or frightening. Sunlight dappled through the emerald canopy, painting the mossy ground in patterns of gold and green. The air smelled rich and alive, damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet scent of hidden wildflowers. Birdsong wove through the rustling leaves, a natural counterpoint to the disk's silent potential. His first helper appeared where a giant, lightning-struck oak lay fallen, its hollow core transformed into a cozy den. From its shadowed entrance emerged Thistle, a stout badger with fur like grizzled silver and eyes sharp as obsidian chips. He wore tiny spectacles perched on his snout and carried a minuscule sewing kit. HMPH, Thistle grumbled, squinting at Finn. Lost boy or just wandering, doesn't smell like fear on you, just quiet noise, interesting. He tapped his nose. Finn, surprised but not afraid, showed Thistle the disc. It pulls me, he explained haltingly, and it makes feelings into sounds. Thistle examined the disc with surprising delicacy, his blunt claws tracing its edge. Ah, he rumbled, a sound like stones tumbling. The heartwood tone. Thought it was just an old badger's tale. Belonged to the forest singer long ago. She used it to understand the wood's sorrows, to mend cracks in the world's song. He looked at Finn intently. It's pulled you for a reason. Trouble's brewing deeper in. The song's going thin. Thistle insisted on joining him. Someone needs to keep you from tripping over roots and scaring the squirrels senseless, he muttered, packing his tiny kit. Besides, mending's my trade, might need some. As they journeyed, the forest grew quieter. The vibrant birdsong dwindled. The leaves seemed to hang limper. The air lost its rich scent, becoming stale and faintly metallic. The pull from the disc grew urgent, a low, anxious thrum. They arrived at the moonpetal glade, a place grandfather had described as always filled with luminous night-blooming flowers and the soft chorus of crickets and tree frogs. Now it was silent. The moon petals, usually glowing like captured starlight, were tightly closed, their petals dull and gray. A profound, heavy silence pressed down, thick as velvet. In the center of the glade stood a figure made of shifting moonlight and shadow Leora, a creature of the glade, usually vibrant and singing. Now she was dim, her form flickering weakly, wrapped in coils of thick, clinging silence that pulsed with a sickly, gray light. Her eyes, when she lifted her head, held deep sorrow and exhaustion. It grows, Leora whispered, her voice a fragile chime. The great silence, it feeds on disconnection, on unheard sorrows. It started small, a forgotten sadness, but it grew hungry. Now it stifles the glade's song, and if it spreads... She shuddered. The whisperwood will fall mute forever. Finn felt the oppressive weight of the silence pressing in, threatening to swallow his own voice. Fear tightened his throat. Thistle nudged his leg. Force won't unravel silence, lad. Only sound can do that, true sound. Finn understood. The heart would tone. But how? He looked at the disk, then at Leora, trapped and dimming. He thought of his own loneliness, the sadness he'd poured into the disk that it had transformed. He thought of the whisperwood's fading voice. He stepped forward, the disk cool in his palm. He closed his eyes, shutting out the oppressive gray. He focused not on fighting the silence, but on listening to it. Beneath its heavy blanket, he sensed Leora's fear, the glade's deep sorrow at being unheard, the forest's anxiety. He poured all this understanding, all this compassion, into the disk. He poured in his own determination, Thistle's steadfast loyalty, the memory of grandfather's quiet strength, the hope for the forest's song. He moved his hand. The disk responded. It didn't blast a triumphant fanfare. Instead, it began with a single, low, resonant note, deep as roots reaching into the earth, a sound of grounding, of presence. Then, weaving around it, came a melody of profound understanding, acknowledging Leora's fear and the glade's sorrow without judgment. It was a sound like moonlight on tears, gentle and accepting. Finn poured his own hope into it, a rising, clear chime like the first bird at dawn. Thistle surprisingly added a soft, rhythmic counterpoint, a steady, stitching sound, like the mending of something precious. The music flowed out not as a weapon, but as an offering. It was the sound of shared feeling, of connection rekindled. It touched the thick coils of gray silence wrapped around Leora. Where the true, compassionate notes touched it, the silence didn't shatter, it softened. It began to unravel, like mist dissolving under warm sunlight. The sickly gray light flickered and dimmed. Leora gasped. As the music washed over her, her dim form brightened. The crushing weight lessened. She took a deep, shuddering breath, and tentatively at first, then with growing strength, she added her own voice to the song. It was the sound of moonbeams on water, of petals unfurling, pure and clear. Her voice joined Finn's melody, weaving with Thistle's steady rhythm, amplifying the message of understanding and hope. The great silence recoiled. It had fed on isolation, on unheard pain. It couldn't withstand this shared resonance, this powerful expression of connection and empathy. With a final, soundless sigh, the thick gray coils dissolved completely, vanishing like smoke in a breeze. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a profound, peaceful quiet that was not empty, but expectant. Then a single cricket chirped. Another joined. A nightingale's sweet trill pierced the air. The closed moonpetal buds began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter, bathing the glade in their soft, silver radiance. The whisperwood's song rushed back, rustling leaves, chirping insects, distant owl hoots, a symphony of life restored, richer and more vibrant than before. The air filled again with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. Leora, now radiant, her form shimmering with healthy moonlight, bowed deeply to Finn and Thistle. "You didn't shout down the silence," she chimed softly. "You sang it away with understanding. You reminded the glade and the silence itself that no feeling is too heavy when it is shared. The heartwood tone found its true keeper." The journey back through the whisperwood was different. The forest felt alive, singing its gratitude. Finn carried the disc, no longer feeling an urgent pull, but a warm, steady connection to the woods around him. He understood its subtle language better now. The sigh of the wind spoke of contentment, the rustle of leaves held gentle gossip, the distant owl call was a lullaby for the night. Thistle trudged beside him, a satisfied grunt escaping him now and then. Back in the cottage, the ordinary objects no longer seemed just like clutter. The chipped teapot might hold the memory of 1,000 shared cups. The faded map perhaps charted journeys not just of land, but of the heart. Finn placed the heartwood tone disc on the mantelpiece beside a picture of his grandfather. It no longer hummed with restless energy, but with a deep, peaceful resonance. That night, as he lay in bed, the scent of the whisperwood, damp earth, and moon petals seemed to linger in the room. He listened to the familiar sounds of Willow Creek settling down for the night, a dog barking far away, the creak of the old house. He understood them differently now, as part of a larger, interconnected song. He picked up the disc, not to change a feeling, but simply to feel the gentle thrum of connection against his skin. He thought of Leora singing in the moonlit glade, of Thistle's steadfast stitching rhythm, of the forest's restored voice. He drifted to sleep, not alone in the quiet cottage, but held within the vast, gentle symphony of a world where even the most ordinary things and the quietest hearts held extraordinary secrets waiting to be understood. The disc on the mantelpiece pulsed once, softly, a warm amber light like liquid honey, filling the room with a sense of perfect peace, a silent lullaby woven from wisdom, friendship, and the enduring power of a shared song. And in that warmth, wrapped in the comfort of connection, Finn slept deeply, knowing he was home, truly home, in a world brimming with quiet wonder. Story 5. The village of Willowbrook nestled in its valley like a contented cat curled in a basket, especially on the deep winter nights when snow piled high against the crooked chimneys and frost painted delicate ferns on every window pane. Inside her family's snug bakery, young Cora listened to the comforting thump-thump of dough being kneaded and breathed in the rich aromas of cinnamon, yeast, and wood smoke. But lately, beneath the usual cozy sounds and smells, a quiet mystery had begun to stir. It started subtly. One morning Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning blueberry scones, cooling on her windowsill, vanished overnight, leaving only a faint, silvery sparkle on the ledge. Then Farmer Bramble's jar of wildflower honey disappeared from his pantry, replaced by a tiny, perfect circle of frost on the shelf. Finally, Cora's own favorite pair of mittens, knitted with wool as soft as dandelion fluff and dyed the color of ripe plums, went missing from the hook by the bakery door. In their place, a scattering of shimmering dust like crushed starlight that vanished when touched. Whispers rustled through Willowbrook like dry leaves. Sprites, wondered Old Man Hemlock, tapping his walking stick thoughtfully. Too cold for sprites, countered Granny Nettle, stirring her endless pot of stew. Perhaps it's hungry shadows, ventured little Pip, wide-eyed. But no one was frightened, only puzzled. The thefts felt small, almost apologetic, and the sparkles in frost felt oddly magical, not malicious. Cora, with her baker's keen eye for detail and a heart as warm as the oven's hearth, decided to investigate. She wasn't brave in a loud way, but she was patient and observant. She noticed things others missed, the faintest trail of frost crystals leading from Mrs. Thimblewick's windowsill towards the ancient oak wood at the edge of the village, the way the stolen honey jar's lid had been unscrewed with impossibly tiny precision, the single glistening thread of plum-colored wool caught on a thorny rose bush near her own door. Something small, Cora murmured to herself, tracing the frost trail with a mittened finger. Something very cold and perhaps very shy. Seeking wisdom, Cora trudged through the muffling snow to the cottage of Old Man Hemlock. His home smelled of dust, patience, and dried herbs hanging from the rafters. He wasn't a wizard, precisely, but the village librarian for many decades, and his mind was a treasure trove of forgotten lore. He listened to Cora's observations, the sparkles, the frost, the tiny trails, the missing mittens and food, while polishing his spectacles on his sleeve. Ah, he sighed, a sound like pages turning. Not sprites nor shadows, I think. Tell me, Cora, have you ever heard of frost gleaners? Cora shook her head, leaning closer to the crackling fire in his hearth. Rare little creatures, Hemlock explained, his voice low and soothing. Smaller than a field mouse, with fur like spun moonlight and eyes like frozen berries. They live deep in the coldest woods, emerging only in the bitterest winters. They feed on starlight mostly. But very old stories say that when the snow lies deep and the true starlight is hidden, they sometimes seek sweetness, warmth, comfort, things their icy world lacks. But why steal? Cora asked, picturing tiny, shimmering beings. Not steal with ill intent, child, Hemlock corrected gently. More like borrowing warmth. A blueberry scone holds the sun's memory in its fruit. Honey is liquid sunshine. Wool mittens, he smiled faintly, hold the warmth of hands and hearts, and the sparkles, that's frost magic, their signature, perhaps an accidental trace, or even a thank you in their own way. The mystery shifted. It wasn't about theft, but need. The strange occurrences weren't problems, but clues left by tiny, desperate creatures. Cora felt a pang of sympathy. The deep cold was hard on everyone. But how do we help them without scaring them away? Cora pondered. And how do we get my mittens back? They were a gift from Gran. Hemlock's eyes twinkled. Observation and kindness, Cora, that's the key. You found their trails. Now, set a gentle trap not of wire, but of welcome. Inspired, Cora returned home. That evening, instead of locking the bakery door tight, she placed a small, sturdy wooden crate just outside the threshold, sheltered from the falling snow by the eaves. Inside it she laid out offerings, half a warm, honey-drizzled oat cake, a tiny saucer with a spoonful of misses. Thimblewick's blackberry jam she'd promised to replace the scones, and one of her own thick woolen socks, carefully darned and warmed by the fire. Beside them she placed her other plum mitten, hoping its mate might draw its partner back. Then she sprinkled a tiny path of ordinary sugar leading towards the crate, a beacon of sweetness in the white night. Finally she cracked open the bakery's kitchen window just a sliver and settled down in a chair nearby, wrapped in a blanket, determined to watch and wait. The night deepened. The wind sighed around the chimneys. The only light came from the embers in the bakery hearth and the soft glow of snow outside. Cora's eyelids grew heavy, lulled by the warmth and the rhythmic tick-tock of the old clock. Just as she was about to drift off, she heard it. A sound like tiny icicles tinkling together. Then a faint scuffling near the crate. Peering through the crack in the window, Cora held her breath. 3 creatures no taller than her thumb emerged from the swirling snowflakes. They were indeed like mice, but sculpted from frost and starlight. Their fur shimmered with a pale blue luminescence, and their eyes glowed like chips of dark ice. They moved with quick, nervous darts, leaving behind faint trails of sparkling frost that melted almost instantly. They sniffed the air, their tiny noses twitching towards the crate. One, slightly bolder than the others, scampered up the side and peered in. Cora watched, enchanted. The bold one touched the warm sock, jerking back its tiny paw as if startled by the heat, then cautiously nuzzled it again, a soft, almost purring sound vibrating the air. Another discovered the jam, dipping a minuscule paw and tasting it, letting out a chitter of delight. The third explored the oatcake, its frosty fur seeming to absorb the honey's golden glow. They moved quickly, efficiently. The bold one Cora noticed with a thrill, grabbed the lone plum mitten and tried to tug it. It was far too big. The creature chirped in clear frustration. Then it saw the other mitten tucked just inside the crate's edge, the one Cora had placed as bait. With a determined squeak, it nudged its companions. Together, the 3 tiny frost gleaners managed to roll the stolen mitten out of the crate and towards the bakery door. Not to take it away, Cora realized with a jolt, but to return it. They pushed it right up against the threshold, leaving it neatly beside its match. They had brought it back. Having returned the mitten and sampled the offerings, the gleaners didn't linger. They gathered near the edge of the crate. The bold one looked directly towards the crack in the window where Cora watched. It dipped its tiny head in a gesture that looked remarkably like a bow. Then all 3 shimmered brightly for a second, leaving behind a small, intricate snowflake pattern etched in sparkling frost on the crate's bottom. A thank you. Before Cora could even blink, they vanished into the swirling snow, their frosty trails fading like dreams. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a solved mystery. Cora showed the villagers the returned mitten, the etched frost flake, which lasted surprisingly long in the cold air, and explained about the frost gleaners. Mrs. Thimblewick chuckled, already baking an extra batch of scones. Farmer Bramble set out a small dish of honey near his beehives. And soon all around Willowbrook, little sheltered crates or nooks appeared on doorsteps, containing small offerings of warmth and sweetness, crusts of warm bread, dollops of jam, scraps of soft wool, or even just a warm stone wrapped in cloth. The strange occurrences stopped. No more vanishing treats, no more frosty signatures. But sometimes, on the coldest, clearest nights, villagers might glimpse a fleeting shimmer near one of the offering spots, or find a tiny, perfect ice crystal left beside an empty saucer. And Cora, wearing her warm plum mittens, always smiled, knowing that kindness, observation, and a little understanding had warmed not just their own village, but a tiny, secret corner of the winter world. The mystery hadn't been scary, but a reminder that even the smallest, coldest beings seek comfort, and that friendship offered gently can melt the deepest frost. As the fire crackled and the snow fell softly outside, the village slept peacefully, wrapped in the cozy certainty that they were all, in their own ways, keeping each other warm. Story 6. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. the rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss." "Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. "The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away." Quill's small face was etched with worry. "The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails." He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says seek the Heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. Help, what can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thorn can avoid it. But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the veil. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. "Echo wraiths," Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. "They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here." Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. "Lost, always lost," hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. "Pointless, you can't help," murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. "Cold, so cold, alone," a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. "Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood." Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. "Seek the heartwood, find the light," he repeated silently, like a mantra. "I am here to help." The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. "That's it." Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it?" Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies. Luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the vale like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the vale, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, busy," but he hesitated, then added softly, "the seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the veil creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the veil's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the Heartwood Seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the Vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the Vale, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. Story 7. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta-7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris they'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a Glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. Safe, they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. That when pull up. Thank you, Kip said, flashing the gold again. Big thank you, friend. Friend, Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy. They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryo blooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryo blooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. Borvan, come see. Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. Warm, he rumbled appreciatively. Good. He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling star base. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship," Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might light. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. Story 8. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped arms toward a sky stitched with starlight, lived a realm unseen by human eyes. Here the boundaries between earth and enchantment dissolved like mist at dawn. Ferns unfurled with silver veins that hummed when moonlight touched them, and brooks carried not just water but liquid melodies that changed with the seasons. In this hidden world, a young squirrel named Pip dwelled among the roots of Grandmother Willow, whose bark held the wrinkles of centuries, and whose leaves whispered forgotten tales with every breeze. Pip's days were spent gathering acorns infused with autumn's amber glow, but his heart yearned to understand the forest's deeper rhythms, the way snowdrops pushed through frost only when the ice sprites danced, or how summer rains arrived precisely when the songbirds tuned their throats to a certain pitch. "Balance," Grandmother Willow would murmur, her voice like rustling parchment. "The forest breathes as one, disturb its breath and the magic phrase." She spoke of the weave, an invisible tapestry connecting root, rain, and creature, maintained by generations of guardians. Pip listened, his nose twitching at the scent of damp soil and pine resin, his paws sinking into velvety moss that muffled his steps. One crisp spring morning, Pip noticed something amiss. The brook of whispers ran sluggish and murky, its usual crystalline song reduced to a gurgle. Bluebells along its banks hung limp, petals edged with brown. Worse still, the frost petals, delicate flowers that bloomed only during the moon's coldest phase to feed the dream moths, remained stubbornly closed. Without their nectar, the moths couldn't weave their silken cocoons, and without cocoons, the midsummer starlight would dim, for the moths carried stardust in their wings. A ripple of unease spread through the forest. Bees buzzed anxiously, badgers sniffed the air, sensing a sourness beneath the honeysuckle. Pip scurried to seek counsel from Elder Hemlock, an owl whose feathers held the gray of storm clouds and wisdom. Perched in a hollow etched by lightning, Hemlock's eyes glowed like liquid amber. "The weave is torn," he hooted softly, the sound blending with the wind. "Deep in the northern thicket, a rockslide has choked the heartspring, the source that feeds our brook. The spring sprites who tend it are overwhelmed. Without its flow, the forest's pulse weakens. Pip's whiskers trembled. He remembered Grandmother Willow's words, "When harmony frays, many paws must mend it." Determined, Pip rallied his friends. Bramble, a stout badger with fur like twilight shadows, offered to dig through the rubble. Luna, a doe whose coat shimmered with dewdrops, promised to calm the panicked sprites with her gentle presence. Even the shy folk, a family of field mice who spoke in hushed squeaks, volunteered to gather healing herbs, moon-kissed lichen and thistledown. Together they journeyed north, where the air grew sharp with the tang of disturbed stone. Pip marveled at how the forest supported them. Vines lowered themselves as bridges, glowworms lit their path like living lanterns, and the wind carried the scent of snowmelt from distant peaks, urging them onward. At the heartspring, chaos reigned. Crystal waters pooled stagnant behind a jagged wall of boulders, while tiny spring sprites, translucent as raindrops, flitted in distress, their light flickering erratically. "The stones are too heavy," wept the eldest sprite, her voice like icicles chiming. "We cannot lift them alone." Bramble immediately set to work, his powerful claws scraping at earth and shale. Luna knelt, humming a lullaby older than the oaks, and the sprites settled on her antlers, their panic easing. Pip and the shy folk scurried up crevices, packing cracks with lichen to soften the stone's edges. Hours passed, the sun dappling the forest floor in gold and emerald. Pip's muscles ached, his fur matted with dust, but he felt the weave humming stronger with every pebble shifted. As twilight painted the sky in lavender, the last boulder gave way. Water burst forth in a joyful rush, clear and singing, weaving around roots and over pebbles. Instantly magic bloomed, frost petals unfurled like tiny stars, drinking the renewed flow. Dream moths emerged in a shimmering cloud, their wings dusting the air with silver. The brook's melody returned, harmonizing with the cricket's evening chorus. Pip watched, breathless, as balance restored itself. The sourness vanished, replaced by the perfume of wet earth and blooming night blooms. Elder Hemlock glided down as the forest sighed in relief. "You see, little guardian," he murmured, tucking Pip beneath his wing, "the weave endures because each thread knows its purpose. The sprites tend the waters, the moths carry starlight, and creatures like you heed the whispers of the old ones." Pip nestled into the owl's downy warmth, listening to the heartbeat of the whisperwood, the drip of sap, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of contentment. Grandmother Willow's roots hummed beneath him, weaving new tales into her bark. That night, as Pip curled in his nest of dried ferns, the dream moths drifted past his hollow. One landed on his paw, leaving a trace of stardust that tingled like frost and promise. Outside, the brook of whispers sang a lullaby of mountains and meadows, and the moon cast a path of liquid silver on the forest floor. All was well. The ancient rhythm held, cradled by friendship, wisdom, and the quiet magic of countless hearts beating as one. And in that certainty, Pip slept, dreaming of springs yet to come. Story 9. The fire crackled softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls as the scent of cedar logs filled the air. Outside, the wind sighed through the ancient oak trees, a lullaby for the night. Tonight we journey to a place hidden just beyond the edge of sight, where magic whispers in the rustling leaves and true friendship can bloom in the most unexpected soil. Leo often felt like a shadow in his own bustling home. With 3 boisterous older brothers whose laughter echoed like thunder and a baby sister whose cries demanded constant attention, Leo's quiet nature seemed to vanish into the background. He wasn't loud, nor was he particularly athletic like his brothers. He preferred the company of his sketchbook, capturing the intricate veins of a fallen leaf or the determined path of a beetle across a sun-warmed stone. He felt most days as invisible as the dust motes swirling in the afternoon sunbeams that slanted through the kitchen window. One crisp autumn afternoon, driven by a longing for stillness, Leo wandered further into the woods behind his house than usual. The familiar paths gave way to tangled undergrowth, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled gold coins. The air grew cooler, smelling richly of damp earth and decaying leaves, a comforting ancient scent. He pushed through a curtain of cascading willow branches, their long tendrils brushing his cheeks like cool fingers. He stumbled into a clearing unlike any he'd ever seen. It wasn't large, but it hummed with a quiet, vibrant energy. Moss, thick and velvet soft, carpeted the ground in shades of emerald and jade. Tiny star-shaped flowers glowed with a soft, internal light, scattered amongst the moss like fallen constellations. A crystal-clear stream, no wider than Leo's hand, chuckled merrily over smooth, multicolored pebbles. Ancient trees, their bark etched with patterns that seemed almost written, formed a protective circle around this hidden sanctuary. Sunlight, somehow warmer and gentler here, bathed everything in a golden haze. It felt alive and peaceful, deeply, profoundly peaceful. Leo named it Whisperwood Glade in his heart. In the very center of the glade, nestled amongst the glowing star flowers, lay an object. It was a simple locket, oval-shaped, forged from a metal that wasn't silver or gold, but seemed to shift in the light, holding hints of both sunset and moonlight. It felt warm to the touch when Leo carefully picked it up, thrumming with a faint, steady pulse, like a tiny heartbeat. Intrigued, he gently pried it open. Inside, instead of a picture, lay a smooth, polished stone the color of deep twilight. It seemed to hold swirling galaxies within its depths. As Leo touched the stone, a wave of pure, calming energy washed over him, a sense of being deeply understood. He fastened the cool chain around his neck, the locket resting comfortably against his chest. It felt right. Like finding a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. He returned the next day and the next, drawn back to the glade's tranquility. He sketched the glowing flowers, the ancient trees, the laughing stream. He felt seen here, his quiet presence welcomed by the whispering leaves and the gentle hum of the place. The locket against his skin pulsed softly, a constant, comforting companion. He discovered its first magic almost by accident. Sitting by the stream, feeling a familiar pang of loneliness, he absent-mindedly touched the twilight stone. Suddenly the babbling water seemed to form distinct sounds, not words exactly, but clear feelings, contentment, joy in the journey, the cool delight of flowing over smooth stones. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The sound returned to its usual murmur. Touching the stone again, the gentle feelings flowed back. The locket of understanding, he thought with awe. It let him hear the simple, pure emotions of the natural world around him. His peaceful solitude was shattered one misty morning. A rustle far too large for a squirrel or bird came from the far side of the glade, near the thickest stand of ancient, knotted oaks. Leo froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. Slowly, cautiously, a creature emerged from the mist-shrouded shadows. It was unlike anything Leo had ever imagined. Taller than him, it moved with a surprisingly graceful gait on long, slender legs, ending in broad, padded feet that made no sound on the moss. Its body was covered in thick, shaggy fur the color of storm clouds, shifting from deep charcoal to soft silver gray. Two large, spiraling horns, like polished ebony, swept back from its broad head. Its face was long, with large, luminous eyes the color of amber, currently wide with a mixture of curiosity and profound wariness. It had a long, prehensile tail that twitched nervously. To Leo, raised on tails of woodland beasts, it looked like something straight out of a frightening legend, a creature of the deep woods, a potential monster. Fear, cold and sharp, flooded him. He scrambled back, tripping over a root and landing hard on the soft moss. The creature flinched at his sudden movement, letting out a soft, rumbling sound that vibrated deep in its chest. It didn't advance, but those huge amber eyes watched him intently, filled with an intelligence that surprised Leo. It looked scared. Scared of him. The thought was so unexpected, it momentarily pierced his own fear. Remembering the locket, Leo's trembling fingers fumbled for the twilight stone. He pressed it, focusing desperately on the creature. Instead of hearing words, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. A deep, aching loneliness that mirrored his own, a profound protectiveness towards the glade, and a sharp, stabbing fear of the small, unfamiliar being before it. Leo felt a jolt of surprise. This wasn't a monster's mind, it was the mind of a guardian, feeling just as vulnerable and uncertain as he did. Hesitantly keeping his movements slow, Leo pushed himself up. He didn't run. He met the creature's amber gaze. "Hello," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the stream's chuckle. The creature tilted its great head, the rumbling sound softening. Leo felt a flicker of cautious curiosity through the locket's connection. Emboldened, he slowly held out his empty hand, palm open. "I'm Leo. I didn't mean to scare you. I just found this place. It's beautiful." A long moment stretched, filled only by the rustle of leaves and the stream's song. Then, incredibly slowly, the creature took one step forward. Then another. It stopped just a few feet away, its warm breath puffing gently in the cool air. It lowered its head slightly, sniffing cautiously at Leo's outstretched hand. Through the locket, Leo felt the fear recede, replaced by a hesitant, fragile hope. The creature gently nudged his hand with its broad, velvety nose. The touch was surprisingly soft. Tentatively, Leo reached out and touched the thick, soft fur on the creature's shoulder. It didn't pull away. Instead, a deep, resonant purr vibrated through its chest, a sound like distant thunder softened by rain. A feeling of cautious acceptance, warm as sunlight, flowed from the locket. Leo smiled, a genuine, wide smile. "I'm glad I met you," he said softly. "Do you live here? Do you have a name?" The creature couldn't speak, but Leo felt a complex impression through the locket. The ancient oaks, the scent of damp moss after rain, the sharp tang of pine needles. It felt like belonging. Like home. "Thistle," Leo murmured, thinking of the tough, resilient plant often hidden amongst softer things, yet beautiful in its own way. "Can I call you Thistle?" A wave of warm agreement washed over him. Thistle nudged him again, a little more playfully this time. Thus began an extraordinary friendship. Leo visited Whisperwood Glade every chance he got. With Thistle as his gentle guide and the locket of understanding as his bridge, Leo explored the hidden wonders of the glade. He learned which glowing starflowers bloomed only under the light of the crescent moon, and which patches of moss held the sweetest dew. Thistle showed him a hidden spring whose water tasted like liquid sunlight, and a hollow tree where luminous moths, wings like stained glass, rested during the day. Leo shared his sketches with Thistle, who would examine them with deep interest, rumbling softly. He talked about feeling invisible at home, and through the locket he felt Thistle's deep empathy, a shared understanding of solitude. He learned Thistle was the guardian spirit of the glade, connected to its life force, nurturing the plants and ensuring its delicate balance. The loneliness Leo sensed wasn't just Thistle's own, but also a reflection of the glade's long isolation from the human world. Their peaceful days were interrupted when Leo arrived one morning to find the glade changed. The air felt heavy and still, the comforting hum muted. The usually vibrant moss looked dull, and several patches near the stream's edge were brown and withered. The starflower's glow was dimmed. Thistle paced anxiously, her large amber eyes clouded with worry. A low, distressed rumble came from her chest. Leo touched the locket and felt it immediately, a deep unease emanating from the glade itself, a sense of sickness. The stream's usual joyful babble felt sluggish and sad. "What's wrong?" Leo asked, his heart sinking. Thistle nudged him towards the stream's source, deeper into the protective circle of ancient trees than Leo had ever ventured. They pushed through a curtain of thick, hanging vines into a smaller, even more sacred-feeling space. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its trunk wider than Leo could embrace. Its bark shimmered with faint silver veins. This was the heartwood tree. Thistle conveyed through feelings and images the source of the glade's magic, its lifeblood. But now one of its massive roots, exposed near the surface, was dark and oozing a viscous, foul-smelling black sap. The ground around it was barren and cold. The sickness Leo felt radiated powerfully from this spot. Thistle nudged the blackened root, letting out a mournful sound. Leo felt her helplessness and fear. She knew the glade was sick, but the cause was hidden, a mystery poisoning the heartwood. Without understanding the source, she couldn't heal it. The glade's magic and Thistle's strength as its guardian were fading. Leo knelt by the afflicted root, the locket warm against his skin. He focused, pouring his concern and determination into the twilight stone, asking it to show him the truth. The locket pulsed strongly. As his fingers brushed the dark, sticky sap, a jumble of sensations flooded him not from the tree, but carried within the sickness itself. He felt confusion, a sharp sting of pain, and then a deep, resonating hum. A familiar hum. It was the same vibration he felt when touching the stones in the stream, but twisted, distorted, and amplified 1,000-fold. And beneath that, a feeling of being trapped, buried, and suffocated. The stones, Leo murmured, looking towards the laughing stream. Something's wrong with the stones. But the stones in the stream felt joyful and healthy when he touched them. The answer lay deeper. He remembered Thistle showing him the hidden spring, the source of the stream. It bubbled up from deep underground, fed by hidden currents. The source, Leo exclaimed, looking at Thistle. The sickness comes from underground, near the spring. Something's poisoning the water deep down, hurting the stones there, and it's spreading up to the heartwood. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. She nudged Leo urgently towards the spring, hidden behind another cascade of ferns. The water bubbled clear and bright, but touching the locket while near it, Leo felt the faintest echo of that distorted hum beneath the spring's natural song. The source of the poison lay beneath the spring, but how could they reach it? They couldn't dig, the ground was thick with roots, and the glade's magic was too weak. Thistle paced, radiating frustration. Then, Leo remembered the heartwood's silver-veined bark. He touched the locket, focusing his question, how do we heal what's hidden? The locket pulsed and an image formed clearly in his mind, the deep twilight stone inside the locket, resonating, its gentle energy flowing down like roots, seeking the source of the discord. The locket, Leo breathed. Maybe it can reach it, like it lets me understand, maybe it can send understanding, healing, down. Thistle lowered her great head, looking at the locket, then at the spring. She rumbled softly, a sound of agreement and encouragement. She placed one large, padded foot gently on the ground near the spring's source, closing her eyes. Leo felt a surge of her remaining strength, a protective energy flowing into the earth, trying to guide the locket's power. Leo took a deep breath. He knelt by the spring, the heartwood's distress a palpable ache in his chest. He opened the locket, cradling the twilight stone in his palm. He closed his eyes, shutting out the world. He focused everything, his love for the glade, his friendship for Thistle, his own longing to be seen and to help, his deep understanding of the glade's life gained through the locket. He poured all of it into the stone, imagining its gentle, deep blue light flowing like liquid starlight down through the moss, through the roots, deep into the earth beneath the spring. He imagined it seeking the trapped, humming stones, washing over the source of the poison with compassion and clarity. He pictured the distorted hum softening, untwisting, returning to its natural, joyful vibration. He imagined the black poison dissolving, washed away by the pure light of understanding. He poured all his quiet strength, all the empathy the locket had nurtured in him, into that stream of light. Time seemed to stretch and blur. Sweat beaded on Leo's forehead. Thistle's rumbling grew softer, more focused, a steady anchor beside him. The locket grew warm, almost hot in his palm, pulsing with a light he could feel even behind his closed eyelids. He felt a tremendous resistance deep below, a knot of darkness and pain. He didn't push against it, he simply surrounded it with the light of understanding, acknowledging its presence, offering peace instead of force. Suddenly, there was a shift. A deep, resonant chime vibrated up from the earth, pure and clear, like a giant crystal bell struck once. The distorted hum vanished. Leo felt a surge of pure, cool energy rush upwards through the ground. He opened his eyes. The black sap oozing from the heartwood root shimmered, then dissolved like smoke, vanishing into the air. The dark stain on the root faded, replaced by healthy, silver-veined bark. The barren patch of earth around it softened, and tiny, glowing green shoots pushed through the moss almost instantly. A wave of pure, vibrant life energy washed through the glade, strong and sweet. The starflowers blazed with renewed light. The stream's chuckle deepened into a joyful song. The heavy, sickly feeling vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of wellness and profound peace. Thistle threw back her great head and let out a sound Leo had never heard, a deep, booming trumpet of pure joy that echoed through the trees. She danced, a surprisingly graceful stomp on her broad feet, her shaggy fur seeming to shimmer. She lowered her head and nuzzled Leo fiercely, her amber eyes glowing with gratitude and affection that flowed powerfully through the locket, warm as sunshine. Leo laughed, pure relief and happiness bubbling up inside him. He hugged Thistle's massive neck, burying his face in her soft, storm-cloud fur. They had done it. Together. As Leo walked home later, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender, he felt different. The familiar feeling of invisibility was gone, replaced by a quiet warmth radiating from his core. He hadn't shouted or fought, he'd listened, understood, and offered quiet strength. He had faced fear with empathy, solved a mystery with perception, and helped heal a hidden world. He had a true friend in Thistle, a friendship built on seeing past appearances to the gentle heart beneath. The locket of understanding rested against his chest, cool and comforting, a reminder of the magic found in quiet connection. That night, as he lay in bed, the sounds of his busy house settling down around him, he didn't feel lost in the noise. He felt anchored. He thought of Whisperwood Glade, vibrant and healed, and of Thistle standing guard under the starlight. He remembered the deep chime of the earth healing, a sound he now carried within him. He knew he wasn't invisible. He was Leo, the boy who understood the whispers of the world, the friend of the storm cloud guardian, the keeper of a quiet magic. A deep sense of peace, as soft and enveloping as the moss in the glade, settled over him. He closed his eyes, a small smile on his lips, and drifted into sleep filled with the gentle glow of starflowers and the comforting rumble of a friend's purr, knowing that true strength and belonging bloomed in the quietest, most unexpected places. The crackling fire seemed to sigh in contentment, its warm light guarding his dreams. Story 10. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river hummed lullabies and the hills rolled like sleeping giants under quilted blankets of heather. Young Finn, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart as curious as a sparrow's flight, often felt invisible among the bustling market stalls and chattering neighbors. While others spun wool into gold thread or carved singing flutes from ash wood, Finn's hands felt clumsy, his voice too quiet. Until the day he found the teacup. It rested in the dusty alcove of Granny Thistle's attic, half hidden behind a moth-eaten tapestry. Not grand porcelain or painted china, but simple earthenware, the color of damp soil, chipped at the rim and cold to the touch. Yet when Finn lifted it, warmth bloomed in his palms, and the air shimmered with the scent of rain-kissed lavender. A whisper curled from its depths, "Pour kindness in, and truths will rise." Puzzled, Finn filled it at the kitchen pump. As water touched the clay, the liquid swirled into colors Finn had never seen. Liquid amber, deep-sea violet, the gold of dandelion wishes. And when he sipped, the world shifted. The creak of the old house became Granny Thistle's memories, her laughter as a girl chasing fireflies, her sorrow when the willow by the river fell. The teacup didn't just hold water, it revealed hidden heart songs. That night Finn dreamed of a distant peak called Solace Spire, where a lonely wind wept, stealing color from the world. He awoke to find Willowbrook muted, roses gray, sky washed pale, even the river's song flat and dull. The teacup's whisper returned, "Seek the wind's sigh. Mend what's torn." With the cup wrapped in soft linen, Finn slipped into the whispering woods. His first helper was Nimbus, a cloud sprite no larger than a thimble, woven from mist and mischief. She'd been blown off course by the grieving wind, and fluttered anxiously around Finn's head. "Oh, skies and stars," she chimed, her voice like tiny bells. "The wind's tears freeze my wings. She mourns her lost friend, the rain, and won't be comforted." Nimbus guided Finn through tangled thickets, her glow casting silver paths on mossy stones. Deeper in the woods they met Bramble, a badger whose fur held the stripes of twilight. He grumbled into his paws, nursing a thorn in his pad. "World's gone bleak," he rumbled. "Even my den feels hollow." Finn poured water into the teacup. As Bramble drank, the liquid swirled with images. Bramble nudging lost fawns home, sharing berries with hungry hedgehogs. "Oh," the badger blinked, whiskers twitching. "I'd forgotten my own warmth." He plucked the thorn free, his gruffness melting into steady resolve. "The spire's path is treacherous, I know the way." For days they journeyed. Finn shared the cup's water, showing Nimbus her courage during storms, revealing to Bramble the badger kits who adored his stories. In return, Nimbus softened harsh gusts with her mist, and Bramble cleared landslides with his sturdy claws. Finn's quiet heart began to hum. He saw sorrow in snapped saplings, joy in sun-warmed rocks, and realized everything held a story if one listened. At Solace Spire's base, the air howled. The wind swirled above, a vortex of silver tears, her voice a desolate moan that leached green from ferns, blue from forget-me-nots. "Rain abandoned me," she cried. "We danced for centuries, and now silence." Finn stepped forward, teacup raised. "Pour kindness in," he murmured. He didn't offer water. Instead, he whispered into the cup, memories of rain. The paddle laughter on rooftops, the hushed song in ponds, the way rain nourished seeds the wind carried. The cup glowed, its steam forming shimmering pictures in the air. The wind stilled. "She remembers our dances." "More," Finn said gently. "She's been calling for you, but her voice is trapped underground where roots drink deep. She thinks you left her." Wisdom, not force. Finn understood now. The wind and rain had misunderstood each other's silence. "You must listen," he urged. "Not just to words, but to what lingers in the quiet." With Nimbus's mist and Bramble's strength, Finn climbed the spire. At its peak, he poured the last drops onto barren stone. The liquid seeped downward, carrying the wind's renewed hope. Deep below, the earth rumbled. Rain surged upward, not as a storm, but as a tender cascade, weaving through the wind's gusts. Their reunion painted the sky in rainbows. Color flooded back emerald moss, sapphire rivers, the ruby blush of apples. Finn returned to Willowbrook changed. His hand still fumbled with wool, his voice remained soft, but now he carried the teacup to the market square. villagers gathered, sharing woes and wonders. Finn would fill the cup, and as they drank, they'd see hidden truths. The baker's generosity behind his frown, the weaver's grief softened by community. The cup didn't fix problems, it revealed understanding, mending rifts with empathy. Years later, Finn sits by his hearth, the teacup resting beside him, still chipped, still earthen. Children gather, eyes wide, as he tells of the wind and rain's dance. The greatest magic, he murmurs, isn't in seeing the extraordinary. It's in hearing the unspoken song in ordinary hearts. Outside the world glows, vibrant, kind, and deeply known. And as the fire crackles like contented whispers, listeners drift into dreams where teacups hold starlight, and every ending is a gentle beginning. Story 11. The forest surrounding young Rowan's village always whispered with secrets. Ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward the stars, their leaves rustling tales older than the cobblestone paths where children played. Yet Rowan felt a quiet ache, a sense of being untethered, like a leaf adrift on a stream. His grandmother, with her silver-braided hair and eyes like polished river stones, noticed. One evening, as firelight painted dancing shadows on their cottage walls, she placed a worn wooden box in his hands. "It's time," she murmured, her voice as soft as falling snow. "Time for you to walk the path of your blood." Inside lay a pendant carved from moonstone, strung on a cord of braided twilight blue silk. Its surface held a spiral etched with such delicate precision it seemed to breathe. "This belonged to your great-great-grandmother," grandmother explained. "Our family guarded the forest's heart for generations. But the old ways faded when the village forgot how to listen." Rowan traced the spiral, it warmed beneath his touch, humming like a drowsy bee. That night, as the moon silvered his windowsill, the pendant pulsed with soft light. It tugged him toward the forest, guiding him along a path only his feet could feel, a trail of dewed ferns and petal-soft moss unseen by daylight. The deeper he wandered, the more the forest revealed its magic. Glowworms strung constellations across velvet-dark bushes, and the air smelled of cedar resin and secrets. At dawn, he reached a hidden glade where 7 standing stones formed a silent circle, draped in ivy and crowned with wild roses. In the center grew an ancient hawthorn tree, its blossoms shimmering like captured starlight. As Rowan stepped into the circle, the pendant's hum swelled into a chorus of whispers, voices from long ago. Suddenly, the glade shifted. The stones gleamed as if newly carved, and a woman appeared beneath the hawthorn. Her braided hair held moonstone pins, her eyes the same warm brown as Rowan's. "Welcome, child," she said, her voice woven from wind and wisdom. She showed him visions, ancestors tending saplings with songs that made roots dance, weaving baskets from willow shoots while sharing stories that taught kindness to wolves and respect for storms. They crafted tools from river-smoothed stones and healed wounds with honey-sweetened herbs. "Our legacy," she whispered, "isn't in grand deeds but in harmony, like roots nourishing the whole forest." She handed him a small earthenware jar sealed with beeswax. Inside lay a dried hawthorn blossom and a scroll of birch bark. "The bloom of remembering," she explained. "Plant it where shadows linger, and it will awaken hearts to what's been lost." The vision faded, but the jar felt solid in Rowan's palm. Dawn painted the sky peach gold as he emerged from the stones, the pendant quiet against his chest. Back in the village, doubt gnawed at him. Would anyone believe the stone circle's magic? He chose a spot near the old well, where nettles choked the earth and villagers hurried past. As he planted the blossom, singing the lullaby grandmother had taught him, the soil glowed. Overnight a hawthorn sprouted, its branches heavy with starlit flowers. One by one, villagers paused. Children touched its petals and giggled, elders wept, recalling half-forgotten tales. Grandmother joined Rowan, her hands cupping a seedling. "You've brought back the language of the land," she said, pride warming her words. Together, they revived the old ways. Rowan taught children to weave willow into friendship bracelets, their fingers sticky with sap and laughter. Elders shared stories of mountain springs and badger dens, while families planted gardens humming with bees. The hawthorn tree flourished, its roots knitting the village to the forest once more. On quiet evenings, Rowan would sit beneath it, pendant in hand, watching fireflies blink like earthbound stars. He finally understood. His roots weren't just in blood, but in the soil's deep memory, in the rustle of leaves, in every act of gentle tending. Years later, as Rowan's own grandchildren gathered at his feet, he'd tell them of the moonstone spiral and the whispering stones. "We are keepers," he'd say, while nightingales sang in the hawthorn's branches. Not of treasures locked away, but of living kindness, passed hand to hand, heart to heart, like seeds on the wind. And as the children's eyelids grew heavy, the forest would sigh in contentment, its oldest stories cradled safely in the rhythm of their breath. Story 12. The first frost hadn't yet silvered the eaves of Willowbrook Hollow, but a crispness had settled into the evening air, promising its arrival. Down in the snug burrow nestled between the gnarled roots of Old Man Willow, a small hedgehog named Pip was feeling particularly restless. Pip, you see, possessed a quiet spirit and eyes that often saw more than others, noticing the subtle shift of light through leaves or the faintest tremor in the earth. Yet this sensitivity often made the bustling, noisy world above feel overwhelming. Pip longed for something more. A sense of belonging, perhaps, or a glimpse of the whispered wonders. The elder hedgehogs sometimes spoke of the glimmering veil, a hidden world woven into the very fabric of their familiar forest. One twilight, as Pip watched dust motes dance in the last amber rays slanting through the burrow entrance, a peculiar sensation tugged at him. It wasn't a sound nor a smell, but a gentle, insistent pull, like the softest current in a hidden stream. Compelled, Pip ventured out, the cool earth soft beneath his paws. He followed the feeling past the dew-kissed ferns, beyond the familiar cluster of luminous foxfire mushrooms, deep into the heart of the whispering woods where the trees grew taller and the shadows deeper. The pull led him to the base of a colossal, ancient oak, its bark deeply furrowed like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Nestled amongst a cushion of velvety moss, half buried beneath fallen leaves the color of embers and gold, lay a stone. But this was no ordinary river pebble. It was smooth, cool to the touch, and seemed to hold the shifting colors of twilight within its depths, deep indigo, smoky lavender, and streaks of liquid silver that swirled lazily when Pip nudged it with his snout. As his paw brushed its surface, a jolt, warm and tingling, shot up his leg. Images flickered in his mind, impossible constellations, trees that sang, paths of shimmering light. And then a single clear word resonated within him. "Look." Pip gasped, tucking the stone close to his chest. It hummed gently, a comforting vibration against his prickles. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was the keystone, spoken of in hushed tones in the oldest hedgehog tales. It was a guide, a revealer of hidden things. Trembling with awe and a touch of fear, Pip whispered, "Look where." The stone pulsed warmly. Before his eyes, the massive trunk of the ancient oak seemed to ripple and soften. Where solid wood had been, a tall, narrow archway shimmered into existence, framed by intricate carvings of leaves and stars that pulsed with a soft, internal light. Beyond the arch, Pip glimpsed not the familiar woods, but a landscape bathed in perpetual twilight, filled with colossal, bioluminescent flowers and trees whose leaves shimmered like captured moonlight. The air drifting through smelled of sweet nectar and damp earth, carrying faint, melodic chimes on the breeze. The glimmering veil. It was real. Heart pounding like a tiny drum against the keystone, Pip took a deep breath and stepped through the shimmering arch. The transition felt like passing through a curtain of cool silk. Instantly, the sounds of the ordinary forest faded, replaced by the gentle hum of unseen insects, the soft sighing of luminous leaves, and that enchanting, distant chime. Giant moths with wings like stained glass flitted silently overhead, trailing faint sparks. The path beneath his paws was soft moss, glowing faintly blue. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet undeniably strange and vast. Pip felt incredibly small. He wandered, marveling at towering mushrooms that pulsed with gentle light, and streams that flowed with liquid silver, reflecting the ever-present twilight sky above, dotted with unfamiliar, softly glowing stars. But his wonder soon mingled with loneliness. The vale felt immense and empty. Where were the inhabitants the stories mentioned? After walking for what felt like hours, though time seemed fluid here, Pip heard a sound that didn't fit the serene melody of the vale, a soft, distressed whimpering. Following the sound, he pushed aside a curtain of enormous, glowing ferns and found himself at the edge of a small, crystal-clear pool. There, tangled in thick, thorny vines that seemed to writhe with dark energy, was a creature Pip had only ever heard described in fearful whispers, a shadow walker. It was smaller than the terrifying figures from hedgehog lore, perhaps only twice Pip's size. Its form was sleek and dark, like polished obsidian, but shimmering with faint, shifting patterns of deep violet and indigo, like constellations trapped beneath its skin. Large, luminous eyes, the color of molten gold, were wide with fear and pain. Long, slender limbs were ensnared by the vicious thorns, which seemed to pulse with a malevolent light, draining the creature's inherent shimmer. This wasn't a monster, it was a prisoner, radiating distress. Pip froze, instinct warring with compassion. Every hedgehog kit knew the rhyme, Shadow Walker, dark and deep, steals your light while you sleep. But looking at this trapped creature, seeing the genuine fear in its golden eyes, Pip felt only pity. The keystone pressed warm against his chest, humming softly. It didn't feel alarmed, it felt expectant. Hello. Pip called softly, his voice barely a whisper in the vast stillness. The Shadow Walker flinched, its golden eyes locking onto Pip. A low, mournful sound vibrated from it, more felt than heard. It struggled weakly against the thorns, causing them to tighten, making it whimper again. "It's all right," Pip said, taking a cautious step closer, keeping his movements slow and unthreatening. "I won't hurt you. Those vines, they look awful." The creature stilled, watching Pip intently. Its fear seemed to lessen slightly, replaced by wary curiosity. It tilted its head, emitting a series of soft, clicking sounds, and a brief shimmer of pale blue light across its dark form. Pip didn't understand the sounds, but the feeling behind them was clear, pain and a desperate plea for help. The keystone hummed more insistently. Pip looked down at it. The swirling colors within seemed to focus, and a gentle warmth spread through him, quieting his own fear. "Look," it seemed to whisper again, not just at the veil, but deeper. "Look beyond appearances. Look with kindness." "I'm Pip," he said, moving closer still, stopping just out of reach of the writhing vines. "Can I help you? Can I try to get you free?" The Shadow Walker made another soft click, then slowly, deliberately, extended one of its less entangled limbs towards Pip. It wasn't an attack, it was a gesture of cautious trust. Pip took a deep breath. He carefully avoided the thorns and began to gently pry at the thickest vine near the creature's trapped leg. It was tough like petrified wood, and the thorns seemed to actively resist him, trying to snag his own paws. It was slow, painstaking work. Pip used his snout, his small claws, pushing and pulling with all his might, talking softly all the while. "Almost there, just this bit, hold on." As he worked, Pip noticed something remarkable. Where his paws touched the Shadow Walker's dark hide, tiny points of soft, silver light bloomed briefly beneath his touch, like stars winking into existence. The creature didn't recoil. Instead, a low, rumbling purr vibrated from its chest, a sound of profound relief and gratitude. Its luminous golden eyes softened, fixed on Pip with an intensity that was no longer fearful. Finally, with a last heave, the main vine snapped. The shadow walker pulled its leg free with a gasp of cool air, then quickly began disentangling itself from the remaining smaller vines with surprising dexterity. Once completely free, it shook itself, its dark form shimmering more brightly now, the violet and indigo patterns swirling with renewed energy. It stood tall, graceful, and turned its full attention to Pip. It bowed its head low, a gesture of deep respect. Then it reached out one slender, dark hand. Hovering just above its palm, it conjured a small, intricate symbol made of pure, shimmering silver light, a complex knot of loops and curves that pulsed gently. It pointed at Pip, then at the symbol, then at its own chest. Pip felt a wave of warm understanding wash over him, amplified by the keystone humming contentedly against him. The symbol was a name. Sela's. Sela's, Pip repeated softly. The shadow walker Sela's shimmered brightly, a sound like wind chimes escaping it. It pointed to Pip, then tilted its head questioningly. Pip, the hedgehog said, tapping his own chest. Sela's repeated the sound, a soft, clicking Pip, then gestured towards the path, then back towards the tangled vines, making a sweeping motion with its hand. Pip understood. Sela's wanted to show him something, perhaps warn him about the dangers of the veil, like those dark vines. Thus began an unlikely friendship. Sela's, moving with silent grace, became Pip's guide through the wonders and hidden perils of the glimmering veil. Pip learned that Sela's people were not light stealers, but light weavers, guardians of the veil's delicate balance. They drew energy from the twilight itself, and used it to nurture the luminous flora and maintain the hidden pathways between worlds. The dark, thorny vines were blight vines, a creeping corruption that fed on light and life, draining the veil's energy. Sela's had been caught while trying to cleanse a patch near the pool. Sela's communicated through a complex language of light patterns, soft sounds, and gestures. Pip, guided by the empathetic resonance of the keystone, found he could understand the essence of Sela's messages, feelings, intentions, warnings. In turn, Pip's simple speech and grounded presence seemed to calm Sela's. They discovered that where Pip's paws touched Sela's, or where Sela's light touched Pip, a gentle, harmonizing energy flowed, strengthening them both. Sela's showed Pip marvels, groves where crystalline flowers chimed harmoniously in an unfelt breeze, meadows where the grass glowed like spun moonlight and shifted colors beneath their feet, and deep, quiet pools reflecting not the sky, but intricate tapestries of starlight from distant galaxies. They met other veiled dwellers shy, furry luminabats that glowed like lanterns, and ancient, slow-moving moss giants who rumbled greetings like distant thunder. Pip learned to navigate the shimmering paths, feeling the subtle vibrations Sela's taught him to sense. Yet the blight vines were spreading. Sela's grew increasingly troubled, his shimmer dimming slightly with worry. He showed Pip areas where the luminous plants were wilting, their light fading, choked by the dark tendrils. The harmonious hum of the veil was becoming strained, punctuated by discordant, grating sounds where the blight was strongest. Sela's explained, through urgent light patterns and gestures, that the heart of the corruption lay deep within the veil, near the source pool where the twilight energy was strongest. If the blight reached it, the entire veil could unravel, its magic leaking away, and the hidden pathways, including the one back to Willowbrook, might collapse. Pip felt a surge of protectiveness, not just for this magical place, but for Sela's and the other gentle beings he'd met. He held the keystone tightly. "We have to stop it, Sela's. How?" Sela's projected an image, the keystone glowing intensely, focusing pure, cleansing light onto the blight vines. But he also projected an image of Pip standing beside him, their combined energies, Pip's grounded warmth and Sela's weaving light, merging into a brighter, purer radiance. The keystone needed a wielder, but not just any wielder. It needed a heart filled with compassion and the courage to see beyond fear. It needed Pip and Silas together. Their journey to the source pool was fraught with challenges. They navigated forests choked with blight vines that lashed out like whips, forcing Silas to weave shields of protective light, while Pip used his small size and sharp claws to sever the smaller tendrils trying to ensnare them. They crossed chasms on bridges woven from solidified moonlight that trembled under the veil's growing instability. Pip's natural caution, honed by his sensitivity, helped them avoid hidden sinkholes of corrupt energy Silas couldn't always sense. Silas's knowledge of hidden paths and light weaving protected them from aggressive, corrupted creatures drawn by the blight. They relied on each other utterly. Pip learned courage he never knew he possessed, facing down his anxieties for his friend and the veil. Silas learned the strength found in vulnerability and trust, relying on Pip's perspective and steady presence. Finally, they reached the heart of the glimmering veil. The source pool was a vast, circular basin filled not with water, but with pure, liquid twilight swirling indigo, silver, and deepest violet, pulsing with the lifeblood of the hidden world. But encroaching upon its very edges, thick, monstrous blight vines were taking root, their thorny tendrils dipping into the luminous pool, siphoning its energy and turning the nearby twilight murky and gray. A deep, discordant drone filled the air, oppressive and draining. Silas shuddered, his light flickering weakly. The source, his light patterns whispered, filled with despair. Pip felt the keystone grow almost unbearably warm in his paws. It wasn't just humming, it was singing, a clear, pure note that resonated through Pip's bones and seemed to vibrate the air around them. He looked at Silas, whose golden eyes met his, filled with shared determination and the deep trust forged through their journey. Silas placed one cool, dark hand gently on Pip's shoulder. Together, Pip whispered. Holding the keystone aloft, Pip focused all his will, all his compassion for Silas, for the Vale, for the luminabats and moss giants, all his newfound courage. He poured his feelings into the stone, the wonder of discovery, the warmth of friendship, the fierce desire to protect. The keystone blazed. It wasn't a harsh light, but a brilliant, pure radiance, like captured starlight amplified 1,000-fold, yet soft and warm as a summer dawn. Simultaneously, Silas raised his other hand. From his fingertips streamed complex patterns of his own shimmering light, intricate lattices of silver and violet, weaving into the beam emanating from the keystone. Their energies didn't just combine, they harmonized, weaving together into a single, magnificent column of pure, cleansing radiance. Pip's warmth grounded it, gave it focus. Silas's skill directed it, shaped it. They aimed the combined beam at the thickest root of the blight vine, encroaching on the source pool. Where the light touched, the dark, thorny tendrils didn't just wither, they dissolved into wisps of harmless shadow that vanished like smoke in sunlight. The discordant drone faltered, replaced by a sigh of relief that seemed to come from the veil itself. Pip and Silas moved steadily around the source pool's edge, their unified light a beacon of purity. Wherever it fell, the blight recoiled and disintegrated. The gray murkiness receded from the liquid twilight, restoring its vibrant, swirling colors. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by the veil's natural, serene hum, stronger and sweeter than before. As the last vestiges of blight dissolved near the pool's edge, Pip lowered the keystone. Its brilliant light faded back to its gentle internal swirl, though it still felt warm and content against his chest. Exhaustion washed over him, but it was a good exhaustion, the kind earned after a hard-won victory. He looked up at Silas. The Shadow Walker stood tall, his dark form shimmering with renewed, vibrant energy, the violet and indigo constellations beneath his skin glowing brightly. His golden eyes shone with profound gratitude and an affection that transcended words. He placed both hands gently on Pip's shoulders and bowed his head until their foreheads almost touched. A wave of pure, warm peace and deep friendship flowed from Sila's, washing over Pip like a comforting blanket. The keystone hummed softly in agreement. The glimmering veil was safe. The hidden world breathed freely again. Later, standing once more before the shimmering archway in the ancient oak, Pip felt a pang of sadness. He would miss this place, the luminous beauty, the gentle giants, the singing flowers. But most of all, he would miss Sila's. He looked up at his tall, dark friend. Sila's projected an image, the keystone, then the archway, then Pip back in Willowbrook Hollow. Then he projected Pip returning, walking back through the arch, and finding Sila's waiting. A promise. The veil would always be there, and their friendship was a bridge that couldn't be broken. Sila's gently touched the keystone with one fingertip, and a tiny, permanent silver knot, identical to the one that was his name, appeared etched onto its smooth surface. Pip smiled, a true, wide smile. "I'll come back, I promise, Sila's." Sila's shimmered brightly, the wind chime sound echoing softly. He bowed once more, then gestured towards the archway. It shimmered invitingly, showing the familiar, moonlit woods of home on the other side. Pip took a deep breath of the sweet vale air, then stepped through the shimmering curtain. He found himself instantly back at the base of the ancient oak in the whispering woods. The archway vanished, leaving only solid bark. The night air was cool, crickets chirped their familiar song, and the scent of pine needles and damp earth filled his senses. It felt ordinary, yet profoundly different. He looked down at the keystone nestled in his paws. The silver knot gleamed softly. He made his way back to Willowbrook Hollow, the keystone warm against him. He slipped quietly into his burrow just as the first delicate frost began to paint the entrance with silver lace. He curled up in his nest of soft moss and dried leaves, the keystone held close. He wasn't restless anymore. He felt full. Full of wonder, full of the quiet courage he'd discovered, and full of the warm, enduring glow of a friendship that defied all expectations. He thought of Sila's, the gentle light weaver, guardian of twilight, his friend. He thought of the glimmering veil, safe and singing. As sleep gently pulled him under, Pip knew his world was bigger and brighter than he'd ever imagined. He wasn't just Pip, the small, sensitive hedgehog, anymore. He was Pip, the friend of Sila's, the bearer of the keystone. He had journeyed, he had faced fear with kindness, he had found belonging in the most unexpected place, and he had helped heal a hidden world. And he knew, deep in his heart where the keystone hummed its comforting song, that the path back to wonder and to his friend was always just a heartfelt look away. The frost settled softly outside, the fireflies winked in the cool air, and Pip drifted into peaceful dreams of shimmering paths and constellations woven in dark, kind eyes, safe in the knowledge that magic, friendship, and courage were always closer than they seemed. The vale slept peacefully, guarded by starlight and shadow, waiting for the small hedgehog's return. Story 13. The old house on Willow Street held its secrets like a teapot holds warmth deep within, waiting to be poured out. Young Sila's, quiet and thoughtful, lived there with his grandmother. He often felt unseen, like a shadow at noon, preferring the company of dusty books and the intricate patterns of frost on the window pane. One rainy Tuesday, tasked with clearing the cobwebbed attic, Sila's discovered a small, forgotten trunk tucked beneath a faded tapestry. Inside, nestled amongst moth-eaten scarves and yellowed letters, lay an object that hummed with quiet potential. It was a magnifying glass, its handle worn smooth as river stone, the brass frame tarnished to a deep, warm brown. The lens itself seemed thicker than ordinary glass, swirling with faint, almost invisible currents like trapped smoke. Intrigued, Sila's lifted it. The moment his fingers closed around the handle, a soft, golden light pulsed within the lens, warm against his palm. Curious, Silas pointed it at a nearby spiderweb, glittering with captured raindrops in the dim attic light. Peering through the lens, he gasped. The web wasn't just strands of silk, it was a shimmering, iridescent cityscape. Tiny, luminous beings, no bigger than dust motes, skittered along the threads. They wore gowns woven from dew and carried lanterns made of captured sunlight. They were repairing a delicate archway where a raindrop had fallen, singing in voices like tiny silver bells. Silas watched, utterly enchanted, as they worked with impossible grace. The magnifying glass didn't just enlarge, it revealed the hidden, vibrant life woven into the ordinary. That night under the quilt his grandmother had stitched with constellations, Silas couldn't sleep. The attic's secret burned in his mind. The next morning, clutching the magnifying glass like a precious key, he ventured into his grandmother's overgrown garden. He pointed the lens at a cluster of bright purple pansies. Instantly, the world shifted. Each petal became a vast, velvety landscape. Tiny creatures with wings like stained glass flitted between towering pollen stalks, tending to luminous buds that pulsed with soft light. He saw a little being struggling to lift a seed pod twice its size. Silas instinctively blew a gentle breath. Through the lens, it became a warm, helpful breeze, lifting the seed pod just enough for the tiny gardener to secure it. The creature looked up directly at Silas's enormous eye and bowed deeply, its tiny face filled with gratitude. A warmth bloomed in Silas's chest, different from the shyness he usually felt. His journey of discovery had truly begun. Silas wandered his familiar neighborhood, the magnifying glass transforming the mundane into the miraculous. He saw the tiny kingdoms within the cracks of the old stone wall, the miniature sailors navigating dewdrops on a cabbage leaf, the intricate clockwork gears humming within the heart of a sleepy bumblebee. He soon learned he wasn't alone in knowing secrets. His first helper was Mrs. Fig, the elderly neighbor whose garden was a riot of color and buzzing life. She found Silas peering intently at a ladybug through his glass. "Ah," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves rustling, "you've found the weaver's lens, have you?" Mrs. Fig knew. She spoke of the little lights, the hidden guardians of the small wonders. "They see you, Silas," she said, patting his hand. "They see your quiet heart. That lens doesn't work for just anyone. It chooses those who look with kindness, not just at." She gifted him a small pouch of shimmering pollen. "For when you need to listen closer," she winked. Rubbing the pollen onto the lens rim allowed Silas to hear the faint, musical hum of the hidden world, the song of growing roots, the chatter of pebble dwellers. His second helper was Mr. Pendleton, the stooped, retired librarian who lived above the dusty bookshop. Silas showed him the lens focused on the intricate illustrations in an old bestiary. Through the glass the painted griffin blinked, ruffled its feathers, and gave a tiny, silent roar. "Mr. Pendleton chuckled, a sound like pages turning. "The veil between worlds is thinner than we think, young scholar," he rasped. "That lens doesn't just reveal, it bridges." He lent Silas a small, leather-bound notebook filled with his own cryptic sketches and notes about fleeting glimpses of the unseen. "Wisdom, Silas," he advised, tapping his temple, "is knowing what to look for and when to look away. Some wonders are meant to stay hidden." His cat, a dignified tortoiseshell named Whispers, would sometimes sit beside Silas, her green eyes seeming to follow the tiny movements only he could see, occasionally letting out a soft, knowing purr. Silas's most unexpected helper was a scruffy, one-eared stray dog he named Nettle. Nettle seemed drawn to the lens's subtle energy. One day, while Silas observed the bustling market of ants near the old oak tree, Nettle nudged his leg insistently. Through the lens, Silas saw it. A tiny, silvery creature, like a miniature badger made of moonlight, was trapped under a fallen acorn cap, its leg caught. The ants, usually industrious and neutral, seemed agitated, their paths chaotic. Silas understood Nettle's urgency. With infinite care, using a twig guided by Nettle's gentle nudges, Silas lifted the acorn cap. The moonlight badger blinked free, gave a grateful chirp Silas felt more than heard, and vanished into the roots. The ant colony instantly calmed, resuming their orderly march. Nettle licked Silas's hand. It seemed the dog could sense disturbances in the unseen world. The challenge came unexpectedly. Silas, eager to share a truly breathtaking sight, used the lens to show the intricate, glowing constellations formed by fireflies dancing over the pond to a group of older children who often teased him for being quiet. He forgot Mrs. Figg's and Mr. Pendleton's warnings. He forgot the need for quiet reverence. The children crowded, jostling, laughing too loudly. One boy, overly excited, snatched the lens from Silas's hand and peered roughly at the fireflies. A harsh, discordant screech echoed in Silas's mind. Through his naked eye, he saw the fireflies scatter in panic. But through the lens, as the boy held it, Silas saw chaos. The delicate constellations shattered like dropped glass. The tiny firefly riders, usually serene, tumbled through the air. Worse, the lens itself flickered erratically, the swirling currents inside turning dark and agitated. The hidden world Silas cherished was being hurt, its harmony disrupted by careless force and noise. The boy, unnerved by the flickering lens and the sudden silence of the fireflies, dropped it into the damp grass near the pond's edge. The children, sensing something strange and unpleasant, quickly ran off, leaving Silas alone with Nettle whining softly beside him. Silas's heart pounded, not with fear, but with a profound sense of responsibility and sorrow. He picked up the lens. It felt cold and inert. The golden light was gone. Looking through it, the pond's edge was just grass and water, no luminous constellations, no tiny riders. The connection was broken. The challenge wasn't to fight the boys or grab the lens back. It was to mend what had been torn, to restore the balance with wisdom, not force. He remembered Mrs. Figg's words, "They see your quiet heart." He remembered Mr. Pendleton's, "Wisdom is knowing when to look away." He remembered the grateful moonlight badger and the calm ants. Sitting cross-legged on the cool grass, Nettle pressed close for comfort. Silas closed his eyes. He took deep, slow breaths, calming the frantic energy within himself. He thought not of forcing the lens to work, but of the feeling it gave him, the awe, the gentle warmth, the profound connection to the small, vital world hidden within his own. He recalled the song of the growing roots, the purr of Whispers the cat, the grateful chirp of the moonlight badger. He poured his quiet apology, his deep respect, and his sincere wish for restoration into his thoughts, holding the cold lens gently against his forehead. Slowly, warmth seeped back into the brass handle. He opened his eyes. A faint, hesitant golden light pulsed within the lens, weak but steady. Silas didn't point it at the pond immediately. Instead, he held it over his own heart, focusing on the feeling of calm, of reverence. He thought of Mrs. Fig tending her flowers, Mr. Pendleton turning pages with care, Nettle sensing unseen distress. Only when the light grew stronger, warmer, humming softly like a contented bee, did Silas carefully point the weaver's lens towards the pond. He held his breath. There, flickering back into existence like shy stars, were the fireflies. But they weren't forming constellations yet. They hovered, tentative. Silas understood. He needed to offer something more than just observation. He needed to offer peace. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the pouch of shimmering pollen Mrs. Fig had given him. Very gently, he sprinkled a tiny pinch onto the still surface of the pond near the reeds. Through the lens, the pollen fell like glowing stardust. The fireflies dipped towards it, their tiny riders cautiously emerging. Silas didn't watch them directly. He looked away towards the moon, giving them space, focusing on sending waves of quiet calm through the lens, a silent promise of respect. He felt Nettle's tail thump softly against the grass, a quiet rhythm of reassurance. Minutes passed, filled only with the chirping of crickets and the gentle lapping of water. When Silas finally dared to look through the lens again, his eyes filled with tears of relief. The constellations were reforming, more beautiful than before. The tiny firefly riders bowed towards him from their luminous mounts. The harmony was restored not by command, but by patient understanding, sincere apology, and the gentle offering of peace. The lens glowed steadily, its swirling currents calm and golden once more. Silas returned home as the first stars appeared in the dusky sky. He didn't tell his grandmother about the lens's power, but he hugged her a little tighter. He placed the weaver's lens back in its trunk, knowing its magic wasn't for showing off, but for quiet communion. He had journeyed from shyness to a profound, quiet confidence. He had learned that the greatest wonders aren't conquered, but cherished, that true strength lies in gentle observation and deep respect, and that friendship, whether with kind neighbors, insightful librarians, loyal dogs, or even unseen worlds, is woven from threads of kindness and understanding. That night, as Silas drifted to sleep, he didn't need the lens. He knew that outside his window, in the rustling leaves, the dewy grass, and the velvet darkness, the little lights were going about their vital, beautiful work. He could almost hear the faint, silver bell song of the spiderweb city, the hum of the garden's hidden heart, and the soft, contented purr of Whispers the cat, all blending into a gentle lullaby of the secret, wondrous world. He felt seen not as a shadow, but as a quiet guardian, a friend to the small and the hidden, forever changed by the extraordinary secret held within an ordinary attic trunk. And with that warm knowledge cradling him like a soft blanket, he slipped into dreams filled with luminous constellations and tiny, grateful bows, safe in the boundless wonder of a world that reveals its magic only to the quietest, kindest hearts. Story 14. The first frost came whispering over Bramblewood Valley that year, painting the oak leaves in fiery hues and leaving delicate lace on every window pane. Finn, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and hair like spun wheat, felt the change deep in his bones. He loved the valley, its familiar rolling hills and chattering brook, but lately a quiet restlessness had settled upon him, a feeling that the world held more secrets than met the eye. It was a feeling that often led him to the old, crumbling stone bridge near the Whispering Falls, a place where the water's song seemed to carry ancient stories. One crisp afternoon, chasing the glint of a stray sunbeam through the thinning canopy, Finn stumbled. His foot caught on a root, sending him tumbling not painfully, but surprisingly softly, down a moss-covered embankment he'd never noticed before. He landed with a soft whump in a bed of impossibly thick emerald moss that smelled sweetly of rain and earth. Disoriented, he blinked. The light here was different, softer, dappled gold and silver, filtering through leaves that shimmered with an internal light, like stained glass made of living things. Giant, luminous mushrooms glowed softly along the path. The air hummed with a gentle energy, carrying the scent of ozone and wild honey. Finn had fallen into Athuria, the sky tangle, a hidden world woven amongst the highest branches and drifting cloud islands, unseen from the valley below. His heart hammered against his ribs, a mix of fear and exhilarating wonder. Before him stood a creature unlike any he'd imagined. She was roughly his height, but her form seemed woven from spun cirrus cloud and shimmering vapor. Her body shifted subtly, wisps trailing like delicate scarves, and her eyes were vast, deep pools reflecting swirling galaxies. She held a complex, delicate device that looked like a cross between a compass and a miniature orrery, crafted from impossibly thin, iridescent crystal and humming with contained energy. Tiny, glowing symbols danced across its surface. "Oh," the cloud being gasped, her voice like wind chimes and distant thunder. She clutched the device protectively. You're from the down below. How did you cross the veil? Finn scrambled to his feet, brushing moss from his worn trousers. I fell. I'm Finn. I didn't mean to intrude. He gestured to the device, fascinated. What is that? It's beautiful. The cloud being tilted her head, studying him with those starry eyes. Her form seemed to settle, becoming slightly more defined. I am Nimbus, she chimed softly. And this is the Zephyr Core. It helps tend the sky tangle. It guides the breezes, coaxes the rain gently, weaves the sunbeams through the canopy, keeps everything in delicate balance. A flicker of worry passed over her luminous face. But it's faltering, the symbols grow dimmer. The high cirrus currents are becoming tangled and the dewfall meadows are drying. She pointed a wispy appendage upwards. Finn looked. High above, visible through gaps in the glowing canopy, he saw streaks of unnaturally dark cloud clashing violently with wisps of brilliant gold. The air felt charged, unsettled. Finn, whose quiet life had involved mending fishing nets and helping in his grandfather's garden, felt utterly out of his depth. Yet seeing the distress in Nimbus's galactic eyes and the unsettling discord above, a spark of determination ignited. Maybe I can help, he offered hesitantly. I'm good at fixing things, nets, hinges, my granddad's old kettle. Nimbus blinked, her form shimmering with surprise. You a down-belower tend the Zephyr Core. The Sky Weavers would never allow it. But as she looked at the increasingly erratic symbols flickering on the device, desperation crept into her chime-like voice. But the core fails faster now, the sky tangle suffers. Perhaps there is no other way, but we must be swift and unseen. The Sky Weavers guard the core's secrets fiercely. Thus began an unlikely alliance. Finn, grounded and practical, with hands accustomed to tangible knots and wood, and Nimbus, ephemeral and attuned to the invisible currents of the sky, embarked on a journey through the wonders and perils of Athuria. Their path led them across bridges woven from solidified rainbows, glowing faintly underfoot. They traversed meadows where flowers bloomed from condensed starlight, releasing tiny bursts of cool light when brushed. They navigated groves of singing crystal trees, whose chimes resonated with the Zephyr Core's failing hum, creating dissonant, jarring melodies that set Finn's teeth on edge. The journey was fraught with challenges born of the core's malfunction. They were caught in a sudden, localized hailstorm, conjured by tangled air currents, hard, cold pellets that Nimbus could only partially deflect with her vaporous form, forcing Finn to huddle under a giant, luminous mushroom cap, shivering. They encountered a patch of gravity moss, which made Finn feel impossibly heavy, his feet sinking into the soft earth, while Nimbus struggled to stay anchored, her form threatening to dissipate. Finn used his belt knife to cut sturdy vines, fashioning crude snowshoe-like bindings to distribute his weight, while Nimbus focused her energy, becoming denser, more substantial, to pull him through. During a rest by a pool of liquid moonlight that reflected the chaotic sky above, Nimbus explained the Zephyr Core's history. It was ancient, crafted by the first Sky Weavers from captured sunlight, the breath of storms, and the essence of stillness. Its power lay in balance, a constant, gentle negotiation between opposing forces. But the central crystal lattice is fracturing, Nimbus whispered, pointing to a hairline crack Finn hadn't noticed, deep within the device's heart. It needs sky silver to mend, a metal that forms only in the heart of the wildest, highest storms, on the cloudscraper's peaks. She pointed towards distant, jagged peaks piercing the uppermost layers of Athuria, wreathed in perpetual, violent thunderheads. That is where we must go. It is dangerous, forbidden. The ascent to the cloudscrapers was a trial. The air grew thin and bitingly cold. Jagged wind shears, invisible currents sharp as knives, ripped through the higher paths. Nimbus used her control over mist to create shields, but they were fragile against the increasing fury. Finn, bundled in a cloak woven from thick, water-repellent leaves Nimbus had conjured, relied on his stubbornness and the memory of Nimbus shielding him from the hail. He learned to read the subtle shifts in her form. A tightening of her wispy edges meant a wind shear was coming. A deepening of the galaxies in her eyes signaled a drop in pressure. He found handholds she couldn't grasp, secured ropes she couldn't tie. Their friendship deepened through shared peril, a silent understanding forming between the boy of earth and the being of sky. Reaching the summit of the highest cloud scraper was like stepping into the maw of creation. Lightning forked constantly, illuminating the cavernous interior in blinding flashes. Thunder wasn't a sound, it was a physical force shaking the very rock beneath their feet. In the center of the cavern, amidst the chaos, pulsed veins of pure, molten sky silver, flowing like liquid mercury over the obsidian rock, glowing with captured lightning. There, Nimbus cried over the din, pointing. But we must be quick, the storm energy is unstable. Using a heat-resistant tongs Finn had fashioned from a strangely resilient bone found earlier, and guided by Nimbus's precise instructions on where the purest silver flowed, Finn braved the edges of the lightning field. The heat was intense, the noise deafening. One misstep, one lapse in Nimbus's mist-shield timing, and he'd be struck. His hands trembled, sweat stinging his eyes despite the cold. He focused on Nimbus's voice, a fragile belt chime cutting through the roar, guiding him. Now, Finn, to your left, quick but gentle, it's alive. He dipped the tongs, scooping a small, glowing bead of the mercurial metal. It felt strangely cool in the tongs, humming with contained power. Retreating was even harder. A colossal bolt struck near the cavern entrance, shattering rock and sending them both sprawling. The precious bead of sky silver flew from the tongs. Finn lunged desperately, catching it in his gloved hand just before it rolled into a chasm. The glove smoked where the metal touched but held. Nimbus enveloped him in a cool, dense mist, extinguishing the smolder and shielding them as they stumbled out of the storm's heart. Back in a relatively calm hollow within the singing crystal grove, they prepared for the delicate repair. Nimbus held the Zephyr core, her form trembling with concentration. Finn, using tiny tools he'd whittled from crystal shards under her guidance, carefully applied the molten sky silver along the hairline fracture. It flowed like liquid light, sealing the crack with a soft snap and a burst of pure, harmonious radiance. The symbols on the core flared back to life, brighter and more complex than before, pulsing with steady, balanced energy. A profound calm washed over the sky tangle. The dissonant chimes of the crystals softened into a gentle, unified melody. The chaotic storm clouds visible through the canopy untangled, dissolving into soft, rosy sunset hues. A gentle, warm breeze, smelling of rain and new growth, sighed through the luminous leaves. Dew glistened anew on the star blooms. But their triumph was short-lived. As the core stabilized, its energy field expanded, momentarily visible as a wave of shimmering light. It washed over a hidden alcove, revealing 3 tall, imposing figures, the Skyweavers. Their forms were denser, more complex constellations than Nimbus, woven with threads of lightning and deep space dark. Their eyes, like focused nebulae, fixed upon Finn and the Zephyr core in his hands. Nimbus, the central weaver, boomed, his voice like grinding glaciers. You have brought a down-belower to the heart of Athuria, and allowed him to touch the Zephyr core. This is sacrilege. The balance is too delicate for mortal hands. Nimbus flowed protectively in front of Finn, her form blazing with defiance. He saved the Sky Tangle elders. The core was failing. I could not mend it alone. Finn understood the balance. He braved the storm peak for Sky Silver. Look. She gestured around them. The harmony is restored. Is that not the core's purpose? The Skyweavers surveyed the tranquil grove, the singing crystals, the gentle light. Their stern expressions softened slightly, replaced by profound surprise. The eldest weaver drifted closer, peering at the core, then at Finn, who stood tall despite his fear, the humming device held carefully. "This should not be possible," the weaver murmured, his voice losing its edge. The core resonates with him, it accepts his touch. He studied Finn, seeing not just a boy from below, but the quiet determination, the respect for the device, the genuine concern for Nimbus and the sky tangle reflected in his storm-gray eyes. "You mended it with sky silver." "Nimbus guided me," Finn said, his voice steady. "I just listened and did what felt right for the balance. It wasn't about forcing anything. It was about helping it flow again." He handed the Zephyr core back to Nimbus with a reverence that wasn't lost on the elders. A profound silence fell, filled only by the gentle crystal song and the sighing breeze. The three Skyweavers exchanged unreadable glances. Finally, the eldest nodded, a slow, deep movement. "The sky tangle sings again, the proof is before us. Mortal hands, guided by a sky spirit's heart and wisdom, have achieved what we thought only ancient knowledge could." He turned to Nimbus. "You showed courage and faith, Nimbus, qualities vital to a sky weaver." Then to Finn, his voice softening into something resembling the rustle of wind through high leaves, "And you, Finn of the down below, possess an understanding of balance that humbles us. The veil between our worlds is thin here. You may return, and you may visit. The sky tangle recognizes a friend." Relief washed over Finn, warm and sweet. He hadn't just fixed a device, he'd forged a bond that bridged worlds. Nimbus chimed with pure joy, her form swirling with happy colors. The journey back to the mossy embankment beneath the old stone bridge was filled with a comfortable silence, punctuated by the now harmonious sounds of Athuria. The Whispering Falls seemed to chuckle knowingly as Finn carefully climbed back into his own world. He turned for one last look. Nimbus hovered at the shimmering boundary of the veil, the Zephyr core glowing softly in her grasp. "Until next time, Finn," her wind-chime voice drifted down. "Until next time, Nimbus," Finn whispered back, the scent of ozone and wild honey clinging to his clothes. Life in Bramblewood Valley continued. Autumn deepened, painting the hillsides in crimson and gold. But Finn was changed. He saw the world with new eyes. He noticed the subtle dance of clouds, understanding the language of breezes. He felt the anticipation in the air before rain, no longer just weather, but part of a vast, interconnected tapestry. He often sat by the Whispering Falls, sometimes sketching the luminous plants he remembered, sometimes just listening, feeling the gentle hum of the sky tangle just beyond sight. One frosty evening weeks later, Finn sat by his own hearth, the fire crackling warmly. He was mending a net, his hands moving with familiar skill, but his mind was elsewhere. He looked out the window at the first stars pricking the twilight sky. High above, unusually low for the season, drifted a small, perfect cloud. It glowed faintly with a soft, internal silver light, distinct from the surrounding dusk. As Finn watched, the cloud seemed to ripple, forming a shape, a familiar, wispy figure giving a small, joyful wave before dissolving back into the night sky, leaving behind a single, perfect snowflake that drifted down and melted on his window pane. Finn smiled, a deep, quiet warmth spreading through him. He knew Nimbus was tending her world, keeping the balance. And he knew he belonged to both worlds, now the solid earth of Bramblewood and the ever-changing sky of Athuria. He finished mending the net, the rhythmic motion soothing. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows. Outside, the wind sighed gently through the valley, carrying the clean scent of snow and the faintest, almost imperceptible echo of crystal chimes. He felt the vast, quiet harmony of it all, the earth resting, the sky watching, the delicate, beautiful balance holding firm. Stretching contentedly, the warmth of the hearth seeping into his bones, Finn knew it was time for sleep. The world, both seen and unseen, was safe, tended by friends, held in perfect, peaceful equilibrium. The last embers glowed softly as he closed his eyes, carried into dreams by the gentle rhythm of the breathing world. Story 15. Oliver lived in a quiet corner of Willowbrook, a village embraced by ancient oaks and meadows that hummed with crickets at twilight. For years he tended the same garden patch, mended the same stone fence, and sipped chamomile tea at precisely 8 o'clock each evening. Change to Oliver felt like a storm threatening his carefully arranged world, a notion that tightened his chest whenever the seasons shifted or a neighbor moved away. One autumn, as amber leaves spiraled onto his cobblestone path, a peculiar vine sprouted overnight in his garden. Its silver tendrils shimmered like liquid moonlight, unfurling velvet leaves that whispered when the wind sighed. Oliver eyed it warily. "Out you go," he muttered, tugging at its roots. But the vine clung fast, blooming star-shaped flowers that glowed softly in the dark. Each morning it stretched taller, weaving itself into his fence, his trellis, even his windowsill. "Perhaps it's enchanted," suggested Alara, the village librarian, her voice as gentle as pages turning. She often visited with books about cloud formations or honeybee dialects, leaving them on Oliver's porch like gifts. Some things grow where they're needed, not where they're planned. Oliver merely sighed. The vine's persistence felt like chaos, a mirror to the restlessness he buried beneath routine. Then the vine bore fruit, translucent orbs that pulsed with colors no painter could name. When Oliver touched one, warmth spread through his fingers, and a vision flickered, a younger version of himself laughing in a sunflower field, unafraid of mud on his boots or paths untraveled. Shaken, he hid the fruit in a drawer. But that night the orbs glowed through the wood, casting dancing lights on his ceiling. Sleep became a tangle of dreams, where his garden transformed into wild, wondrous landscapes he'd never dared imagine. As weeks passed, Oliver noticed odd shifts. His primroses now bloomed in geometric patterns, their petals folding into origami cranes at dusk. His apple tree sprouted sapphire blue fruit that tasted of starlight. The magic unsettled him, yet it also beckoned, a silent question hanging in the air. Alara returned with Finn, a potter whose hands were dusted with clay. "Magic often reflects what's inside us," Finn said, shaping a lump of earth into a tiny, coiled vine as they sat by Oliver's hearth. "Your garden isn't just changing, it's responding." He placed the clay vine beside Oliver's teacup. "Sometimes the bravest thing is to let the soil breathe." Oliver's resistance softened. He began tending the silver vine instead of fighting it, watering its roots with rainwater collected in seashells. To his surprise, it flourished, weaving arches of glowing flowers over his bench. When a frost threatened one evening, Oliver rushed outside, draping blankets over tender shoots, only for the vine to curl protectively around him, its warmth warding off the chill. In that moment he understood, the magic wasn't an invader. It was a part of him long ignored, now stretching toward the light. He plucked one of the radiant orbs. This time the vision showed a path through the whispering woods, a place he'd avoided since childhood, fearing its tangled shadows. The vine nudged his hand, as if urging him forward. With Finn and Alara beside him, Oliver ventured into the woods. Beneath the canopy, bioluminescent moss lit their way, and trees hummed old lullabies. At the heart of the forest stood a crystalline pool, its surface reflecting not their faces, but their deepest hopes. Oliver saw himself tending a garden where roses sang and vegetables sprouted wings, his smile unburdened. A figure emerged from the water, Nyx, guardian of the woods, her form woven from willow branches and stardust. "Growth requires both roots and wings," she murmured, her voice like rustling leaves. "You nurtured stillness so long you forgot how to sway, but see." She touched the silver vine, now twining up Oliver's arm. "Your courage has already bloomed." Oliver realized the vine's magic had always been his own, a dormant spark of curiosity and adaptability, waiting for him to stop pruning it away. The enchanted garden, the shifting woods, even Nyx's wisdom, were echoes of his inner landscape unfolding. Back home, Oliver didn't uproot the vine. Instead, he let it spiral freely, its glow blending with fireflies as evenings deepened. He planted seeds from the sapphire apples, laughed when they sprouted into topiaries shaped like friendly dragons, and hosted moonlit gatherings where neighbors tasted starlight fruit. Alara read poems aloud while Finn taught children to sculpt clay vines. Oliver's once rigid routines now danced with spontaneity, tea brewed at whim, fences rebuilt with crooked charm, and new flowers greeting him like old friends. Years later, travelers would ask about the cottage veiled in silver blossoms, where fruits glimmered like captured constellations. Oliver would smile, handing them an orb that pulsed gently in their palms. "Change is a curious gardener," he'd say. "It tills the soil of your soul until you're brave enough to grow wild." And every night, as the vine's flowers glowed outside his window, Oliver would settle by the hearth, its embers winking like fallen stars. The magic had settled deep within him, a quiet, radiant reminder that the truest transformations begin not with upheaval, but with the gentle unfurling of a single, shimmering leaf. Story 16. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river Silverthread sang a constant, soothing song. Mist clung to the hills in the mornings, and sunlight dappled the forest floor through ancient, whispering trees. Here lived Finn, a young man with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that often felt just as tumultuous. Finn loved the familiar rhythm of Willowbrook, the predictable turn of the seasons, the comforting routines of tending his small garden, the quiet companionship of his neighbors. Change, however, settled on him like an ill-fitting cloak, heavy and uncomfortable. Lately, the world seemed determined to tug at that cloak. His best friend, Rowan, was leaving to study healing herbs in the distant city of Veridia. The old willow tree by the river, under whose shade Finn had spent countless hours reading, was showing signs of age, its branches becoming brittle. Even the seasons felt accelerated. Spring blossoms seemed to burst overnight and fade just as quickly, leaving Finn feeling strangely adrift, as if the steady anchor of his world was slipping away. One crisp autumn morning, Finn noticed something peculiar in his garden. The normally sturdy snapdragon plants, usually vibrant orange and gold, had begun to droop. Their colors seemed muted, almost gray. As he reached out a worried hand, a faint, cold shiver ran up his arm. Startled, he pulled back. That evening, tending to his small hearth, he noticed the flames flickering erratically, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to twist into unfamiliar shapes, making him uneasy. A subtle, inexplicable chill lingered in his cottage, untouched by the fire's warmth. He sought solace with his grandmother, Alara, who lived in a cottage woven into the roots of the oldest oak in the forest. Alara was known for her quiet wisdom and an uncanny understanding of the valley's subtle magics. Her home smelled of dried lavender, beeswax, and the rich earth beneath the floorboards. "Grandmother," Finn confessed, his voice tight, "everything feels wrong. The garden wilts when I touch it, the fire dances strangely, and inside it feels colder than the frost outside, and Rowan leaves next week." He sank onto a worn, comfortable chair, the weight of his confusion pressing down. Alara stirred a pot of fragrant herbal tea, her eyes kind and observant. "Ah, Finn," she murmured, pouring him a steaming cup. The warmth seeped into his fingers. "The magic of Willowbrook is old, child, and deeply intertwined with the hearts of those who love it. It reflects what lies within us, especially when our inner world is shifting." She handed him the cup. "What you see in your garden, in your hearth, it mirrors a storm within you." Finn frowned, looking into the amber liquid. "A storm, I just feel lost, like the ground is moving under my feet. I don't want things to change." "And yet change is the river's constant song, isn't it?" Alara said gently. Resisting it is like trying to hold back the silver thread with your bare hands. It only makes the current feel stronger, colder. The magic you feel, the chill, the wilting, that's your own unease, your fear of the new, radiating outward. It needs acknowledging, not fighting. But how? Finn asked, desperation tinging his voice. How do I stop making the flowers sad? Alara smiled, a soft crinkling around her eyes. You don't stop it, you learn to dance with it, to understand the storm within so the magic without can find its harmony again. It starts with acceptance, Finn. Acknowledging the fear, the sadness about Rowan leaving, the worry for the old willow, the discomfort with the swift seasons, letting those feelings be without judging them or yourself. Over the next few days, Finn tried. He sat by the wilting snapdragons, not trying to fix them, just observing the gray tinge on their petals, feeling the echo of his own sadness. He watched the fire's erratic dance, noticing how the twisting shadows mirrored his tangled thoughts about the future. He let himself feel the coldness inside, the sharp pang of Rowan's impending departure, without immediately pushing the feelings away. It was uncomfortable, like sitting with a stone in his shoe, but gradually, the frantic edge of his anxiety softened. One afternoon, feeling particularly adrift, Finn wandered deeper into the whispering woods than usual. He found a small clearing carpeted in velvety green moss, sunlight filtering through the canopy like liquid gold. Sitting on a smooth, cool rock, he closed his eyes, focusing on the sounds around him, the rustle of leaves, the distant chatter of squirrels, the gentle hum of insects. He breathed in the scent of damp earth and pine needles, trying to simply be present. A soft rustle nearby made him open his eyes. A small, russet-colored fox with intelligent, amber eyes regarded him from the edge of the clearing. Finn held his breath, expecting it to dart away. Instead, it took a tentative step closer, its nose twitching. Then a flash of bright blue, a jay landed on a low branch nearby, tilting its head curiously. Finn remembered Alara's words about the magic reflecting his inner state. He consciously softened his posture, letting go of the tight knot of worry in his chest, projecting only calm curiosity. To his astonishment, the fox padded closer, stopping a few feet away. It sat down, its bushy tail curling around its paws. The jay hopped to a closer branch. For a long, peaceful moment, they simply existed together in the sun-dappled quiet. Finn felt a warmth spread through him, different from the hearth's fire, a sense of peaceful connection. As he sat there, a tiny shoot, vibrant green and glowing faintly with an inner light, pushed through the moss right beside his hand. It unfurled a single, perfect leaf that shimmered like an emerald. Finn smiled, a genuine, unburdened smile. The chill within him receded, replaced by a quiet wonder. When he returned home, the snapdragons were still drooping, but the gray tinge seemed less pronounced. The fire burned more steadily that evening. He wrote a long letter to Rowan, pouring out his sadness about their parting, but also his excitement for Rowan's adventure, promising to write often. Sending the letter felt like releasing a held breath. The day Rowan left was bittersweet. Finn stood on the bridge over the silver thread, watching his friend's cart disappear down the winding road. Sadness washed over him, deep and heavy. He let it come, tears stinging his eyes, but he didn't fight it. He stood there until the feeling shifted, leaving behind a hollow space, but one that felt clean ready. As he walked back towards the village, he passed his garden. The snapdragon stood a little taller. One bud, nestled amongst the grayish blooms, showed a vibrant streak of orange. Winter arrived, painting the valley in frost and silence. Finn continued his practice. He visited the old willow, laying a gentle hand on its gnarled trunk, sending it feelings of strength and gratitude for all the shade and shelter it had provided, rather than fear for its decline. He spent time in the clearing with the fox, whom he silently named Ember for its color, and the jay, whom he called Sky. Their quiet companionship was a balm. He learned to tend his inner garden as carefully as his physical one, acknowledging weeds of worry or sadness when they sprouted, but not letting them choke the light. One particularly harsh frost gripped the valley. Finn woke to a world encased in glittering ice. He worried for the plants, for the animals. Bundling up, he trudged through the silent, sparkling woods towards the clearing. He found Ember huddled near the glowing green shoot, which astonishingly seemed untouched by the frost, radiating a soft, warm light. Sky was fluffed up nearby. Seeing them, Finn felt a surge of protective warmth. He gathered dry wood and with numb fingers managed to light a small fire near the rock, its heat pushing back the biting cold. Ember crept closer, curling up near the flames, while Sky perched above. As Finn sat, feeding the fire, watching his friends find comfort in the warmth he provided, something profound shifted inside him. He thought of Rowan thriving in the bustling city, sending letters filled with new discoveries. He thought of the old willow resting beneath its blanket of snow. He thought of the inevitable spring to come, bringing new life, new changes. Instead of dread, he felt a quiet readiness, a sense of being part of a larger, beautiful cycle. He accepted the impermanence, finding a strange peace within it. A deep warmth bloomed in his chest, spreading outwards like sunlight breaking through clouds. It wasn't the heat of the fire, it was an inner radiance. As this feeling surged, the small, glowing shoot beside him reacted. It began to grow, not slowly, but with visible purpose. Stems thickened, leaves unfurled, larger and brighter than before, shimmering with that inner emerald light. Then buds formed, swelling rapidly until they burst open into exquisite flowers. They weren't snapdragons or any flower Finn knew. They were large, star-shaped blossoms with petals that seemed woven from moonlight and dew, each one holding a tiny, shimmering point of light like a captured star. A sweet, clean fragrance like frost and honey filled the clearing, mingling with the wood smoke. Ember lifted her head, amber eyes wide with wonder. Sky gave a soft, melodic chirp. Finn gasped, tears of pure awe welling in his eyes. The chill that had haunted him was gone, utterly banished. In its place was this profound warmth, this sense of deep-rooted peace and quiet strength. The magical frost around the clearing began to melt, not from the fire's heat alone, but as if retreating from the gentle radiance of the starflowers and the warmth emanating from Finn himself. The ice crystals dripped like diamonds, revealing the vibrant green moss beneath. He stayed in the clearing until the winter sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender. Ember stretched and vanished into the twilight shadows with a flick of her tail. Sky took to the darkening sky with a flash of blue. Finn carefully picked one perfect starflower, its light pulsing softly in his palm like a captured heartbeat. He carried it home, its gentle radiance illuminating his path through the gathering dusk. Back in his cottage, the atmosphere was transformed. The lingering chill was gone, replaced by a welcoming warmth that had nothing to do with the fire crackling merrily in the hearth. The remaining snapdragons in his window box, which had struggled all winter, perked up visibly, their colors deepening towards their familiar vibrant orange. The firelight danced not erratically, but with a steady, comforting rhythm, casting warm, familiar shadows on the walls. Finn placed the star flower in a small vase of water on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a beacon of inner peace. He sat by the fire, the letter he'd received from Rowan that morning in his lap, filled with tales of bustling markets and new friends. He felt a pang of missing his friend, but it was a clean, honest sadness, softened by genuine happiness for Rowan's journey. He thought of the old willow resting under the snow, and felt only gratitude for its long life and the shade it would offer again. The profound lesson settled over him as gently as the falling snow outside. Personal growth wasn't about becoming someone entirely new or fixing perceived flaws. It was about transformation, a gentle unfolding, like the star flower. It was about embracing the changing seasons within and without, acknowledging the storms, tending the inner garden with kindness, and finding harmony amidst the flux. The magic hadn't been a problem to solve, but a mirror, reflecting his journey back to himself. True strength lay not in resisting the river of change, but in learning to flow with it, discovering the unique beauty and quiet power that emerged from within when he stopped fighting and started accepting. He picked up a quill and some paper. "Dear Rowan," he began, the words flowing easily now. "Winter holds Willowbrook in its icy grip, but something wonderful has bloomed." As he wrote, sharing his discovery, the star flower on the sill pulsed a little brighter, its light mingling with the fire's glow, filling the small cottage with a profound sense of comfort, resolution, and the quiet, enduring magic of a heart that had finally learned to embrace its own beautiful, transformative journey. The river's silver thread sang softly outside, a constant reminder of life's flowing nature, and Finn, finally at peace with its song, drifted into a deep, restful sleep, wrapped in the warmth he had cultivated within. Story 17. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the wind carried whispers of ancient trees, and the river sang a constant, gentle lullaby. At its heart stood a small bakery, its windows perpetually fogged with warmth, owned by a quiet baker named Anya. Anya found profound comfort in routine. Her days began precisely at dawn, the rhythmic kneading of dough, the exacting measurements of flour and honey, the predictable warmth of her brick oven. Each loaf, each bun, emerged golden and perfect, a testament to the order she cherished. Change, however, like an unwelcome draft under the door, unsettled her deeply. When the old miller retired or the footpath by the creek eroded, Anya would fret, her hands trembling slightly as she shaped her dough, as if the world's shifting sands threatened the very foundations of her hearth. One crisp autumn morning, a peculiar thing happened. As Anya measured her finest white flour into a large ceramic bowl, a shaft of sunlight pierced through the bakery window, striking the powdery surface. Instead of lying inert, the flour seemed to shimmer, catching the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Then, incredibly, a small puff of it swirled upwards, forming the shape of a miniature, glowing leaf before dissolving back into the bowl. Anya gasped, dropping her wooden spoon. She blinked, rubbed her eyes, and peered cautiously. The flower lay still, ordinary. Had it been a trick of the light? A stray dust mote? Yet a strange warmth lingered in the bowl, a feeling not of heat, but of possibility. The next day the shimmer returned. This time, when she poured water into the flour, the mixture didn't just absorb it. It seemed to drink it eagerly, transforming into a dough that pulsed faintly under her fingers. It felt alive, humming with a quiet energy that both frightened and fascinated her. As she shaped the dough into her familiar round loaves, a single rogue thought slipped in. What if I tried something different? Immediately, she banished it. Change was dangerous. Stick to the known. She baked the loaves as usual. They emerged perfect, but strangely silent. The usual comforting aroma was there, but the vibrant, almost musical hum she'd felt in the dough was gone, extinguished by her fear. Anya confided in her two closest friends. Mara, the village herbalist with eyes as deep and calm as forest pools, listened intently as she sorted bundles of dried lavender. "This flower," Mara mused, her voice soft like rustling leaves, "it sounds like it holds the magic of potential, Anya, like a seed holding the entire tree within it. It responds to intention, perhaps, to the courage to try something new." Thomas, the gentle carpenter whose workshop adjoined the bakery, nodded thoughtfully, smoothing a piece of wood. "Change is like carving, Anya. It feels like you're taking away, but really, you're revealing the shape that was always meant to be inside. Maybe the flower needs you to reveal its new shape." Their words were kind, supportive, but they couldn't quell the knot of anxiety in Anya's chest. The magical flower grew more insistent. It began to glow faintly, even in the dim pre-dawn light. It resisted forming her perfect rounds, instead clinging to her fingers, pulling towards shapes she'd never considered: spirals, twists, intricate braids. One morning, overwhelmed by its persistent tugging and the pressure of this unwanted transformation, Anya fled the bakery. She wandered into the ancient woods bordering Willowbrook, the carpet of fallen leaves crunching softly underfoot, the scent of damp earth and decaying wood filling her senses. She sank onto a mossy log, burying her face in her flour-dusted apron. "I don't want this," she whispered to the rustling trees. "I just want my quiet loaves. Why can't it stay the same?" As if in answer, a shower of pine cones tumbled from a tall fir nearby, landing with soft thuds around her. She picked one up, tracing its tight, overlapping scales. It felt solid, familiar, unchanging. But then she remembered Mara explaining how pine cones needed the intense heat of a forest fire to open and release their seeds. Change, triggered by fire, leading to new life. She held the pine cone, its rough texture grounding her, and a flicker of understanding sparked within. Perhaps the magic flower wasn't destroying her world. Perhaps it was offering a different kind of fire, a gentle warmth to open her up. Maybe her resistance was the only thing making it feel dangerous. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Anya walked back to the bakery, the pine cone clutched tightly in her hand. The flower shimmered brightly as she entered, as if welcoming her back. This time, instead of fighting the pull, she closed her eyes. She focused on the warmth of the oven, the comforting scent of yeast, the love she poured into her craft, and the image of the sturdy pine cone. She let go of the picture of the perfect round loaf. Tentatively, she began to shape the humming dough. Her fingers, guided by the dough's own subtle energy and the memory of the pinecone's form, started to create something entirely new. It wasn't smooth or symmetrical. It was textured, layered, rising in uneven, interesting peaks. Thomas stopped by later, drawn by the unusually rich, almost spicy aroma wafting from the bakery. He found Anya carefully sliding a tray of peculiar, pinecone-shaped loaves into the oven. Her brow was furrowed in concentration, but her eyes held a light Thomas hadn't seen in weeks. "Well now," he murmured, a smile spreading across his face. "That looks like a brave new beginning, Anya." Mara arrived just as the loaves emerged. They were a deep, burnished gold, shimmering faintly with that inner starlight. The texture was craggy and beautiful, the layers distinct. As they cooled, a soft, melodic hum filled the bakery, a sound like distant wind chimes and crackling embers combined. The villagers were initially hesitant. "What's this strange bread, Anya?" asked the miller's wife. But the aroma was irresistible, warm, nutty, with hints of forest honey and hearth smoke. When Anya, her heart pounding, offered slices, the taste was extraordinary. It was hearty and complex, each bite revealing subtle layers of flavor that shifted and deepened. It tasted like courage, like discovery, like the forest after rain. The villagers devoured it, their murmurs of surprise turning into exclamations of delight. The loaves sold out faster than any bread Anya had ever made. Anya watched, a warmth spreading through her that had nothing to do with the oven. The shimmering flour hadn't forced her to change. It had mirrored the potential for growth already inside her, waiting for the spark of her own willingness. The transformation wasn't about abandoning her old ways, but about expanding them. She still baked her familiar, comforting loaves, but now, alongside them, sat the magical pinecone bread, glowing softly. Each time she shaped it, she felt the dough hum in harmony with her own spirit, a tangible echo of her inner shift. One evening, as the last embers of sunset painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Anya sat on her bakery step, sharing a warm slice of pinecone bread with Mara and Thomas. Fireflies blinked like tiny lanterns in the gathering dusk. "I was so afraid," Anya confessed softly, the words tasting lighter now. afraid that changing one thing meant losing everything. Mara placed a gentle hand on hers. Growth isn't lost, dear heart. It's like adding a new room to your house. The old rooms are still there, warm and familiar, but now you have space for new light, new views. Thomas nodded, his eyes reflecting the fireflies. And sometimes the most beautiful shapes come from the wood that seemed hardest to carve. Anya smiled, a genuine, peaceful smile that reached her eyes. She looked at the half-eaten slice in her hand, its intricate layers catching the twilight glow. The faint hum vibrated softly against her palm, a comforting, constant reminder. The magical flower hadn't changed her world. It had helped her see the magic that was always there, waiting to be shaped. The fear of change hadn't vanished completely, but it was now a smaller, quieter thing, overshadowed by the quiet thrill of discovery and the deep comfort of knowing she could adapt, she could grow. The village slept peacefully under a blanket of stars, the scent of warm bread and autumn leaves hanging sweetly in the cool air, and Anya felt, for the first time in a long while, not just safe, but truly at home within her own evolving story. The gentle magic of transformation, she realized, was simply the courage to listen to the quiet hum within, to trust the process, and to shape the dough of your life with an open heart, one hopeful, textured, beautiful loaf at a time. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the comforting scent of baking bread still clinging to the air, she dreamed not of rigid perfection, but of endless, shimmering possibilities, rising warm and golden in the dawn. Story 18. The fire crackled softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, the wind sighed through the ancient oak trees, bordering the sleepy village of Willow Creek. Inside her small, lamplit room, young Maya traced the familiar patterns of the quilt her grandmother had stitched, feeling a familiar restlessness stir within her. It wasn't fear of the dark nor childish fancy. It was a deeper pull, a sense that the world held whispers just beyond her hearing, secrets tucked away like forgotten treasures beneath the roots of the world. Maya wasn't like the other children who chased boisterous games. She was a listener. She listened to the murmurs of the brook, the rustling conversations of leaves, the soft creak of the old mill wheel. She felt the pulse of the earth beneath her bare feet in summer, and the sigh of the frost in winter. Tonight the silence felt different, expectant, charged with a quiet energy that made the hair on her arms prickle. A soft, rhythmic thump-thump-thump seemed to echo from the direction of the whispering woods, a dense, ancient forest everyone avoided after dusk, speaking of strange lights and shifting paths. Driven by a curiosity stronger than caution, Maya slipped from her bed. Pulling on her thickest woolen socks and her worn, moss-green cloak, she eased open her window. The cool night air, scented with damp earth and pine resin, rushed in. The thump-thump-thump was clearer now, a gentle, insistent heartbeat against the backdrop of the wind. Silently she climbed down the sturdy ivy trellis and set off, her small figure swallowed by the moon-dappled shadows at the forest's edge. The whispering woods lived up to its name. As Maya stepped beneath the canopy, the ordinary night sounds faded, replaced by a symphony of hushed voices. They weren't human voices, but the susurrus of the trees themselves, low groans from ancient oaks, high chittering from slender birches, the deep, resonant hum of the pines. It wasn't frightening, it felt like walking into a vast, slumbering cathedral. The path, usually clear by day, seemed to shift and shimmer. Roots curled like beckoning fingers, patches of luminous moss glowed faintly blue, and fireflies, larger and brighter than any Maya had seen, drifted like fallen stars. Following the thump-thump-thump, Maya pushed deeper. The air grew warmer, thick with the scent of unseen flowers and rich, loamy earth. Suddenly the dense undergrowth parted, revealing a hidden glade bathed in ethereal silver moonlight. In the center stood a creature unlike any she'd encountered. Larger than a house cat, covered in coarse, silvery gray fur striped with bold black, it stood upright on powerful hind legs, its small, clever eyes wide with surprise and pain. It clutched its left forepaw close to its chest. Beside it lay a smooth, river-worn stone about the size of Maya's fist. But this stone wasn't inert. It pulsed with a soft, deep blue light, perfectly in time with the thump-thump-thump Maya had heard. It seemed to be the source of the sound. Maya froze. It was a badger, but unlike any badger from her storybooks. This one possessed an aura of ancient dignity, a quiet intelligence in its gaze. It saw her and flinched, a low growl rumbling in its chest, baring sharp teeth. Fear shot through Maya, but she saw the pain in its eyes, the awkward angle of the injured paw. She remembered her grandmother's words, "True courage, my dear, isn't the absence of fear, but kindness offered despite it." Slowly, deliberately, Maya lowered herself to the mossy ground, keeping her movements small and non-threatening. "Hello," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the forest murmurs. "I heard the sound. Are you hurt?" She nodded towards its paw. The badger stared at her, its dark eyes unblinking. The growl subsided, replaced by a wary curiosity. It tilted its head, then cautiously nudged the glowing stone with its snout. The blue light flared slightly, and a new sound emerged, not a thump, but a soft, melodic chime like tiny bells. The sound seemed to resonate within Maya, filling her with a sense of profound calm and ancient knowing. It was as if the stone itself was speaking a language older than words. "Thorn," the badger finally rasped, its voice surprisingly deep and gravelly, yet gentle. "My name is Thorn, and this," it nudged the stone again, "is the heartstone of Elder Grove." It called out. "I was guarding its resting place when the ground shifted. A root snapped, trapped my paw." Thorn looked down at the stone, then back at Maya. "The heartstone has been silent for generations. Its light dimmed. Now it sings, and it led you here." Maya felt a thrill run through her. The stone's call hadn't just been a sound, it had been a feeling, a pull she couldn't ignore. "I'm Maya," she said, moving a fraction closer. "The heartstone, what is it?" "It is the core," Thorn explained, his voice reverent. "The heart of the Elder Grove, a hidden world deep within these woods, a place where the oldest magic sleeps. The heartstone anchors its magic to this realm, but its light has been fading. Without its full power, the pathways between worlds grow thin, the Elder Grove weakens, and the whispering woods themselves become restless, confused." He gestured with his good paw towards the shimmering, shifting trees around them. "The stone pulsed tonight stronger than it has in years. It broke free from its cradle deep below. I felt its distress, its need, and came. But now—" He winced, looking at his trapped paw. "I cannot carry it back to the Elder Grove's heart. The journey is perilous, and the pathways are unstable. The heartstone grows weaker the longer it is separated from its source, if its light fails completely before it returns." Thorn didn't finish, but the gravity in his eyes was enough. The Elder Grove, the magic, perhaps even the unique spirit of the Whispering Woods, could be lost. Maya looked at the glowing stone, then at Thorn's trapped paw, wedged beneath a thick, moss-covered root that had snapped and fallen. The heartstone's pulse felt like a living thing, a fragile heartbeat against her own. The enormity of the situation settled upon her small shoulders. This wasn't just an injured animal. It was a guardian of something vital and ancient, and its burden was now impossibly heavy. "I can help," Maya said, the words surprising even her. "I can carry the heartstone. You can guide me. Show me the way to the Elder Grove." Thorn regarded her silently for a long moment. His dark eyes searched hers, not with suspicion now, but with a deep, assessing wisdom. He saw not just a child, but the quiet listener, the one who heard the forest's whispers. He saw the courage it took to offer help to a strange, potentially dangerous creature in the forbidden woods. He saw the heartstone's soft light reflecting in her earnest gaze. "The path is hidden," Thorn rasped finally. "It wins through places unseen, tests the spirit. Are you certain, little listener? The Heartstone's magic is potent, but the journey is for those who understand the quiet strength of roots and stones, not the loud clamor of storms. Maya nodded, her resolve solidifying. I understand quiet things, and the stone, it feels right, like it needs to go home. I want to help it go home. She approached the root, trapping Thorn's paw. It was thick and heavy. First, let me free you. Using all her strength, Maya braced herself against the root and pushed. It groaned, shifted slightly, but held fast. Thorn grunted, trying to pull his paw free. It was no use. Maya looked around, her eyes scanning the glade. She spotted a sturdy, fallen branch, gnarled but strong. Wrenching it free from the undergrowth, she used it as a lever, wedging it under the root near Thorn's paw. Push with me, Thorn, she urged. With a combined effort, Maya straining on the lever, Thorn pushing upwards with his powerful shoulders, the root lifted just enough. Thorn yanked his paw free with a sharp gasp, collapsing onto the moss. Maya dropped the branch, rushing to his side. His paw was swollen, possibly sprained, but not broken. Thank you, Maya, he rumbled, genuine gratitude warming his gravelly voice. He tested the weight on the paw, wincing. I can walk but slowly, carrying the stone that I cannot do. Maya turned to the Heartstone. Its blue glow pulsed invitingly. She reached out hesitantly. As her fingers brushed its smooth, cool surface, a jolt of energy surged through her, not painful, but vibrant, alive. It felt like diving into a clear, sun-warmed pool. Images flashed in her mind, towering trees with bark like silver scales, glowing mushrooms carpeting the forest floor, a vast, still lake reflecting a sky filled with unfamiliar constellations. She felt the Heartstone's yearning, its deep sorrow at being separated from its source, and its fragile hope. She gently cradled it in both hands. It was surprisingly light, its rhythmic thumping now a comforting vibration against her palms. The blue light intensified slightly, bathing her face in its gentle radiance. Hold it close, Thorn instructed, rising carefully. Its light will guide us and protect us, but it also makes us noticeable. The pathways between worlds are guarded by echoes and reflections, creatures born of the thinning veil. They are drawn to magic, especially magic adrift. He limped towards the far edge of the glade, where the trees seemed denser, darker. The entrance is here. Remember, Maya, the path isn't always straight. Trust what you feel, not just what you see. The Heartstone will resonate with the true way. Thorn placed his good paw against the trunk of a massive, ancient beech tree. Its bark shimmered like wet obsidian. He murmured something in a guttural language that vibrated in the air. The tree seemed to ripple, and a section of its trunk dissolved into swirling mist, revealing an opening just large enough for Thorn to squeeze through and Maya to follow. Beyond was not forest, but a tunnel formed of intertwined roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light, pale greens and blues illuminating the twisting passageway. The air smelled of ozone and damp stone. Maya took a deep breath, cradling the glowing Heartstone, its pulse syncing with her own quickening heartbeat. She stepped through the misty portal after Thorn. The moment she crossed the threshold, the sounds of the whispering woods vanished, replaced by an immense, profound silence. The only sounds were Thorn's limping footsteps on the root-strewn path, her own soft breathing, and the deep, resonant thump-thump-thump of the stone in her hands. The tunnel wound downwards, the glowing roots forming intricate patterns overhead and underfoot. It felt like descending into the very heart of the earth. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint, sweet scent like crushed fern and starflowers. After what felt like an hour of careful descent, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. Stalactites hung like frozen waterfalls from a ceiling, lost in darkness, dripping water that chimed musically into clear pools below. But the path didn't cross the cavern floor. Instead, it became a narrow, natural stone bridge arching over a chasm, so deep Maya couldn't see the bottom, only hear the distant rush of subterranean water. Thorn paused at the bridge's entrance. "The bridge of echoes," he said, his voice low. "Tread lightly, heavy thoughts, loud fears, they take shape here. The Heartstone's light will draw them. Keep your mind calm, your heart steady. Focus on the stone's purpose. Focus on home." As they stepped onto the bridge, Maya felt the Heartstone's pulse quicken slightly. The bridge itself seemed insubstantial, made of solidified mist and moonlight. Looking down into the abyss sent a wave of dizziness through her. Suddenly, shapes began to coalesce from the swirling mist below, shadowy figures with grasping hands, whispering voices that hissed doubts directly into her mind. "You're just a child, too small, you'll drop it. Why trust the badger? He led you here to trap you. The stone is too heavy, the path too long, you'll fail." The whispers were insidious, cold fingers of fear tracing her spine. Maya stumbled, her grip tightening on the Heartstone. Its warm pulse surged, a wave of calm washing over her, pushing back the chilling whispers. She closed her eyes for a moment, blocking out the swirling shadows. She focused on the stone's solid weight, its gentle light warming her hands. She thought of the elder grove she'd glimpsed, the silver trees, the peaceful lake. She thought of Thorn's grateful eyes. She thought of the whispering woods, confused and restless without its heart. Home, she thought fiercely, directing the thought towards the stone. "We're taking you home." The Heartstone glowed brighter, its blue light flaring outwards, pushing the shadowy figures back into the mist. The whispers faded to distant murmurs. Opening her eyes, Maya saw the path ahead clearly. She took a deep, steadying breath and walked forward, step by careful step, Thorn limping faithfully beside her, his presence a solid anchor. They crossed the bridge of echoes, leaving the whispering shadows behind in the chasm. Beyond the bridge, the path changed. The glowing root tunnels gave way to a forest, unlike any Maya had imagined. They stepped into the Elder Grove. It was a realm bathed in perpetual twilight, soft and deep. Towering trees, far taller than any oak, rose like pillars holding up the sky. Their bark was smooth and silver, shimmering with an inner light. Leaves the size of shields, in hues of deep amethyst, emerald, and burnished copper, rustled gently, releasing drifts of glowing pollen that hung in the air like tiny lanterns. The forest floor was a carpet of luminous moss blues, greens, and soft golds interspersed with enormous, softly glowing mushrooms in fantastical shapes. Bioluminescent insects, like living jewels, darted through the air. A profound sense of peace hung over everything, but it was a peace tinged with melancholy, a quiet sadness that resonated in the very air. The Elder Grove, Thorn breathed, his voice filled with awe and sorrow. "See how the light dims, the silver trees lose their luster, the song of the grove is faint." Indeed, while beautiful, the colors seemed muted, the light from the flora less vibrant than Maya felt they should be. A deep stillness prevailed, broken only by the distant chime of water. "The Heartstone's cradle lies at the grove's center, by the pool of reflection," Thorn said, pointing with his snout towards a faint, silvery glow visible through the majestic trees. "But we must be wary, the Veil Walkers grow bolder as the Heartstone weakens." They moved deeper into the grove. The silence was profound, almost oppressive. The Heartstone in Maya's hands pulsed steadily, its blue light seeming to nourish the plants it passed. Tiny tendrils of moss reached towards it, silver leaves turned slightly brighter as they brushed the glow. Maya felt a deep connection, a sense of responsibility warming her chest. Suddenly, Thorn froze, ears pricked forward. A low, guttural growl rumbled from the shadows between two colossal silver trees. Shapes detached themselves from the gloom, creatures of shifting shadow and fractured light. They had no defined form, constantly flickering between suggestions of wolves, spiders, and twisted humanoids. Their eyes were cold pinpricks of void. Veil Walkers. They moved with unnatural silence, surrounding Maya and Thorn, drawn like moths to the Heartstone's radiant beacon. Fear, cold and sharp, lanced through Maya. The Veil Walkers radiated malice and hunger, a chilling emptiness that sucked the warmth from the air. Thorn positioned himself protectively in front of her, baring his teeth, a fierce snarl tearing from his throat despite his injury. "Hold the stone high, Maya," he commanded. "Its light is their bane, focus its power, think of protection, think of home." The Veil Walkers lunged, shadows stretching like claws. Maya cried out, instinctively raising the Heartstone above her head. She squeezed her eyes shut, pouring all her fear, all her determination, all her love for the grove she barely knew, but already felt responsible for, into the stone. "Protect us," she thought with desperate intensity. Light, strength, home. The Heartstone erupted. Not with a flash, but with a profound wave of pure, resonant blue light. It pulsed outwards like a silent bell toll, visible as a shimmering wave of energy. It struck the Veil Walkers. They didn't scream, they unraveled. Their shadowy forms dissolved into wisps of dark mist that scattered and dissipated like smoke in a strong wind, leaving behind only a faint, acrid smell and a profound sense of relief. The wave of light washed over the surrounding trees. Where it touched, the silver bark brightened noticeably, the leaves unfurled a little more, the moss glowed with renewed vigor. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the entire elder grove. Maya lowered the stone, gasping, her arms trembling. The Heartstone's glow was softer now, almost dim, its pulse weaker. Using its power had drained it significantly. Thorn nudged her gently with his snout. "Well done, little listener, well done, but we must hurry, its strength wanes." They pressed on, the path to the grove's center now clear. The silver trees seemed to lean in, offering silent encouragement. The air grew warmer, sweeter. Soon they emerged into a wide clearing dominated by a vast, perfectly still pool. The water was like liquid mercury, reflecting the twilight sky above the grove, a sky filled with unfamiliar, softly glowing constellations. At the very center of the pool, on a small, flat island of pure white stone, lay a depression shaped exactly like the Heartstone. It looked empty, desolate. "This is the place," Thorn said, his voice thick with emotion. He looked at the pool, then at Maya and the dimming stone. "The pool of reflection. The Heartstone must be returned to its cradle." Maya looked at the still water. "How do we get it there?" The island seemed impossibly far. "The pool tests the bearer," Thorn explained gently. "It reflects not your face, but your heart's true intent. Step onto the water, Maya. If your purpose is pure, the path will hold you. Carry the Heartstone home." Maya looked down at the Heartstone. Its light was faint, its pulse slow and labored. She felt its exhaustion, its deep yearning for the cradle. She looked at Thorn, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, Maya stepped towards the mercury-like water. She expected cold wetness, but as her foot touched the surface, it held firm like cool, solid glass. Ripples spread out from her foot, shimmering with colors: blues of courage, greens of kindness, golds of determination. She stepped fully onto the pool. The surface held her weight perfectly. Holding the Heartstone before her, Maya walked slowly across the pool of reflection. With each step, the water beneath her feet shimmered, reflecting not her image, but fleeting scenes. Her listening by the brook, her finding Thorn, her freeing his paw, her facing the Veil Walkers, her determination shining bright. The path felt sacred, a final test of her spirit. She focused solely on the stone, on its need, on the grove's need. Home. Almost home. She reached the white stone island. The cradle was a simple, smooth depression, radiating a faint, welcoming warmth. Reverently, Maya knelt and placed the Heartstone into its cradle. It settled perfectly, as if sighing with profound relief. The moment the stone touched the cradle, the entire elder grove seemed to inhale. A wave of pure, vibrant energy exploded silently from the island. The dim blue light of the heartstone flared into a brilliant, warm sapphire radiance that pulsed outwards in ever-widening rings. The wave washed over Maya, filling her with indescribable warmth and peace. It washed over Thorn on the shore, who threw back his head and let out a deep, joyful sound that was half-roar, half-song. It washed over the silver trees, whose bark instantly brightened to a luminous sheen, leaves unfurling fully, glowing with vibrant life. The moss carpet blazed with color, the mushrooms pulsed with light, the air filled with the sound of chimes, rustling leaves, and a deep, contented hum from the earth itself. The twilight deepened into a richer, more vibrant dusk, the unfamiliar constellations above blazing with renewed intensity. The song of the elder grove, silent for so long, rose in a magnificent, harmonious chorus. Maya stood on the island, bathed in the heartstone's restored light, tears streaming silently down her face. She felt the grove's immense gratitude, its profound joy, its ancient strength flowing back. It was overwhelming and beautiful. The light gradually settled into a steady, powerful glow emanating from the stone, nestled in its cradle. The grove hummed with vibrant life. Maya walked back across the pool of reflection, which now shone with the reflected brilliance of the restored heartstone. Thorn met her at the shore. He no longer limped, the sprain seemed miraculously healed by the wave of energy. He looked at her, his intelligent eyes filled with awe and deep respect. "You did it, Maya," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought its heart home, you saved the elder grove, you saved the whispering woods." He bowed his massive head low before her. "The grove will remember, I will remember." Maya felt small and immensely significant all at once. She placed a hand gently on Thorn's broad head. "It needed to come home, we did it together." Thorn guided Maya back through the revitalized elder grove. The path through the glowing root tunnels felt brighter, warmer, the air thrumming with healthy magic. Crossing the Bridge of Echoes was effortless, no shadows formed, only faint, harmonious chimes accompanied their steps. They emerged from the misty portal in the hidden glade, just as the first pale fingers of dawn touched the sky in the world above. The whispering woods felt different, settled, peaceful. The trees murmured contentedly, the shifting path seemed stable, the air crisp and clean. Thorn led Maya silently back to the edge of the woods, near her ivy-covered window. The village of Willow Creek was just beginning to stir. He looked down at her, the rising sun glinting in his dark eyes. "Remember the quiet strength, Maya," he said softly. "Remember the heart within the stone, the magic within the roots, the courage within the listener. The grove is always connected, and so are we." He nudged her hand gently with his snout, a gesture of deep affection. "Go home, little listener, sleep, you have done a great thing." Maya watched as Thorn melted back into the trees, a silver-gray shadow disappearing into the vibrant green. She climbed the ivy trellis, slipped through her window, and carefully placed her cloak aside. As she snuggled back under her grandmother's quilt, the first rays of sun warming her room, she felt a profound sense of peace. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet joy. She closed her eyes, the images of the silver trees, the glowing pool, and Thorn's wise eyes filling her mind. Just before sleep claimed her, she felt a familiar, comforting warmth in her hand. She opened her palm. Resting there cool and smooth was a small, perfectly round river stone. It wasn't glowing blue, but it pulsed with a gentle, steady warmth, a tiny echo of the Heartstone's power, a quiet reminder of a hidden world, an unexpected friendship, and the courage found in listening to the quietest whispers of magic. She curled her fingers around it, a small smile touching her lips, and drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep, safe and profoundly changed. The Heartstone was home, and so finally was she. Story 19. The village of Maple Hollow nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon and wood smoke. Mist clung to the cobblestone streets in the mornings, and fireflies danced like fallen stars in the evenings. At the heart of this cozy place lived a kind baker whose warm, golden-brown pies were famous throughout the valley. Her bakery windows glowed like welcoming beacons, and the scent of vanilla and rising dough was a constant comfort. One crisp autumn morning, however, a peculiar problem arose. The baker arrived early, as always, humming a soft tune. She reached for her prized basket of moonberries, plump and glowing with a soft, silvery light she'd gathered from the whispering woods just the night before. They were essential for her special starlight tarts, a treat much anticipated at the upcoming Harvest Moon Festival. But the basket was nearly empty. Only a handful of the luminous berries remained, scattered at the bottom like forgotten pearls. "How curious," the baker murmured, her brow furrowed gently. She was certain she'd filled the basket to the brim. She checked the sturdy latch on the pantry window firmly shut. No crumbs or signs of a struggle. Just missing berries. She sighed, a puff of warm breath visible in the cool air. Perhaps I simply miscounted in the moonlight. She decided to gather more that evening. But the next morning the same thing happened. The fresh basket, carefully placed on the high shelf overnight, was half empty. A few more silvery berries were gone. And the morning after that again. A small, shimmering trail of berry juice, barely noticeable, led from the shelf towards a tiny crack near the floorboards, but vanished before it reached the wall. A faint, sweet, almost floral scent lingered near the crack, different from the usual bakery aromas. This was no accident. A quiet mystery had settled into Maple Hollow like the morning fog. The baker felt a flutter of unease, not fear, but the kind that comes with the unknown. Who or what was taking her precious moonberries? She decided to seek counsel. Packing a small loaf of honey oat bread, still warm from the oven, she walked to the edge of the whispering woods where the ancient, wise owl known as Old Oak resided. His home was a hollow high in a magnificent oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise as his face. "Who?" came a soft inquiry as she approached. Old Oak blinked his large, amber eyes, reflecting the dappled sunlight. "Trouble in the valley, baker. The wind carries whispers of missing light." The baker explained the vanishing berries, the strange juice trail, the unusual scent. She offered the bread, which Old Oak accepted with a dignified nod. Thoughtful, a mystery indeed, not the work of clumsy paws or greedy beaks, I think. The careful taking the scent, it speaks of something delicate, perhaps lost. He ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Observe, baker, not just with your eyes, but with patience and an open heart. The smallest creatures often leave the faintest clues, and the forest holds helpers for those who listen." Feeling a little more hopeful but still puzzled, the baker returned. She decided to stay late that night, hidden behind her flour sacks, a warm blanket wrapped around her shoulders, watching the pantry shelf where the new basket of moonberries sat. The bakery was dark, save for the soft glow of the berries themselves and the embers in the hearth. Hours passed. The village clock chimed midnight, its sound muffled and distant. Just as the baker's eyelids grew heavy, she heard it, a faint musical tinkling like tiny bells. Then a soft rustling near the crack in the wall. Her breath caught. Out crept the most astonishing sight. Not one but dozens of tiny, shimmering creatures, no bigger than her thumb. They looked like delicate mice woven from starlight and dandelion fluff. Their fur glowed softly, shifting between silver and pale blue, and tiny, translucent wings, like dragonfly wings dusted with frost, hummed faintly on their backs. They moved with incredible grace and silence. The strange, sweet floral scent filled the air like moonlight made into perfume. With astonishing teamwork, the little creatures formed a living ladder. Some braced themselves against the wall, others climbed onto their backs, reaching higher and higher until the topmost ones could reach the basket. Using their tiny paws, they gently plucked moonberries, passing them down their line with remarkable efficiency. Each berry seemed to glow brighter in their grasp. They took only a dozen or so, not greedy, just enough. Then just as silently they retreated back into the crack, the faint tinkling fading away. The baker sat stunned, her heart filled with wonder, not anger. These weren't thieves, they were beautiful. But why her berries? And why now? Remembering old Oak's words about forest helpers, the baker had an idea. The next evening, instead of hiding, she prepared. She placed the basket of moonberries on the floor near the crack. Beside it, she left a tiny saucer filled with crystal-clear dewdrops she'd collected from spiderwebs at dawn, and a few crumbs of her softest, sweetest lavender shortbread. Then she sat in plain sight, humming her gentle baking tune, her hands busy knitting a small, soft blanket by the light of a single candle. She radiated calm and kindness, hoping the little creatures would sense she meant no harm. The faint tinkling returned, sooner this time. The star mice peered cautiously from the crack, their luminous eyes wide. Seeing the berries placed so accessibly, and the unexpected offerings, they hesitated. One brave little fellow, slightly larger with a tuft of silvery fur on his head, ventured out. He sniffed the dewdrops, then delicately sipped. He gave a soft, chiming chirp. Others followed. The baker kept humming, not looking directly at them, letting them feel safe. They approached the basket and began taking berries, but this time they paused. The tufted one looked up at the baker, then back at the berries. He made a series of soft, complex chimes. Then, astonishingly, he pushed a single, perfect moonberry towards the saucer of dewdrops, as if offering a trade. "Oh," the baker whispered, touched. "You're welcome to them, little ones, but why do you need them?" The creatures couldn't speak her language, but they seemed to understand her tone. They chattered amongst themselves in their bell-like voices. Then the tufted one gestured towards the crack with his tiny paw, then pointed urgently outside, towards the whispering woods. He shivered dramatically, wrapping his arms around himself, his glow dimming momentarily. The others mimicked him. A sudden understanding dawned on the baker. The nights were growing colder. Autumn was deepening. The whispering woods, while magical, could be chilly, especially for creatures so small and seemingly made of light. "You're cold," she asked softly. "The berries, they keep you warm." The star mice chimed excitedly, nodding their tiny heads. The moonberries weren't just food. Their inherent, gentle light generated warmth for these fragile beings. The sudden cold snap must have driven them to seek a reliable source, and her pantry, always warm from the ovens and stocked with the luminous berries, was perfect. "Oh, my dears," the baker sighed, her heart swelling with compassion. "You should have just asked." Though asking wasn't something they could do. The resolution wasn't about stopping them, but helping them. The mystery was solved, not with a scolding, but with understanding. The next day the baker visited Old Oak again, sharing her discovery. "Ah, the lumina mice." Old Oak hooted softly. Rarely seen, they weave moonlight into their nests. The cold dampens their inner light. The moonberries reignite their warmth like tiny embers. Together, they devised a plan. The baker, with her clever hands, wove a dozen tiny, cozy baskets from soft, dried river grasses and lined them with thistledown. Old Oak used his wisdom to find the sheltered, mossy nook deep in the whispering woods where the lumina mice colony lived a hollow beneath the roots of a giant, ancient maple tree, naturally warm from the earth's heat but now too cold for them. That evening, the baker didn't leave berries in her pantry. Instead, she carried the baskets filled with moonberries to the maple tree hollow. She placed them gently inside the entrance. She also left a small, covered clay pot filled with warm, honeyed milk near the entrance, its heat radiating softly. The lumina mice appeared, their tinkling filled with surprise and curiosity. They inspected the baskets, their tiny paws stroking the soft lining. They understood. With joyful chimes, they took the baskets into their hollow. The baker saw the faint, collective glow from within the hollow intensify, becoming warmer, steadier. The tiny creatures peeked out, chiming what sounded like gratitude. From that night on, the moonberries stopped vanishing from the bakery. Instead, every few days, the baker would find a small, perfect gift left on her doorstep at dawn, a luminous flower that bloomed only at night, a feather softer than cloud touch, a smooth pebble that glowed with captured sunset colors. The lumina mice were sharing their own treasures in thanks. On the night of the Harvest Moon Festival, Maple Hollow glowed with lanterns and laughter. The baker's starlight tarts, made with plentiful moonberries, were the highlight. But the most magical moment came unexpectedly. As the villagers gathered around the large bonfire in the square, sharing stories and songs, a soft shimmering appeared at the edge of the woods. Hundreds of lumina mice emerged, drawn by the warmth and the joyous sounds. They didn't come close to the crowd, but settled on low branches and mossy rocks surrounding the clearing. Their collective glow, like a constellation brought down to earth, pulsed gently in time with the villagers singing, adding their own silent, luminous harmony to the night. The strange, sweet scent of moonlight perfume mingled with wood smoke and baked apples. The baker smiled, looking from the glowing mice to the contented faces around the fire, to the full, harvest moon hanging like a silver lantern in the velvet sky. The mystery of the vanishing berries had led to something far more precious than solved puzzles or recovered fruit. It had led to a new understanding, a quiet friendship born of observation, kindness, and the simple act of seeing need instead of theft. The warmth in the valley that night wasn't just from the bonfire. It was the warmth of connection, of a community both human and magical sharing the light and the comfort of the cozy world they all called home. And as the last embers of the fire crumbled into warm ash, and the lumina mice faded back into the woods like retreating starlight, the villagers carried that shared warmth, that gentle resolution, deep into their dreams. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name: blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings, it translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother of pearl. That pattern reminds me of the starwood glade deep in the whispering hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the heart song box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the whispering hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood Glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the Starwood Glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were 3 figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence, remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart-song box's melody. The other two guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart-song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose, the song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection it fostered, the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart-song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. Story 92. Story 93. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river sang lullabies and chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats. Every morning the villagers awoke to dew-kissed cobblestones and the scent of thyme drifting from Mistress Bramble's garden. But for 3 days something peculiar stirred beneath the dawn's rosy fingers. The milk pails left overnight on porches, cream-rich and white as moonbeams when set out, transformed by sunrise. Monday's milk shimmered like liquid amethyst with the tart sweetness of blackberries. Tuesday's glowed sunflower yellow, tasting of honeycomb. Wednesday's swirled with emerald streaks and the crispness of just-picked apples. Young Felix, whose freckles matched the cinnamon dots on his mother's plum cakes, noticed the pattern. "It's like a rainbow's hiding in our buckets," he whispered to his grandmother Agnes as they stirred a pot of oatmeal by the hearth. Agnes adjusted her spectacles, carved from willow wood by the village lens maker. "Magic often leaves clues in plain sight, child," she murmured. "Observe the small things, the way a spider mends her web or a wren tilts its head." That evening, Felix tucked a woolen blanket around the milk pail on their porch. Hidden behind a fragrant lavender bush, he watched. Moonlight silvered the thatched roofs. Crickets hummed. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft pitter-patter approached, like raindrops on oak leaves. A creature no taller than Felix's niece scurried into view. It had velvety ears twitching like moth wings, fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes like polished hailstones. With a nervous glance, it nudged the pail with its damp nose. A sneeze, a tiny achoo, burst forth. A sprinkle of iridescent dust sparkled over the milk, turning it lavender with the scent of violets. "Wait," Felix called softly. The creature froze, trembling. "I won't hurt you," Felix promised, kneeling. "Why are you changing our milk?" The creature sniffled. "I'm Pippet," it whispered, voice like wind through reeds. "I've got a cold, my sneezes, they make things different." Tears welled in its hailstone eyes. "The village healer's garden has elderflowers that could cure me, but I'm too shy to ask." Felix's heart melted like butter on warm bread. "We'll help." He fetched Agnes, whose wisdom flowed as steadily as the river. She brewed a steaming cup of elderflower tea, sweetened with clover honey. "Drink up, little one," she soothed. "Magic colds need magic remedies." As Pippet sipped, Agnes explained. Pippet was a glimmerkin, rare forest spirits whose sneezes accidentally enchanted objects. He didn't mean mischief, Felix, just loneliness and a runny nose. Word spread at dawn. Villagers gathered, not with pitchforks but curiosity. Baker Tom brought hazelnut scones. Potter Nell carried a tiny ceramic cup for Pippet. "Colorful milk's rather lovely," chuckled Farmer Jed, sipping his violet brew. With the village's kindness, Pippet's cold vanished. His sneezes became purposeful, dusting flower seeds to make them bloom faster, or adding silver swirls to Mistress Bramble's yarn. The resolution arrived one starlit evening. Pippet perched on the village well, surrounded by new friends. "I have a gift," he announced. One mighty achoo sent a cascade of glitter over the communal milk churn. Morning revealed not one color, but a swirling galaxy of flavors: vanilla blue, raspberry gold, mint green. A shared rainbow, breathed Felix. Willowbrook's breakfasts became celebrations, each sip a delightful surprise. Pippet moved into a cozy burrow beneath Agnes's rose bushes, his sneezes now welcomed like wind chimes in spring. And so, the mystery that began with bewilderment ended with unity. The villagers learned that magic isn't always grand spells, but small acts of empathy. A blanket offered, a cup of tea shared, a shy creature embraced. As fireflies blinked like floating embers outside their windows, children drifted to sleep, dreaming of lavender clouds and honeycombed suns, knowing that even the strangest happenings could weave the warmest comforts. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch. He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. Sometimes, Silas added, letting go is how we keep things alive. The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. You carry old wisdom in young bones, the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place. Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma, Silas whispered. It's in us, and now we have a new one to share. That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. Deep in the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web at dawn. Moss, thick and velvety emerald, carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps, and holding the damp, earthy scent of life and decay in perfect balance. Sunlight filtered through the high leaves, fell in shifting golden pools, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was the domain of Fern, a young squirrel with fur the color of sun-baked acorns and eyes that held the curiosity of the first spring bud. Fern's home was a cozy hollow high in the grandmother oak, a tree so old its bark resembled a map of forgotten mountains. From her doorway, Fern watched the intricate dance of the hidden folk. Glimmerwing moths, their wings dusted with moonlight, tended luminous night blooms that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. Tiny moss people no taller than a pine cone meticulously repaired dewdrop bridges strung between fern fronds. Old Bramble the badger, his fur striped with silver wisdom, would shuffle along well-worn paths, his low rumble a comforting counterpoint to the high, sweet songs of the sky-blue finches. Everything moved with a rhythm as old as the hills, a rhythm dictated by the turning wheel, the gentle, powerful cycle of seasons, woven with threads of subtle magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, a ribbon of water that usually sang with a pure, musical voice and shimmered with an inner light like captured moonlight, seemed dull. Its song was muted, a mere whisper, and its luminous glow had faded to a weary gray. The water plants lining its banks, usually vibrant with underwater rainbows, looked listless. A tremor of unease, cold as the first frost, prickled down Fern's spine. She scampered down the grandmother oak, her paws sinking into the soft moss. "Elder Bark," she called, her voice small against the vastness of the woods. She found the ancient tortoise basking in a rare shaft of sunlight near the brook, his shell etched with patterns like the rings of time itself. His eyes, deep and dark as forest pools, opened slowly. "Little Fern," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry worry, what troubles the green heart?" The brook, Elder, Fern said, her whiskers twitching anxiously. It's lost its song, its light is fading, it feels sad. Elder Bark shifted ponderously, his heavy head turning towards the water. He studied it for a long moment, the silence filled only by the diminished gurgle and the distant cry of a hawk. Ah, he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines. The turning wheel wobbles, the balance tilts. The crystal brook draws its life from the heart song of the whispering woods itself, from the roots deep in the earth, the sigh of the leaves, the laughter of the rain. When that harmony falters, so does the brook's magic. But why? Fern asked, her bushy tail flicking. What's wrong? The story is old, little one, Elder Bark murmured, his gaze distant. Older than my shell, it is whispered that the brook's light dims when the natural order is strained, when the deep roots thirst too deeply because the rains forget their path, when the leaves fall too soon because the wind grows harsh and restless, when the creatures forget to listen, truly listen, to the woods. He nudged a small, perfectly smooth river stone with his nose. See this? Once stones like these glowed softly in the brook, guiding the night fish. Now they sleep. Fern felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her small shoulders. The magic wasn't just a pretty shimmer, it was the lifeblood of her home. What can we do, Elder? How do we mend the wheel? The old tortoise blinked slowly. The answer lies not in grand gestures, but in understanding the whispers. Seek the keeper of the veil. She watches the threads where weather and seasons meet magic. The keeper of the veil was Willow, a creature rarely sane but deeply felt. She was said to dwell where the mist clung longest, near the singing stones, ancient, moss-covered monoliths that hummed when the wind swept through them just right. Fern set off, her heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum. The journey took her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. She passed through groves where autumn had painted the maples in fiery hues of crimson and gold, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, releasing a scent like spiced apples. She crossed meadows where late-blooming asters held up purple faces to the weakening sun, and butterflies, wings edged in frost, danced their final waltzes. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the clean, sharp smell of impending rain and the distant ozone tang of magic. Finally, she reached the Valley of Mists. Gray tendrils curled around the bases of colossal ancient firs, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight haze. In the center stood the Singing Stones, 5 towering pillars of gray rock, veined with silver and draped in emerald moss. As Fern approached, a gentle breeze sighed through the valley. It touched the stones, and they began to hum a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Fern's bones, a sound like the earth itself singing a lullaby. The mist swirled, coalescing near the largest stone. From the shifting vapor emerged a figure both strange and beautiful. Willow was tall and slender, seemingly woven from the mist itself, and the pale green light filtering through the canopy. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the dim light, and her eyes were the shifting color of storm clouds, gray, blue, and sometimes touched with violet. She wore a cloak that seemed spun from spider silk and starlight, shimmering with every movement. She didn't speak aloud, but her voice resonated directly in Fern's mind, soft as falling snow and clear as mountain water. Little guardian, the voice echoed. You feel the discord. You seek the harmony. Images flashed in Fern's mind, parched earth cracking beneath thirsty roots, a nestling shivering under an unnaturally early frost, leaves shriveling before their time. The wheel turns heavy. The deep springs sleep too deeply. The sky forgets its gentle tears. The wind whispers harshly, not softly. The heart song weakens. What can be done? Fern thought back, pouring all her worry and hope into the silent question. Willow extended a hand that seemed made of condensed mist. A single perfect dewdrop balanced on her fingertip, catching the light and refracting it into a tiny rainbow. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo. The magic flows where life flows truly. Listen to the wind's true song. Feel the earth's deep thirst. Remember the old ways. Gather the voices. Rekindle the connection. She gestured towards the singing stones. The stones remember the ancient rains. Let them sing the sky back. Understanding, fragile but bright, blossomed in fern. It wasn't about one grand spell, but about restoring the natural flow, the connection everyone had neglected. She needed to rally the creatures, remind them to truly be with the forest, to listen and respond to its needs. Fern raised back, her small form a blur of russet fur against the autumn tapestry. She found Bramble the badger, diligently turning the soil near his set. Bramble, the earth is thirsty. We must remember to dig the channels towards the deep roots after the rains, like the old stories say. Bramble paused, his dark eyes thoughtful, then gave a gruff nod, immediately starting to clear an old, silted channel leading towards the grandmother oak's roots. She found the sky-blue finches flitting nervously. Finches, the wind whispers harshly, we need your songs, the gentlest ones, to soothe it, to remind it of soft breezes. The finches, understanding the urgency in her chitter, gathered on the highest branches and began to sing not their usual territorial calls, but the soft, fluting melodies used to calm fledglings, a sound like liquid silver pouring through the leaves. She sought the moss people. The deep springs sleep, the stones need singing. The tiny folk, understanding the gravity, swarmed towards the valley of mists, carrying droplets of dew and fragments of luminous lichen. They climbed the singing stones, anointing them with moisture and light, their tiny voices adding a high, sweet counterpoint to the stone's deep hum. Fern herself climbed to the very top of the grandmother oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the rough bark beneath her paws, the cool autumn air ruffling her fur, the faint vibration of the distant singing stones through the ancient wood. She listened, truly listened. She heard the rasp of a beetle under bark, the distant gurgle of the sad brook, the sigh of the wind moving through countless leaves. She poured her own small heart song into the listening, a song of love for the moss, the acorns, the dappled light, the scent of damp earth. A song of hope for the brook's light. All across the whispering woods, the hidden folk focused. The badgers dug, remembering forgotten water paths. The finches sang lullabies to the wind. The moths tended their glowing blooms with extra care, their light a beacon in the gathering dusk. The moss people sang upon the stones. And high in the grandmother oak, Fern listened and sang with her whole being. As dusk deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, a change began. The wind, carrying the finches' gentle songs and the scent of turned earth, softened. It no longer snatched leaves harshly, but cradled them as they drifted down. It carried a new scent, the clean, wet promise of rain. High above, the first stars winked into existence. Then it came. Not a storm, but a gentle, soaking rain. Soft, silver threads fell from the darkening sky, kissing the parched earth, pattering on the broad leaves, filling the air with the most beautiful scent petrichor, the breath of the earth sighing in relief. The rain fell upon the singing stones. The deep hum grew louder, richer, resonating through the valley and beyond, vibrating through the roots of the trees, pulsing through the very air. Fern watched, breathless, as the raindrops hit the crystal brook. Where each drop landed, a tiny point of light sparked silver, blue, then gold. The gray dullness dissolved like mist under the sun. The brook began to shimmer, faintly at first, then with growing intensity, its inner light rekindled. Its song returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, musical chuckle, harmonizing perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the stone's deep resonance. The water plants perked up, their colors deepening, tiny underwater lights flickering back to life along their stems. The stones in the brook began to glow with a soft, steady light, guiding the way once more. Downstream, the creatures gathered at the water's edge. Bramble dipped his snout, drinking deeply, a rumble of contentment in his chest. The finches bathed in the shallows, their feathers sparkling with droplets and reflected light. The moss people danced on lily pads, their tiny forms illuminated by the brook's renewed radiance. Elder Bark watched from the bank, a profound peace in his ancient eyes. Fern scampered down and joined them, the cool, luminous water soothing her paws. The air hummed with restored magic, a tangible warmth like sunlight held in water. The turning wheel had righted itself not by force, but by the combined, conscious effort of every creature listening, remembering, and acting in harmony with the deep, natural rhythms. Willow watched from the edge of the mist, a faint smile touching her ephemeral lips. The threads of weather and season, life and magic were realigning, woven back together by the gentle strength of friendship, wisdom, and shared purpose. As the last raindrops fell and the full moon rose, casting the whispering woods in a silvery blue glow, the crystal brook flowed stronger and brighter than ever. Its light reflected in the eyes of the gathered creatures, a constellation of peaceful stars mirrored on earth. The ancient stones hummed their deep, satisfied song, the finches offered soft night-time carols, and the gentle gurgle of the brook wove through it all, a lullaby of perfect balance. Fern curled up on a smooth, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge, lulled by the symphony of her restored home. She knew the stories Elder Bark told were true. Magic lived in the listening, in the caring, in the harmony of countless small hearts beating in time with the great, green heart of the world. And with that comforting knowledge, wrapped in the soft light of the brook and the gentle sounds of the harmonious night, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the ancient, whispering embrace of the woods. The fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water like living embers, completing the perfect, peaceful picture under the watchful, star-strewn sky. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded, it was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined Great-Aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home." But his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. "Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping." Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. "You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben." The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. "We need to follow the fading song to its source," Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. "But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends." Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found?" "Both, perhaps, Zephyr," Thistle chuckled. "This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it." Zephyr buzzed excitedly. "Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy." She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. "I can guide you." Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. "A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain." His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. "We seek the source of the silence, Moss," Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. "The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones." Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. "He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come." The journey through the whispering glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence it hurts. Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. Their effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone-toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half-closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. Thank you, Ben. The glen remembers. We all remember. Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep, thank you. Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaylin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaylin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaylin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaylin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaylin bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kalen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds. The rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kalen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kalen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kalen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. The starship Stardust Weaver hummed through the velvet expanse of the Sombrero Nebula, its polished hull reflecting swirling clouds of interstellar dust. Inside, amidst the quiet thrum of engines, two beings sat in uneasy silence. Xylac, a diminutive creature from the perpetually twilit forests of Glimmerfell, resembled a cross between a silver-furred squirrel and a wise old owl. Large, luminous eyes dominated his small face, sensitive to light and attuned to the faintest vibrations. His delicate paws, currently fidgeting with a complex diagnostic tool, were renowned throughout the quadrant for their ability to mend the most intricate machinery. He preferred soft sounds, dim lights, and the quiet company of circuits. His companion, Borvac, was a hulking, crystalline entity from the gravity-heavy world of Obsidian Core. Standing nearly 8 feet tall, his body was composed of interlocking plates of deep violet amethyst that refracted light into mesmerizing patterns. His voice, when he used it, resonated like stones grinding deep underground. He communicated primarily through subtle shifts in the hue and intensity of his internal light. Borvac valued strength, stoic silence, and the predictable rhythms of deep space navigation. He found Xylac's constant, almost imperceptible movements and need for near darkness deeply unsettling. Their assignment was simple: deliver vital terraforming components to the fledgling colony on Epsilon Eridani 4. Their partnership was less simple. Assigned by a well-meaning but overworked logistics AI, they were deemed complementary skill sets. So far, the only thing they complemented was each other's profound discomfort. The misunderstanding, the beginning. Their journey began with friction. Xylac dimmed the bridge lights to a level Borvac found functionally blind. Borvac, moving with the subtlety of a meteor strike, accidentally knocked over Xylac's meticulously organized toolkit, sending tiny components skittering across the floor with sounds that felt like screams to Xylac's sensitive ears. "Please," Xylac whispered, his voice a soft rustle of leaves, the resonance. "It disrupts my focus." He gestured helplessly at the scattered parts. Borvac's internal light flared a brief, annoyed crimson. Equals excessive fragility. Illogical sensitivity. The thought pulsed through his crystalline structure, though he remained outwardly silent, merely stooping with surprising grace to clumsily gather the tools, his heavy fingers threatening to crush the delicate instruments. Xylac flinched with every clatter. Later, Borvac attempted to communicate a course correction. He pulsed a complex pattern of indigo and emerald light across his chest, the intricate visual language of his people. Xylac, head buried in an engine conduit, saw only distracting, chaotic flashes. "Could you perhaps dim that?" he ventured timidly. "The brightness, it overwhelms." Borvak's light dimmed, but a frustrated, cold blue flicker ran through his core. Equals ignorance. This one cannot perceive basic communication. He resorted to punching coordinates into the console with unnecessary force, the thumps vibrating painfully through Xylac's small frame. The silence thickened, heavy with mutual incomprehension. The shared challenge, the middle. Disaster struck near the volatile gravity well of a rogue pulsar. A micrometeor shower, invisible on their scanners until the last moment, peppered the Stardust Weaver. Alarms shrieked a harsh, jagged sound that sent Xylac curling into a ball, paws clamped over his large ears. Lights flickered erratically, stabbing at his eyes. Borvak, momentarily stunned by the sensory assault, reacted with instinctive strength. He lunged for the controls, his massive hands surprisingly deft as he wrestled the bucking ship. Stabilizers failing, engines fluctuating, his deep voice boomed, each word a physical blow to Xylac. The ship shuddered violently. A secondary explosion ripped through the lower decks. The main power conduit severed with a shower of sparks and a deafening crackle. Artificial gravity failed. Lights died completely, plunging them into utter blackness save for the frantic red glare of emergency beacons and Borvak's own panicked, pulsing internal light, a chaotic stroboscope in the dark. The Stardust Weaver wasn't destroyed, but it was crippled. Life support was minimal. Navigation was offline. They were adrift in a dead ship, the pulsar's gravitational pull slowly, inevitably dragging them towards oblivion. Xylac uncurled, trembling. The utter darkness, paradoxically, was a relief after the strobing lights. He could think. He could feel the vibrations of the dying ship. "The main power conduit," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the groaning hull. "It's severed near junction Gamma 7 without it." He didn't need to finish. Without it, they couldn't restart the engines, couldn't escape the pulsar's pull. Borvak's light shifted from panicked strobes to a steady, grim ochre. He understood the words, understood the death sentence. Equals junction Gamma 7. Deep in engineering. Radiation levels likely critical from the breach. They looked at each other through the gloom. Xylac saw the ochre light not chaotic, but steady, resolved. Borvak saw the large, luminous eyes fixed on him, wide with fear but also determination. They needed each other. Survival depended on it. Mutual support and understanding, the growth. The journey to engineering was a nightmare. Twisted metal blocked corridors. Flickering emergency lights cast long, menacing shadows. Radiation warnings blared intermittently, another agonizing sound for Xylac. Borvak, his natural crystalline structure offering some radiation resistance, moved ahead. He used his immense strength to clear debris, his body casting a protective, albeit intensely glowing, shield around Xylac. The light was still painful, but Xylac understood its purpose now: protection, not aggression. He focused on the vibrations underfoot, mapping the safest path through the treacherous wreckage. "Left 20 paces, Xylac directed, his voice strained but clear, close to Borvak's leg. "There's a pressure differential, unstable plating." Borvak halted, his light dimming slightly as he processed the information through tactile sensors Xylac couldn't perceive. He adjusted his course, his heavy steps becoming deliberate, careful. Reaching Gamma 7 was worse. The conduit spat angry blue arcs of energy into the scorched darkness. Radiation counters screamed. The repair required precision work in a cramped, hazardous space, a task impossible for Borvak's large hands and impossible for Xylac to endure unprotected for long. Borvak pulsed a slow, rhythmic pattern of deep blue and soft green light onto the wall beside the conduit. It wasn't his complex language, but a simple, repeating sequence. Steady. Calm. Safe. He positioned his massive body between Xylac and the worst of the radiation leak, his crystalline form absorbing a significant amount of the harmful energy, his light providing the only illumination. Xylac took a shuddering breath. The rhythmic light was soothing. It wasn't chaotic flashes, but a deliberate, gentle beacon. He understood the unspoken message, I am here. You are shielded. Do your work. Trust, fragile but real, bloomed in the radioactive dark. With paws that didn't tremble, Xylac wriggled into the cramped space. He worked with breathtaking speed and dexterity, guided by touch and the steady, rhythmic glow Borvak cast. He felt the heat, the residual radiation prickling his fur, but the crushing fear was replaced by focus. Borvak remained an unmoving bulwark, his internal light a constant, calming presence, a silent anchor. When a secondary energy surge threatened, Borvak shifted minutely, taking the brunt of the blast on his shielded side, a low rumble of pain vibrating through him. Xylac didn't pause, but his heart clenched with a new feeling concern for the giant who was his shield. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, with a final, delicate twist of a micro-spanner, Xylac connected the last filament. It's done, he rasped, scrambling back. Borvak's light surged bright gold pure, unadulterated relief and triumph. He carefully lifted Xylac away from the conduit, just as the repaired system hummed back to life. Emergency lights stabilized. The groaning of the hull lessened. The slow drag towards the pulsar ceased. The true meaning, the end and resolution. Back on the bridge, power restored but system still fragile, they sat not in silence but in a comfortable quiet. The bridge lights were set low, comfortable for Xylac. Borvak sat nearby, his internal light a soft, warm amber, pulsing slowly and rhythmically a silent, soothing lullaby Xylac now understood. Xylac looked at the giant crystal being. Your light, he said softly, during the repair it helped. It was steadying. Borvak shifted, his plates making a soft, melodic chime. He pulsed a gentle green. Equals understood. Your perception guided. Your courage necessary. He then did something new. He focused a narrow beam of soft, warm light onto the console between them, forming a simple, stable shape, a circle. Equals friendship. Tears, warm and unexpected, welled in Xylac's large eyes. Not tears of fear or pain, but of profound understanding. He reached out a small, silver-furred paw and gently placed it on the console within the circle of light. It felt warm, solid, safe. Yes, he breathed. Friendship. The journey to Epsilon Eridani 4 continued, but the ship was transformed. Xylac learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Borvak's light, finding meaning and emotion in the hues and rhythms. He even crafted a small, light-dampening visor that allowed him to observe Borvak's full communication without discomfort. Borvak learned the value of quiet, the language of small sounds, and moved with a new, deliberate gentleness. He discovered that Xylac's sensitivity allowed him to detect engine harmonics and structural stresses long before the ship's sensors registered them. They faced other minor challenges, navigating an ion storm, negotiating with a skeptical colony director, but they faced them together. Xylac would perch on Borvak's broad shoulder, whispering observations, while Borvak's imposing presence and calm, resonant voice conveyed their combined will. They repaired the colony's failing atmospheric processor not just with their skills, but with an easy, wordless collaboration that amazed the settlers. One evening, under the twin moons of Epsilon Eridani 4, they stood looking up at the unfamiliar stars. The delivery was complete. Their mission was over. "The Weaver is repaired," Xylac said softly, the scent of alien pine and damp earth filling the cool air. "We return to different sectors tomorrow." Borvac pulsed a soft, deep blue, tinged with a hint of violet, a color Xylac now recognized as contemplation mixed with a touch of melancholy. Equals journey shared. Understanding gained. Xylac looked up at the towering crystalline form, his friend. "The meaning wasn't just in delivering the parts," he said, understanding dawning fully. "It was in the delivering of ourselves. In the dark, we found light in each other." Borvac lowered his massive head, focusing his internal light onto Xylac. It wasn't blinding, but a gentle, encompassing warmth, like sunlight filtered through leaves. Within the light, he pulsed a complex, beautiful pattern, a story of darkness, fear, strength offered, trust given, and a bond forged. It was the story of them. Equals friendship. Light in the void. Strength in the small. Shared. Forever. Xylac didn't need the visor. He understood. He placed his paw against Borvac's cool, smooth crystal leg. No more words were needed. Under the alien sky, the small forest mechanic and the giant crystal navigator stood in perfect, peaceful silence, a testament to the universe's most unexpected and enduring magic, the quiet, resilient light of true friendship, discovered not in similarity, but in the brave, kind-hearted bridging of worlds. The stars above seemed to twinkle a little brighter, mirroring the warm, steady glow that now and always connected them across the vast and wondrous dark. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light-years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kaelin, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kaelin recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kaelin, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kaelin pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kaelin mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelin's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kaelin trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelin's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kaelin's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kaelin attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kaelin sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kaelin focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kaelin, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kaelin's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kaelin responded with a constellation-pattern glow. "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kaelin's prismatic recollections of shard-singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kaelin gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kaelin treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They're winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything. Especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song?" Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. "Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water, la 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 luminous." Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. "It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned." Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. "You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful." The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed in conversations only the oldest roots could understand, autumn arrived in a sigh of cinnamon and wood smoke. The forest floor became a tapestry of crimson and gold, each leaf crunching like the turning of a well-loved storybook page. It was here, beneath the gnarled branches of the guardian oak, a tree whose trunk bore faces of seasons long past, that a young fox kit named Thistle first noticed the world trembling on the edge of imbalance. Thistle's paws itched with restless energy as he trotted through the amberlit groves, his russet fur dusted with dew. The air hummed with the absence of something vital, the soft, pulsing glow of the moonlit lichen that usually adorned the stones near Brook's Song Hollow had dimmed to a faint shimmer. Worse still, the brook herself ran thin and quiet, her laughter muted as if choked by sorrow. Grandmother Moss told tales of this, Thistle murmured, recalling the elderly tortoise who dozed by the cattail marshes. When the lichen fades, the threads between seasons fray. His worry led him to the bramble gate, an archway of interwoven thorns where fireflies spelled out riddles in the dusk. There he found Sorrel, a pine marten with emerald-tipped ears, kneading clay into tiny pots. The earth's grown lighter, she fretted, her nose twitching. Even the clay won't hold shape, it crumbles like old bread. Together they ventured to the starlight meadow, where the air shimmered with pollen that glowed like captive stars. The meadow's keeper, an owl named Lumen with feathers like frosted velvet, perched atop a quartz monolith. "Ah," Lumen intoned, his voice a low cello note, "the weavers are troubled." He spread one wing toward the northern horizon, where the sky hung heavy, with clouds the color of unripe plums. "The frost spinners have not come to weave winter's first tapestry. Without their needles, autumn cannot end, and spring will never wake." The revelation sent Thistle's mind whirling like a sycamore seed. Every creature knew the frost spinners, ethereal beings who danced on the first freeze, stitching ice blossoms into the earth to cradle sleeping seeds. But no one knew where they dwelled in the off-seasons. "Perhaps the guardian oak remembers," Sorrel suggested, her claws tracing the ancient map of bark. As twilight deepened, the tree's knotted faces stirred, their wooden lips creaking open. "Seek the chamber of echoing roots," whispered the face carved with summer vines. "But mind the hollow's breath," warned the winter-scarred visage. "It hungers for warmth." Guided by glowworms strung like living lanterns, the trio descended through a labyrinth of roots into a cavern where time dripped from stalactites in honeyed droplets. The air smelled of petrichor and forgotten memories. There, pulsing in the gloom, hung the heartvine, a living cord woven from every plant that had ever taken root in the woods. Its usual jade radiance was sickly pale, its tendrils drooping. "Look," breathed Sorrel. A jagged crack split the cavern wall, leaching darkness that swallowed the heartvine's light. Thistle crept closer, ears flat. The hollow's breath, a creeping chill that numbed his whiskers, oozed from the fissure. "This is why the frost spinners stay away," Lumen realized. "Their magic is born of clean cold, not this emptiness." Grandmother Moss arrived at dawn, her shell etched with runes of binding. "To mend the hollow we must sing the binding song," she rasped. "But the song requires 4 voices, root, rain, feather, and fur." Thistle trembled. How could a fox kit contribute to ancient magic? Yet as Sorrel pressed her paw to the heart vine, as Lumen beat his wings in rhythm, as Grandmother Moss chanted words that shook loose stones into dust, Thistle understood. Closing his eyes, he poured his yearning for the forest's laughter into a wordless melody. The response was immediate. Moss bloomed over the crack, violets erupting through its edges as if stitching a wound. The heartvine blazed anew, its light rippling outward through the soil. High above, the clouds broke. Not with rain, but with a shower of crystalline threads, the frost spinners descending at last, their needle-like fingers trailing frost that glittered like diamond dust. By the next moonrise, Brook Song Hollow brimmed with water clear as liquid sky. The moonlit lichen glowed like earth-bound constellations, and Thistle sat with friends beneath the guardian oak, sharing a feast of honeyed acorns and elderberry tart. Lumen hooted softly as the first snowflakes, each one a tiny, frozen poem, settled on the branches. Seasons are a conversation, Grandmother Moss mused, her eyes reflecting the aurora now shimmering above. To listen is to hold the world together. Thistle curled his tail over his nose, watching his breath make ghosts in the air. The woods hummed with restored magic, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant owl song. Somewhere deep in the earth, the heartvine throbbed in time with every heartbeat under its care. And as the snow wrapped the world in silence, Thistle dreamed not of heroics, but of dappled sunlight through new leaves, and the gentle certainty that come spring, he'd have more stories to share. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. "I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks." It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. "I just wanted someone to notice." Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see, it's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight even at noon, lived a community unseen by ordinary eyes. Here moss grew thick and soft as velvet, cradling tiny villages beneath fern fronds and within hollowed roots. The air hummed with a low, sweet resonance, the forest itself breathing in perfect harmony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like shy sprites. In this realm, the seasons weren't merely marked by the calendar, but by the shifting breath of the heartstone. This wasn't a stone one could hold, but a pulsing nexus of energy deep within the oldest oak, its rhythm dictating the forest's magic. When spring arrived, the heartstone glowed emerald, and the whisperwood erupted in luminous blossoms that chimed softly in the breeze, their scent a heady mix of honey and rain-washed earth. Summer saw it blaze amber, warming the streams and coaxing fireflies into intricate, swirling dances that painted the night with living constellations. Autumn turned it russet, and the leaves fell not just with color, but with whispered stories that settled like ancient parchments on the mossy floor, waiting to be read by those who understood the rustling language. Winter brought a cool, sapphire light, weaving frost into intricate lace on spiderwebs, and silencing the world into a deep, expectant hush. Bramble, a thoughtful hedgehog whose quills shimmered with captured dew, was the keeper of the dew cups. His duty, passed down through generations of his family, was to collect the first morning dew from the heart-shaped leaves of the moonpetal flowers. This dew, infused with the heartstone's magic at dawn, was essential. It nourished the shy glimmer-roots that anchored the forest floor, their delicate tendrils weaving a net of stability that prevented erosion and kept the magic flowing smoothly. Bramble took his responsibility seriously, his small paws moving with gentle precision each morning, the cool liquid like liquid starlight in his tiny cups made of woven grass. One crisp autumn morning, as the heartstone pulsed its russet light and the air smelled richly of damp earth and decaying leaves, Bramble noticed something troubling. The stream near the moonpetal glade, usually chuckling merrily over smooth stones, was dwindling to a mere trickle. The moss-skinned tiny beings woven from lichen and moonlight who tended the forest's moisture flitted anxiously above the exposed, drying mud. The usual symphony of frogs and crickets near the water's edge had fallen silent, replaced by an uneasy stillness. The glimmer-roots near the bank looked pale and listless. "This isn't right," Bramble murmured, his voice a soft rasp against the unnerving quiet. He remembered his grandmother Quill's stories. She had spoken of a great dryness long ago, when the streams faltered because the connection to the heartstone's deeper currents had been blocked. "The forest breathes together," she had said, her voice like dry leaves skittering. "When one part suffers, the whole feels the thirst. Balance is the root of life here." Driven by concern, Bramble knew he had to seek counsel. He journeyed deeper into the whisperwood, towards the root spire, the immense, ancient oak where the heartstone pulsed most strongly. Its bark was deeply furrowed, etched with patterns that seemed to shift and tell stories in the dappled light. Nestled within a cradle of thick roots lived Elder Fern, a venerable badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose eyes held the deep, patient wisdom of centuries. Her den smelled of dried herbs, rich loam, and quiet contemplation. Elder Fern Bramble squeaked, bowing his prickly head respectfully. The stream by the moonpetal glade weakens. The mosskin are distressed, and the glimmerroots thirst. Elder Fern stirred, her deep-set eyes opening slowly. She sniffed the air, long and deep. Ah, young bramble. The dryness returns, a whisper on the wind. Her voice was low and resonant, like roots shifting deep underground. The heartstone's autumn pulse is strong, yet something disrupts its flow beneath the earth. The great stones that channel its water song near the sunken ridge have shifted. An earth tremor, perhaps deep and silent. She sighed, a sound like wind through dry reeds. The balance tilts. But what can we do? Bramble asked, a tremor of worry in his voice. Without the stream. The forest acts as one, Elder Fern replied gently. No voice is too small, no effort insignificant in the symphony of healing. Seek Willow, the swift squirrel. She knows the paths above, and gather the mosskin. Their touch understands the language of stone and soil. Bramble scurried back, his tiny heart pounding with purpose. He found Willow leaping effortlessly through the canopy, her bushy tail a banner of russet against the autumn sky. She listened intently, her bright eyes wide. Sunken Ridge, that's a tricky climb, but I know the way. I'll see what the stones are doing. With a flick of her tail, she was gone, a blur of movement through the golden leaves. Next, Bramble approached the shimmering cluster of mosskin, hovering anxiously near the dwindling stream. Their tiny forms glowed faintly green and gold. Elder Fern says you understand the stones, he explained. The Heartstone's water song is blocked near Sunken Ridge. Can you help guide us? The mosskin chimed softly, a sound like tiny bells and rustling silk. They swirled together, forming a shimmering cloud that pulsed with agreement. Light, their collective voice whispered on the breeze. The journey to the Sunken Ridge took them through parts of the Whisperwood Bramble rarely visited. They navigated carpets of fragrant pine needles, crossed clearings where giant mushrooms glowed with an internal, soft blue light, and skirted pools reflecting the fiery autumn canopy. Willow met them at the ridge, her expression grave. Below, nestled amongst giant, moss-covered boulders, was the problem. A recent landslide, likely caused by heavy rains loosening the earth, had tumbled several enormous stones directly onto the mouth of a spring. The water, meant to bubble freely and feed the stream below, was now dammed, pooling uselessly behind the rockfall. The air here felt heavy and stagnant, devoid of the forest's usual vibrant hum. The stones are too big, Willow chattered, her voice tight with dismay. Even the strongest badger couldn't move them. Bramble looked at the impassive stones, then at the shimmering mosskin cloud, and then at the patient, wise eyes of Elder Fern who had quietly followed their progress. He remembered his grandmother's words, balance is the root of life. It wasn't about one strong force, but many working together. The stones hold the water captive, Bramble said slowly, an idea forming. But water seeks its own level and its own path. Mosskin, can you feel where the water wants to go, where the earth is softest, most yielding? The mosskin pulsed brighter, swirling down to the base of the rockfall. They touched the damp earth, humming their soft, resonant song. Tiny points of light began to glow in the soil, tracing a faint, winding path around the largest stones, leading downhill towards the blocked stream's original course. It wants to flow here, the mosskin whispered, their lights tracing the path. But the way is narrow, choked with fallen earth. Then we dig, Bramble declared. We dig the channel the water yearns for. Willow, can you find others? The rabbits with their strong paws, the moles who know the earth. Willow bounded off instantly. Soon rabbits with powerful digging legs arrived, followed by several moles whose sensitive noses twitched as they assessed the mosskin's glowing path. Even a family of patient tortoises offered their sturdy shells to help shift smaller rocks. Guided by the mosquin's illuminating touch, showing exactly where the earth was softest and the water's pull strongest, the creatures worked together. Rabbits kicked loose soil, moles tunneled beneath roots, tortoises nudged debris, and Bramble used his strong snout to clear smaller stones. Willow directed from above, pointing out the clearest route. It was hard, muddy work. The scent of damp earth and crushed ferns filled the air, mingling with the tired but determined breaths of the workers. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in shades of lavender and tangerine. Finally, as the first stars began to prick the twilight, the new channel was complete, a narrow, winding trench following the path of least resistance, illuminated by the mosquin. Bramble, his quills matted with mud, gave a signal. The creatures carefully removed the last small stones, damming the new channel near the pooled water. With a soft, grateful gurgle, the pent-up spring water found the new path. It wasn't a roaring rush, but a gentle, persistent flow, like a sigh of relief. It trickled, then streamed, winding its way down the mosquin-lit channel, finding its way around the great fallen stones, singing softly as it went. Back towards the thirsty glade. They followed the water's journey back through the darkening woods. The sound of its return was the sweetest music, a gentle chuckle growing stronger with every step. When they reached the moon-petal glade, the mosquin were already rejoicing, flitting above the strengthening stream, their tiny lights reflecting like diamonds on the darkening water. The frogs tentatively began a croak, joined hesitantly by a cricket. Bramble rushed to the glimmerroots. Carefully he poured the precious dew he had collected that morning, now cool and starlit, onto their parched tendrils. Almost immediately, a faint, healthy glow began to pulse back through them, spreading like a soft green light across the forest floor. The forest's deep, resonant hum returned, stronger and more peaceful than before, vibrating softly under their paws and in the air they breathed. That night, as the heartstone pulsed its deep sapphire light for winter's approach, the creatures of the whisperwood gathered near the restored stream. Fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water, weaving constellations that mirrored the sky. Elder Fern rested near the bank, a gentle smile on her weathered snout. "You see, young Bramble," she murmured, her voice blending with the water's song, "harmony isn't stillness. It is the constant, gentle adjustment, the listening, the many small voices working together. The forest remembers its balance, guided by those who listen to its whispers and feel its needs." Bramble looked around at the rabbits, the moles, the tortoises, the shimmering mosquin, and swift willow. He felt the cool night air, smelled the clean scent of flowing water and the rich promise of frost, heard the contented symphony of the night creatures, and saw the soft glow of the revived glimmeroots. The magic of the whisperwood wasn't just in the heartstone, it was in the interconnectedness, the shared effort, the quiet wisdom passed down and acted upon with kindness. As the first delicate snowflakes of winter began to drift down, silent and soft as thistledown, landing on his damp quills and melting into the singing stream, Bramble felt a deep, warm peace settle over him, as comforting as a moss-lined nest. The forest breathed easily once more, its ancient heart beating strong and steady in the starlit dark. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half-buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean, above the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things and high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. "Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek?" Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper, "Find what the sky has forgotten." "Ah," Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. "The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth." He pointed his stick upwards. The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing. With Bramble offering steadying advice, "Plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root," and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, "Almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly." Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. "The sky's memory well," Bramble whispered reverently. "But it's empty, that can't be right." Pip fluttered nervously. "It feels sad, like a nest without eggs." Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. "Force won't work here, lad," Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. "This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood." Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, "Find what the sky has forgotten." Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. "The sky hasn't forgotten something out there," Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. "It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall." He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. "It needs to let go," Finn whispered. "But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared." He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key, warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. "It's okay," he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. "It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again." He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy, preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. "Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed." Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. "It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too." The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. Title: The Whispering Woods Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. We did it, Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the velvet hush hour between twilight and true night, where fireflies scribble secrets across the air, there existed a village called Bramble Hollow. Its cobblestone streets wound like cinnamon threads between cottages with roofs of living time, windows glowing with lanterns shaped like tulip blossoms. Yet something peculiar had begun unfolding beneath the crescent moon's silver nail. Every morning, villagers awoke to find their doorknobs frosted with salt, their milk pitchers filled with lavender instead of cream, and their weather vanes pointing insistently toward Whispering Wood despite the absence of wind. Young Tansy, whose freckles held the exact pattern of the Orion constellation, first noticed the pattern. While her neighbors tutted about mischievous pixies, she observed the salt-formed tiny arrowheads pointing north, the lavender milk never soured, and the weather vanes trembled like compass needles near something magnetic. On the third night, armed with a pocketful of blackberry tarts and her late grandmother's magnifying glass, whose lens revealed the fingerprints of magic, Tansy followed the clues toward the wood's edge. Beneath ancient oaks wearing beards of lichen, she found a badger in a waistcoat pacing between toadstools. "Late," he muttered, polishing his monocle. "Dreadfully late." His name was Professor Thistledown, scholar of celestial mechanics and part-time keeper of twilight harmonies. When Tansy showed him the magnifying glass, its handle carved with the same spiral symbol on his pocket watch, The badger's whiskers quivered. "Ah, you're Matilda Weatherby's descendant. She and I once calibrated the village dream clock after the great snooze of 1723. The mystery deepened as thistledown revealed the salt was stardust, the lavender a remedy for nightmares, and the weather vanes detecting a rip in the quiet fabric between realms. Together they trekked to the Chronoglade, a clearing where time pooled in amber puddles and fireflies carried tiny hourglasses in their tails. There they discovered the source, a young nightingale, her feathers shimmering with trapped starlight, caught in a web of fractured moments. "She's a tempest singer," Thistledown breathed. "Her song stitched tomorrow to yesterday, but see how her wings are tangled in snapped timelines." Tansy, recalling her grandmother's stories, gathered four things: spider silk for mending, dewdrops from dawn's first hour for clarity, a thimble of shadow borrowed politely from a passing moth, and laughter stored in an acorn cap. As Thistledown conducted the moonbeams like golden violin strings, Tansy carefully wove the materials into a glimmering net. The nightingale's fearful chirps softened as the net lifted her gently, untangling the knotted hours. With a triumphant trill, she soared upward, trailing ribbons of mended time. The village awoke next morning to ordinary doorknobs and creamy milk, but also to something new. Every garden bore a night-blooming flower whose petals shifted colors like a twilight palette, and children found their dreams lightly embroidered with helpful clues for the day ahead. In the square, a sundial now graced the fountain, its shadow shaped like a bird in flight. Years later, when thunderstorms growled at the horizon, villagers would smile at the salt patterns appearing on their windowsills, not arrows now, but spirals, the ancient symbol of time's gentle unfolding. And if you walk through Whispering Wood when the clocks strike 13, you might hear two voices, one bright and curious, one gruff but kind, discussing the best way to brew starlight tea, or how to politely ask autumn to arrive a week early for the apple festival. But that, my dear listener, is a story woven from tomorrow's threads, and tonight's tale is complete. Let the scent of time and the hum of mended time carry you to dreams where badgers quote poetry and cookies never crumble. All is well in Bramble Hollow. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willoughby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. "Every wanderer needs protection," said the leaf ox. Even from small discomforts, follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips. With that it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistle key?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistle key?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistle key fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot-hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the crystal valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily-pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead. They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink-bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. "Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley," the leaf ox explained. "The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets?" Mira hesitated. "I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow." The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the Glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. "Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return." They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. "Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy." It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. "Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light." Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the Glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure. But it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. The evening mist curled around the cottage like a contented cat, silvering the cobblestone path and muffling the distant chime of the village clock. Inside, young Clara traced the frost feathers on her window pane, her breath fogging the glass. 10 years old, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes holding the quiet depth of a forest pool, she felt a familiar restlessness stir. Her world, nestled between the whispering pines of Eldergrove Forest and the sleepy village of Willowbrook, felt too small, too known. She longed for the rustle of unseen leaves, the scent of unfamiliar earth. Beneath her bed, tucked inside a worn wooden box beside a smooth river stone and a robin's blue eggshell, lay her most precious secret, the whisperwood acorn. It wasn't like any other acorn. Larger than her fist, its cap was etched with swirling silver patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight, and the nut itself pulsed with a deep, warm amber light like captured sunset. She'd found it months ago beneath the oldest oak in Elder Grove, its glow drawing her through a thicket she'd never dared enter before. Since then, its gentle thrum against her palm was a constant, silent companion, a promise of something more. That night, unable to sleep, the acorn's pulse felt stronger, almost urgent. Slipping on her softest woolen cloak, she crept downstairs, past the snoring form of her grandfather in his armchair by the dying embers. The front door opened with a sigh, releasing her into the cool, pine-scented embrace of the night. The full moon hung low, a luminous pearl bathing the world in silvery light. Instinctively, Clara drew the whisperwood acorn from her pocket. As moonlight touched its silver-etched cap, the swirling patterns ignited. They spun faster, glowing brighter, casting dancing shadows on the mossy ground. Then, with a soft chime like distant wind bells, a beam of pure amber light shot from the acorn's tip, striking the gnarled trunk of the ancient oak. Where the light touched, the bark shimmered and dissolved, revealing not wood, but an archway woven from living moonlight and tangled roots, leading into profound, inviting darkness. Hesitation flickered, then dissolved under the acorn's warm pulse and the archway's silent call. Clara stepped through. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, laden with the perfume of 1,000 unknown blossoms and the rich, damp scent of ancient soil. Moonlight here wasn't silver, but liquid gold, filtering through a canopy of leaves shaped like stars and teardrops. Giant luminous mushrooms, glowing softly in blues and violets, lined a path of velvety moss. She stood in the whisperwood, a hidden world nestled within the heart of Elder Grove, revealed only by the key she held. Awed, Clara walked the glowing path. Fireflies larger than sparrows and shimmering with opalescent light drifted past. Trees whispered secrets in rustling tongues, and unseen creatures chirped melodies that felt like laughter. The peace was profound, yet beneath it, Clara sensed a tremor, a faint discordant note. The golden light seemed thinner in places, the vibrant colors of the giant flowers slightly faded. The joyful chirping held an undercurrent of worry. Rounding a bend where luminous vines cascaded like waterfalls, Clara stumbled upon a sight that made her gasp. A large, grumpy-looking badger, his coarse fur striped silver and obsidian in the moonlight, was wrestling with a tangled mass of shimmering, thorny vines that seemed intent on engulfing a cluster of tiny, trembling star blooms. He huffed and grumbled, snapping at the vines with surprising ferocity, but his paws were clumsy against the stubborn growth. "Blasted bindweed," he muttered, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "Always snatching the prettiest things. Hold on, little sparks, thorns got you, oof." A thorny tendril whipped back, catching his snout. "Maybe I can help." Clara's voice was soft, hesitant. The badger thorn spun around, eyes wide with shock, then narrowed with suspicion. "A sproutling. Here. How did you?" His gaze fell on the whisperwood acorn still glowing warmly in her hand. "Ah, the key-bearer. Didn't expect one so small." He sniffed, then winced as another vine tightened around his hind leg. "Well, don't just stand there gawping, sproutling. These star blooms need light, and this infernal bindweed thrives on shadow. It's choking the joy right out of them." Clara stepped forward, the acorn's light flaring brighter as if responding to the threat. She noticed the bindweed recoiled slightly from its amber glow. "It doesn't like the light?" she asked, moving closer, holding the acorn near the thickest tangle near the badger's leg. "Course it doesn't." Thorn snapped, but his tone held less bite as the vine loosened its grip under the acorn's radiance. "Darkness is its home, but mere light won't stop it for long. Needs cleverness, it does, and paws or hands that can work the knots." Working together, an unlikely alliance formed. Thorn, despite his grumbling, had surprising knowledge of the whisperwood's plants. He directed Clara where to shine the acorn's light most effectively, weakening the bindweed's grasp. Clara, with her nimble fingers, carefully untangled the complex knots the vines had formed around the star bloom's delicate stems, using the acorn's light as a guide and shield. Thorn used his strong claws and teeth on the tougher roots. It was slow, careful work. Clara learned the bindweed wasn't inherently evil. It was just growing wild, unchecked, drawn to the fading light of the blooms. Thorn learned the sproutling wasn't useless. Her patience and dexterity were invaluable. Finally, the last vine fell away. The star blooms trembled, then unfurled fully, releasing a shower of sparkling golden pollen that filled the air with the scent of honey and sunshine. Their light strengthened, pushing back the lingering shadows. Thorn sat back, panting, wiping a paw across his snout. He looked at Clara, then the rescued blooms, then back at Clara. A gruff sound, almost like a purr, rumbled in his chest. "HMPH not bad for a sproutling. Name's Thorn, keeper of the Glimmer Glade, or what's left of it." His voice held a deep sorrow now, replacing the grumpiness. "What's wrong?" Clara asked, sensing the tremor in the world again, stronger now. "The light, it feels thin." Thorn nodded heavily. "Aye, it's fading, the heart of the whisperwood, it's gone missing." He gestured towards the heart of the forest, where the golden light seemed dimmest. Deep within the crystal caverns, a great crystal, warm as summer sun, bright as 1,000 fireflies, it's the source of all light and life here. Without it. He looked at the struggling bindweed they just pushed back, already sending out tentative feelers again. Without it, the whisperwood dims, the bindweed spreads, the songs grow sad. Winter will come, a winter with no end. A cold dread washed over Clara. Gone missing, how, who would take it? "Don't know," Thorn admitted, his shoulders slumping. "Happened under the last dark moon. No creature of the whisperwood would harm the heart. It sustains us all." He looked at the whisperwood acorn glowing in Clara's hand. "The keybearer always appears when the whisperwood is in peril. Legend says they bring hope." He fixed her with his dark, intelligent eyes. "Will you help me find it, keybearer? Help me save my home." Clara's restlessness transformed into a fierce, warm resolve. She looked at the fading star blooms, listened to the worried chirps in the trees, felt the acorn's steady pulse against her skin, a pulse that echoed the missing heart. Yes, Thorn, I will. Their journey began under the watchful gaze of the golden moon. The whisperwood acorn was their compass and guide. As they ventured deeper, the signs of decay grew clearer. Luminous mosses turned gray and brittle. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air grew colder, the joyful sounds replaced by an anxious silence. The path led them through groves of singing reeds, their melodies now mournful dirges, across bridges woven from living willow branches, which creaked ominously, and past pools where water sprites usually danced, now huddled together, their light dim. The acorn's light was crucial. It revealed hidden paths etched in faint silver on the moss, paths Thorn admitted he hadn't known existed. It calmed agitated creatures, like a family of luminescent hedgehogs whose quills flashed erratically with fear. One night, as a creeping chill mist threatened to swallow them, the acorn's glow flared, burning the mist away like sunlight on frost. They weren't alone for long. Their first companion joined them near the Sighing Falls. A young stag, his coat the color of twilight, his eyes wide and fearful, emerged from the gloom. He was trembling, barely more than a fawn. The shadows, he whispered, his voice like rustling leaves. They grow teeth in the dark places, they chased me. My herd I got lost. His name was Fern. Thorn grumbled about skittish saplings, but Clara knelt, offering a reassuring touch and sharing a piece of sweet root from her pocket. The whisperwood acorn's light seemed to soothe Fern's terror. He knew the lay of the land near the crystal caverns, and his keen senses could detect subtle shifts in the air and earth. He joined them, finding paths through dense thickets where Thorn's sturdy form would have struggled. Later, navigating a treacherous slope of loose, glowing shale near the cavern's entrance, they encountered the Flicker clan. These weren't ordinary fireflies. They were tiny, winged sprites woven from living light, barely larger than Clara's thumb. Normally playful, they now darted in erratic, panicked patterns. Their elder, a sprite named Glimmer with wings like stained glass, explained in a voice like tinkling bells, "The heart's song is gone, our light weakens. We saw something huge and moving towards the deep dark." Clara held the whisperwood acorn high. Its warm, steady amber light seemed to resonate with the sprite's own flickering forms, calming their frantic dance. "We're going to find the heart," Clara promised. "Can you show us the way you saw the huge thing go?" Glimmer's light brightened. "Yes, Keybearer, we remember. We will light your path." The Flicker clan became their living lanterns, zipping ahead, illuminating crevices and pitfalls within the vast, echoing entrance of the crystal caverns. Their collective light, guided by the acorn's steady pulse, pushed back the oppressive darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. The crystal caverns were breathtakingly beautiful and deeply unsettling. Geodes taller than houses pulsed with faint internal light amethyst, citrine, aquamarine, but their glow was sickly, intermittent. Stalactites and stalagmites, usually gleaming like polished ivory, were dull and streaked with gray. The air was cold and still, heavy with the scent of damp stone and an underlying tang of sorrow. The path Glimmer showed them led downwards, deeper into the mountain, away from the faint moonlight filtering through high crevices, into a realm of near-total darkness only held at bay by the Flicker clan and the whisperwood acorn. Strange, echoing drips replaced the forest sounds. The weight of the mountain pressed down. They followed signs only Fern could fully decipher, deep, heavy footprints sunk into patches of softer sediment, enormous scratch marks on the crystalline walls, and a lingering scent, Thorn confirmed, of stone, loneliness, and damp wool. The deeper they went, the colder it became, and the more the Flicker clan's lights dimmed, huddling closer to the comforting warmth of Clara's acorn. Finally, they entered a vast, low-ceilinged chamber deep within the earth. It was utterly dark except for a faint, sickly green phosphorescence emanating from patches of lichen on the walls. The chamber felt desolate, hollow. And there, in the very center, hunched on a floor of cold, dark stone, sat the source of the footprints. It was a giant. Not a monster from a scary tale, but a being of living rock and moss. He was easily 3 times Thorn's height when sitting, his body craggy and uneven, like a small hill given life. Patches of grayish lichen grew on his stony shoulders. His head, resting on massive knees, was formed from rough-hewn granite, and his eyes, when he slowly lifted his head at their approach, were 2 deep, dark pools reflecting the faint light from the acorn and sprites. They held an ocean of sadness. In his enormous, stone-knuckled hands, he cradled something that pulsed with a weak, struggling light, the heart of the whisperwood. It was a large, multifaceted crystal, its usual vibrant gold now a dim, flickering amber, its light barely illuminating the giant's sorrowful face. Thorn bristled, a low growl starting in his chest. You stole the heart, you're killing the whisperwood." Fern trembled behind Clara, and the Flicker clan dimmed their lights fearfully. The giant flinched at Thorn's accusation, his stony features crumpling further. He didn't speak, but a deep, resonant sound emanated from him, like boulders grinding together under immense pressure. It wasn't words, but Clara felt its meaning resonate in her bones. Loneliness. Cold. Darkness. Wanting light. Clara's anger at the fading forest melted away, replaced by a wave of profound understanding. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Thorn's head, calming his growl. She held the whisperwood acorn high, its light steady and warm. "Hello," she said softly, her voice echoing gently in the vast chamber. "My name is Clara. This is Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan. We came from the whisperwood." The giant's dark eyes fixed on her, then on the acorn. He made the grinding sound again, softer this time. "Lost. Cold. Found light. Took it. Didn't know." His massive finger, rough as uncut stone, gently touched the fading heart in his hands. "You didn't know it needed to stay in its place?" Clara asked gently, moving closer. The giant shook his massive head slowly. "Dark here. Always dark. Light, warm. Wanted it close." Clara understood. He wasn't a thief driven by malice, but a lonely soul trapped in the deepest dark, drawn to the only warmth and light he'd ever encountered. He hadn't understood the consequences. "The light from the heart," she explained, her voice filled with compassion, "it needs to be free. It needs to shine for everyone in the whisperwood, the trees, the flowers, the badgers, the deer, the firefly sprites. Even the bindweed needs a little light, though not too much." She offered a small smile. "When it's trapped down here, it fades. The whole forest is growing cold and dark. The creatures are scared." The giant looked down at the heart in his hands, its weak pulse reflecting in his deep eyes. He made a sound like a sighing mountain. "Hurting. I hurt them." Genuine anguish filled the resonant sound. He looked at the struggling light, then at Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the flickering sprites. He saw their determination, their fear, and Clara's unwavering kindness. Slowly, ponderously, the giant rose to his full height, making the chamber seem smaller. He looked from the fading heart to Clara, then to the dark passage leading upwards. He made a questioning rumble, pointing a massive finger towards the surface. "Yes," Clara said, relief washing over her like warm sunlight. "It needs to go back to the crystal caverns, to its proper place. Then its light will be strong again for everyone." The giant nodded, a slow, heavy movement. He cradled the heart carefully against his stony chest. Then, with surprising gentleness, he extended his other enormous hand, palm open and flat, towards Clara and her companions. "Come." Hesitantly, Clara stepped onto the giant's palm. Thorn, after a moment's grumbling about undignified transport, climbed on beside her, followed by Fern, who nuzzled Clara reassuringly. The Flicker clan settled on their shoulders and heads like living jewels. The giant's hand was surprisingly warm, not cold stone, but warmed by the faint pulse of the heart he held. With careful, earth-shaking steps that echoed through the tunnels, he carried them back the way they had come, retracing their path through the oppressive darkness that now felt less threatening. The Whisperwood acorn's light, combined with the giant's presence and the heart's weak pulse, pushed back the gloom. The journey upwards felt quicker. As they neared the upper caverns, the giant's steps grew lighter, less burdened. Hope was a tangible thing in the air. Finally, they reached the heart's rightful chamber, a vast, cathedral-like space near the cavern entrance, bathed in the strengthening moonlight filtering from above. A natural pedestal of pure white crystal stood in the center, waiting. The giant approached the pedestal. He looked at the heart, then at Clara and her friends on his palm. His deep eyes held a complex mix of sorrow, understanding, and dawning hope. With infinite care, as if placing the most fragile bird's egg, he lowered the Whisperwood heart onto the crystal pedestal. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. The heart lay there, its light still faint and flickering. Then a single pure note rang out, like a crystal bell struck deep within the earth. The heart flared. Not weakly, but with a sudden, blinding burst of pure, golden light that filled the cavern, washing over the walls, igniting the geodes within. Amethyst burned violet, citrine shone like captured sun, aquamarine glowed with the depth of tropical seas. The light pulsed outwards, a wave of warmth and energy that flowed through the caverns, down the tunnels, and out into the Whisperwood beyond. On the giant's palm, Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan felt it wash over them, a wave of pure, revitalizing joy. Outside, they knew without seeing, the gray moss turned emerald and luminous, the star blooms burst forth in radiant showers of gold, the bindweed shrank back, seeking only the dappled shade it preferred. The trees sighed with relief, their rustling now a chorus of pure delight. The songs of unseen creatures rose, not in worry, but in exultant harmony. The giant stood bathed in the heart's restored golden light. He looked different. The patches of gray lichen on his shoulders seemed greener, more vibrant. The deep sorrow in his eyes hadn't vanished, but it was softened, overlaid with wonder and a profound sense of peace. He carefully lowered his hand, allowing his passengers to step off onto the warm, glowing floor of the cavern. The Flicker clan zipped joyfully around the chamber, their lights now blazing like tiny stars. He looked at Clara, then pointed towards the Whisperwood beyond the cavern entrance, bathed in the restored golden moonlight. He made a soft, questioning rumble. Go back. Clara understood. The Whisperwood is your home too now, she said gently. The light is for everyone, you belong here. The giant looked around the cavern, now alive with light and color, then back at the vibrant forest visible through the archway. He made a sound like distant, contented thunder. Home. He slowly settled himself near the pedestal, his massive form seeming less like a lonely hill and more like a protective mountain basking in the sun. He would watch over the heart, not take it, but share in its light. Clara felt a profound shift within herself. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, warm contentment. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced fear and misunderstanding, and found wisdom and friendship in the most unexpected places. She had learned that light, to be truly strong, needed to be shared, not hoarded. That kindness could unlock even the hardest heart. That home wasn't just a place, but a feeling of belonging, woven from connection. Thorn nudged her hand with his snout. Well, Keybearer, he said, his gruff voice thick with an emotion Clara had never heard in it before gratitude. Seems you found more than the heart. You found a friend for the Whisperwood and quieted an old badger's fears. Fern nuzzled her shoulder and the Flicker clan settled on her head, their light warm against her hair. It was time to go home. The whisperwood acorn pulsed warmly in her hand, no longer urgent but content. It had guided her, illuminated her path, and now it felt like a promise kept. They walked back through the whisperwood, transformed. The golden light was stronger, richer than even when Clara first arrived. The air hummed with life and song. Creatures peeked from blossoms and branches, their eyes bright and curious, waving tiny limbs or rustling leaves in thanks. Emerging through the moonlit archway, woven by the acorn back into Eldergrove, felt like stepping from a vivid dream into a familiar, yet subtly changed reality. The ordinary forest seemed imbued with a deeper magic, a quieter song. She could now hear the rustle of leaves holding secrets, the scent of pine carrying whispers, the moonlight feeling like a gentle embrace. The archway shimmered and faded back into the solid bark of the ancient oak, leaving only the scent of honey and starlight lingering in the cool air. Clara slipped back into the quiet cottage. The embers in the fireplace glowed warmly. Her grandfather still snored softly in his armchair. Everything was as she left it, yet nothing was the same. She placed the whisperwood acorn back in its wooden box beneath her bed. Its pulse was slow, steady, peaceful. It had done its work. Climbing into her own bed, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Clara looked out at the moonlit forest. She no longer felt the ache of the too small world. She knew the vastness within it, the hidden light, the unexpected friendships. She knew the giant, Borin, for that was the name that resonated in her heart for him, was watching over the heart, sharing its warmth. She knew Thorn was patrolling his glimmer glade, grumbling contentedly. Fern was safe with his herd. The Flicker clan danced in the restored light. She closed her eyes, the scent of star blooms and warm earth faint in her memory. The echoes of the whisperwoods song a gentle lullaby. The world was vast, beautiful, and full of hidden light waiting to be shared. And she, Clara, with a heart full of wonder and a small, glowing acorn beneath her bed, belonged to it all. Sleep came swiftly, deep and peaceful, carrying her into dreams woven with golden light and the gentle rumble of a mountain finding its home. Outside, the first true dawn of the restored whisperwood began to blush on the horizon, promising a day filled with the quiet, enduring magic of connection. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots, where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small, woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss. Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a Thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. "The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away." Quill's small face was etched with worry. "The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails." He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says, 'Seek the Heartwood, find the light,'" he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. "Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The Heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thornkin avoid it." But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the Vale. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the Vale was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the Vale without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the Vale dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. Echo wraiths, Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here. Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. Lost, always lost, hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. Pointless, you can't help, murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. Cold, so cold, alone, a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it?" Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the veil, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths." Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, "The seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the Vale creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The Heartwood Seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the Vale's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the Heartwood Seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the Vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the Vale, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light.